Chapter 74, Chapter 74, The Interview. Chapter 74, The Interview, A Battle of Wills. Elian stood in the chilly corridor, the distant, cheerful shouts from the Quidditch pitch a stark contrast to the grim atmosphere outside the disused Transfiguration classroom. He'd been soaring literally on a school broom, feeling the bite of the Scottish wind and the simple joy of flight under Madame Hooch's watchful eye, when Professor McGonagall's stern silhouette had appeared on the grass below, summoning him down with a single, sharp wave. Now, he leaned against the cold stone wall, his flying gloves still tucked into his belt. Beside him, Professor McGonagall stood rigid, her tartan robe seeming especially severe. The lines around her mouth were etched deeper than usual with clear displeasure. "The interview should not take long," she said, her voice low and taut. She didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on a particularly ugly troll-shaped umbrella stand farther down the hall. "Once it is concluded, you are to return directly to Madame Hooch. Do not engage in argument. Do not offer more information than is strictly asked for. Answer precisely and briefly." Elian nodded, understanding her unspoken message. This was an ambush, neatly orchestrated. By sending the head of Gryffindor to fetch him, Umbridge guaranteed compliance while adding a layer of officialdom that made refusal seem like insubordination. It was a petty, effective power play. "Her method is theatrical," McGonagall added after a moment, her eyes finally flicking to his. They held a warning, and something else, a flicker of protective concern he rarely saw in the formidable Transfiguration mistress. "She employs a self-writing quill, a nasty piece of enchantment that has a tendency towards creative elaboration. Assume everything you say will be misrepresented. The goal is not to give a good interview, Mr. Thorne. The goal is to survive it with your reputation somewhat intact. Creative elaboration." That was a McGonagall-esque way of saying blatant lies. Elian filed the information away. "I understand, Professor. I'll be careful." Before she could offer more advice, the classroom door swung open. Harry Potter stumbled out, his face pale beneath his disheveled black hair, his glasses slightly askew. He looked less like the boy who lived and more like someone who had just been through a psychological wringer. Clutched in his hand was a crumpled piece of parchment. From within the room, a voice like cloying honey dripped into the corridor. "Au revoir, Harry dear. So brave to share your little fears with the public. We must all be vigilant against tall tales, mustn't we?" Harry slammed the door shut, cutting off the voice. He took a deep, shuddering breath, his knuckles white on the parchment. Seeing Elian and McGonagall, he hurried over. "Professor, it was awful," he burst out, his voice hushed but furious. "I barely said anything. I told her I was worried about security after Hogsmeade, and that we should listen to Dumbledore. But her quill, it was scribbling the whole time. It wrote down that I said the school was defenseless, that Dumbledore was senile, and that I have nightmares about you-know-who hiding under my bed." He thrust the parchment at McGonagall. It was covered in a sprawling, flamboyant script that bore little resemblance to Harry's halting interview answers. McGonagall scanned it, her lips disappearing into a white line. "Preposterous," she hissed. "Absolute libel." "She asked about Elian, too," Harry said, turning worried eyes on his friend. "Kept calling him the older boy, the mysterious first year. She wanted to know if he was a bad influence, if he encouraged rule-breaking. I said no, of course, but who knows what that quill wrote." He looked at Elian. "Just, don't give her anything. Be a brick wall." Elian gave a slow, deliberate nod. "A brick wall. Got it." Professor McGonagall placed a firm hand on his shoulder, steering him towards the door. "In you go. Remember, brevity. Impenetrability. This is not a conversation." She gave him a final, searching look, then opened the door and nudged him inside. The room was smaller than he'd imagined, stuffy, and dimly lit by a single, gaudy lamp that cast long shadows. The windows were charmed to opacity, sealing them in. The air smelled of strong perfume and old parchment. 2 chairs sat facing each other in the center of the bare space. In one sat Rita Skeeter. She was a vision of calculated ostentation. Her blonde hair was sculpted into hard, elaborate curls that defied gravity. Rhinestones glittered on the frames of her spectacles and on the rings that adorned her fingers. Her robes were a violent shade of turquoise trimmed with what looked like peacock feathers. She looked like a wedding cake that had decided to become a journalist. As Elian entered, she didn't stand. Instead, she extended a hand adorned with a large, green-stoned ring, her smile wide and utterly false. Ah! The young man of the hour. Elian Thorne. Come in, come in. Don't be shy. We've all heard such intriguing things about you. Her voice was a purr, meant to be disarming. It set his teeth on edge. He ignored her outstretched hand. He didn't return the smile. He simply walked to the empty chair and sat down, crossing one leg over the other and letting his hands rest loosely in his lap. He said nothing, his face a polite mask of blank attentiveness. Rita Skeeter's smile tightened imperceptibly. Her hand slowly retracted, coming to rest on a heavy crocodile skin handbag in her lap. Hovering just by her right ear, a long, acid green quill was already busy, scratching away at a roll of parchment suspended in mid-air. It moved with a life of its own, jerking and darting. The silence stretched for a beat too long. She was waiting for him to speak, to fill the quiet with nervous chatter. He remained still. Well, she chirped, breaking first. A man of few words, I see. Admirable in its way. Now, where to begin? My readers are simply dying to know the truth about the incident in Hogsmeade. That fanciful story in the Quibbler was quite the fairy tale, wasn't it? She leaned forward, her beady eyes magnified behind her glasses. In your own words, dear boy, what really happened that afternoon? Was it as dramatic as they say? Or was it, perhaps, a case of a frightened boy's imagination running wild, and our brave aurors simply cleaning up the mess? The green quill buzzed eagerly, ready to spin his answer into gold or rather, into ministry-approved mud. Elian met her gaze. He thought of McGonagall's advice, brevity. Impenetrability. I was in Hogsmeade, he said, his voice even and devoid of inflection. There was a disturbance. The authorities arrived. That is all. The quill scratched furiously for a moment, then seemed to hesitate, as if disappointed by the meager offering. Rita Skeeter's eyes narrowed. A disturbance? How vague? Were you not, according to some, at the very heart of it? Seen by witnesses? Some even whisper you were found standing over the fallen, like some adolescent vigilante. She infused the last word with a mixture of horror and tantalization. I was questioned by the ministry, Elian replied, sticking to documented, uninteresting fact. I cooperated fully. Minister Fudge was satisfied. He saw a flash of irritation in her eyes. He was stonewalling her, and doing it with boring, bureaucratic language. She tried another angle, her tone shifting to one of faux concern. It must be so difficult, coming to our world so late. A Muggle-born, isn't it? And at 16. One must feel so behind, so out of place. Do you think this feeling of alienation, of needing to prove yourself, might have led you to exaggerate your role in events? To seek attention? It was a vile insinuation, wrapped in sympathy. The quill poised, hungry. Elian didn't rise to the bait. His expression didn't change. Hogwarts has been welcoming. I am here to learn. My background is irrelevant to the events in Hogsmeade. Is it? She pressed, her smile turning razor thin. Some might say it explains a great deal. A longing for belonging, a desire to impress new peers, perhaps even to impress a certain headmaster who has taken a peculiar interest in you. Ah! So they were going there. To Dumbledore. Elian felt a cold calm settle over him. Headmaster Dumbledore is responsible for all his students. My interactions with him have been regarding my academic transition. Nothing more. Academic transition. Skeeter pounced, scenting blood. Is that what they're calling private, late-night meetings in the headmaster's office now? Meetings from which other students emerge looking haunted. She was clearly referencing Harry's recent state. What exactly is taught in these transitional lessons, Mr. Thorne? Is it standard curriculum? Or something darker? The air in the room seemed to grow heavier. The quill was a frantic green blur. Elian leaned forward, just an inch. For the first time, he allowed a trace of something other than neutrality into his voice, a faint, cool amusement. Are you suggesting, Miss Skeeter, that the headmaster of Hogwarts is engaged in improper conduct? That is a very serious allegation for your quill to record. I'm sure the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and indeed the wider wizarding public, would be fascinated to see that particular quote in print, accurately attributed. He wasn't defending himself. He was turning her weapon back on her. The smile vanished from Rita Skeeter's face, replaced by a frozen mask. The quill stopped dead, hovering uncertainly. She had not expected him to understand the game, let alone play it. The silence this time was charged. Elian didn't break it. He simply waited, his gaze steady. Finally, she gave a short, tinkling laugh that sounded like breaking glass. My dear boy, what an imagination you have! I merely inquire after a student's welfare. Now, she said, shifting gears with the agility of a seasoned predator, let's talk about something lighter. Christmas plans. I hear you've received quite the invitation from the Lovegoods. Xenophilius is such a unique thinker. Tell me, are you looking forward to a holiday filled with discussions of Crumplehorn, Snorkax and Nargles? It was a blatant attempt to paint him as a gullible eccentric, associating him with the Quibbler's ridiculous reputation. Elian offered a small, non-committal shrug. I'm grateful for any hospitality during the holidays. And the Granger girl? Skeeter inserted smoothly, her eyes sharp. Lovely, bright witch. Very, close with you and Mr. Potter, from what I observe. A bit of a trio, aren't you? Or is there a special closeness with one over the others? The insinuation was as clear as it was crude. The quill quivered with anticipation. For the first time, a flicker of genuine coldness passed through Elian's eyes. He didn't defend, didn't explain. He simply repeated his mantra, his voice dropping a degree in temperature. My personal relationships are not a subject for this interview. Are we done? My flying lesson is waiting. He made to stand. Not quite. Rita Skeeter said, a note of desperation entering her voice. She hadn't gotten her headline. The prophecy. Sybil Trelawney's little performance. You were there. What did you feel when she pointed her finger at you and babbled about supreme mages and changed paths? Were you frightened? Flattered? Do you feel the weight of destiny upon you, young man? This was it. The heart of the sensational story she wanted. She leaned so far forward she was almost out of her chair, the perfumed smell of her overwhelming. Elian stood up fully. He looked down at her, his tall frame making her seem suddenly small and ridiculous amidst her frills and glitter. Professor Trelawney makes many predictions, he said, his tone utterly flat, dismissing the entire event as trivial. It is part of her subject. I have nothing to add. And with that, he turned and walked to the door. He didn't ask for permission to leave. He simply opened it. But the public has a right to know. Skeeter called after him, her composure finally cracking. Elian paused in the doorway and looked back over his shoulder. The green quill was frantically trying to record his exit. Then I suggest you stick to facts, Miss Skeeter, he said quietly. They are dramatic enough. He pulled the door shut, cutting off her sputtered response and leaving her alone in the stuffy room with only her malicious, scribbling quill for company. In the corridor, the cool air felt like a victory. Harry and Professor McGonagall were gone. He straightened his robes, touched the wand in his pocket for reassurance, and headed back towards the distant, welcoming sounds of the Quidditch pitch. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 166 members. Party Popper. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, A Pen Silenced, A Story Stolen. Chapter 75, A Pen Silenced, A Story Stolen. Rita Skeeter's carefully cultivated smile stiffened on her face as Elian pointedly ignored her proffered hand. The faint, derisive snort he emitted wasn't loud, but in the quiet room, it was as jarring as a door slam. Her fingers curled back, the large green ring glinting under the lamplight. Cheeky little brat, she thought, the thought as venomous as it was swift. But she was a professional. She let her hand fall gracefully to her crocodile skin handbag, her smile thawing into one of amused tolerance. My, a young man of strong character, I see, she tittered, the sound like ice cubes clinking in a glass. Well then, let's dispense with the pleasantries and get to the heart of the matter, shall we? I do hope we can have a productive chat. She cleared her throat with a delicate ahem, the performance beginning anew. From her bag, she produced not just her quick quotes quill, but a sleek, black magical camera that floated up to hover near the ceiling, its lens focusing with a soft whir. The quill, a garish acid green, positioned itself over a fresh roll of parchment. Now, it is my understanding, she began, lacing her fingers together, that you are the first student in Hogwarts storied history to be admitted at the advanced age of 16. A curious anomaly. Tell me, what do you believe caused such an unprecedented delay in your magical education? Was it a lack of ability, or perhaps a lack of interest in our world before now? The quill leapt into action, scratching furiously. Elian watched it. His answer had been a simple confirmation. Yet the quill's nib flew across the parchment, writing line after florid line. He could almost hear it inventing a tragic childhood of suppressed magic and muggle neglect. It was an administrative error, Elian stated, his voice flat. Corrected by the headmaster. The quill scribbled even faster, undeterred by the brevity. Rita's eyes gleamed behind her spectacles. An error. How mundane. But let's move to more thrilling topics, shall we? The Hogsmeade incident. Your account in that alternative publication, The Quibbler, was quite the dramatic read. Battling Death Eaters, a daring escape, it read more like a cheap novel than responsible journalism. In your own words, for the respectable record, she stressed, patting her bag as if to emphasize the Daily Prophet's superiority, what is your true recollection of that day? Were you truly a hero, or merely a bystander caught in the crossfire, your role, embellished after the fact? The accusation was as clear as the lens of her hovering camera. The quill poised, ready to transmute his denial into a confession of fraud. Elian didn't blink. I was present. I gave my account to the proper authorities. The Ministry has the record. It was another stone wall. The quill danced, writing what he imagined was a paragraph about evasive answers and shifting stories. Rita's smile tightened. She changed tack, adopting a tone of conspiratorial concern. You must understand, the public is simply fascinated by you. A late bloomer, tied to a mysterious prophecy, and so close to the famous Harry Potter. Some wonder if this friendship has influenced your perspective. Encouraged a taste for the dramatic. Does Harry often regale you with tales of his adventures? Do you feel pressure to live up to a certain image? It was a masterful twist, impugning his integrity and Harry's in one fell swoop. The camera lens zoomed in slightly on his face. Elian felt a cold flicker of anger, but he kept it banked. My friendship with Harry is based on mutual respect. It has no bearing on facts. Facts. Rita seized the word, leaning forward. A slippery concept, wouldn't you agree? Especially when discussed in publications that also speculate about Crumplehorn, Snorkax and Nargles. She gave a tinkling laugh, meant to diminish Xenophilius Lovegood and anyone associated with him. Your interview with the Quibbler, surely you must have had reservations? Knowing its reputation for printing the fanciful alongside the factual. This was the crux. She wanted him to repudiate the Quibbler, to call it a liar, thus undermining everything it had published about him and Hogsmeade. Elian met her gaze squarely. I found Mr. Lovegood to be a thorough and honest interviewer. I stand by my statements to his publication. The words were simple, but their meaning was a declaration of war on her narrative. Rita Skeeter's nostrils flared. The quill was a frantic green blur, likely writing about stubborn allegiance to fringe ideologies. Just as she opened her mouth to launch another salvo, Elian, still seated, made the subtlest of gestures with his index finger under the cover of the table. A whisper of telekinetic force, precise and invisible, shot out. The furious scratching stopped dead. The sudden silence was louder than the noise had been. Rita Skeeter, mid-sentence, faltered. She glanced at the quill. It hung motionless in the air, its nib dry. Oh, bother, she said, her annoyance poorly masked by a light tone. My little helper seems to have taken a break. Reparo. She flicked her wand at the quill. Nothing happened. The quill remained inert, as if frozen in amber. Reparo, she tried again, more forcefully. Her smile was now a grimace. Honestly, the enchantments on these things are so temperamental. Elian watched, a faint, unreadable expression on his face. Rita grew flustered. She grabbed the quill, shook it, tapped it against the table. It was like trying to revive a dead stick. Useless, she finally hissed, her composure cracking. With a sharp motion, she pointed her wand. Conf Ringo. A small blast shattered the quill into a shower of green splinters and feathers, which fluttered to the floor. She took a deep, composing breath, turning back to Elian with a patently false smile. Technology, my dear. Never to be fully trusted. Now, where were we? She pulled a plain, non-magical quill and a fresh sheet of parchment from her bag, her movements jerky. Let's continue. Manually. It's more authentic, don't you think? The rest of the interview was an exercise in sterile efficiency. Without her malicious scribe, Rita was reduced to jotting down brief, factual notes. She tried to probe about Dumbledore, about the prophecy, about his Christmas plans with the Lovegoods, but Elian's answers remained maddeningly concise and unyielding. He was a fortress, and she had lost her siege engine. Finally, with a sigh of frustration she couldn't entirely hide, she decided to cut her losses. Well, I believe that covers the essentials, she said, her voice brittle. The floating camera descended. Let's have a photo for the piece, shall we? A smile, dear. Think of your public. Click. A flash of light illuminated the room, capturing Elian's impassive face beside Rita's strained smile. Lovely, she said, gathering her things with haste. Thank you for your time, Mr. Thorne. I shall craft a compelling narrative from our little chat. You may go. Elian stood and left without a word. The moment the door clicked shut, Rita slumped in her chair, massaging her temples. The interview was a disaster. She had no sensational quotes, no damning admissions. Just a notebook of bland statements from an infuriatingly controlled boy. And her best quill was destroyed. The photo was her only salvageable asset. She could write 1,000 words about the brooding, uncooperative mystery boy. Elian did not go to lunch. He went straight to the Gryffindor dormitory, his mind working. He waited until the tower was quiet, then lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness slip free. His astral form, invisible and silent, drifted through the castle. It didn't take long to find the guest suite where Rita Skeeter was staying, a lavish room undoubtedly arranged by Umbridge. The journalist herself was not there, likely still enjoying a sycophantic lunch with the High Inquisitor. Her luggage, the garish crocodile skin case and a larger trunk, stood by the bed. With a thought, Elian's telekinetic grasp, even in spirit form, found the clasps. They sprang open. He sifted through the contents, rolls of used parchment from other interviews, bottles of perfume, gaudy scarves. And there, nestled in a padded compartment, was her notebook from their interview and the developed photographic plate from the camera, still shimmering with developing magic. A whisper of power, and the pages in the notebook containing her notes on Elian Thorne crumbled into fine, grey ash. The photographic plate fogged over, then cleared, revealing an image of an empty chair beside a confused-looking Rita Skeeter. He had simply erased himself from the magical exposure. He carefully rearranged everything to look undisturbed and withdrew. Later that afternoon, a frantic owl arrived at the Daily Prophet. The message from Rita Skeeter was short and furious: interview subject uncooperative. Notes corrupted by faulty charm work. Photographic plate defective. No usable material. Require extension to pursue alternative angles. In her lavish guest room, Rita stared at her blank notebook and the useless photo, a cold, inexplicable dread settling in her stomach. It was as if the interview had never happened. And the boy, that tall, quiet boy with the watchful eyes, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was somehow responsible. Her story, her coveted headline, had vanished into thin air. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Missing Manuscripts. Chapter 76, Missing Manuscripts. The office of Barnabas Cuff, editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, vibrated with barely contained fury. Rita Skeeter stood before his desk, her usual confidence frayed. 10 pages, Barnabas. I interviewed them both. The Thorne boy was, infuriatingly quiet, but I had angles. My quill malfunctioned. I had to take notes by hand. Cuff's face was pale with anger. Handwritten notes which have now, miraculously, vanished. Along with the photographic plate. He leaned forward. Do you have any idea the position you've put me in? I assured the minister we would be running a definitive piece today. Get out. Rita fled, humiliation burning her ears. This was no accident. Someone had stolen from her. Her mind circled back to the tall, silent boy with the watchful eyes. Elian Thorne. An hour later, a howler from Cornelius Fudge erupted in the newsroom, his voice roaring with rage over the missing story. Rita wished she could disappear. At Hogwarts, the absence of the expected smear job was a mystery. It's odd, Hermione murmured over lunch, flipping through the latest Prophet. No mention of Harry or Elian. Tell me about it, Ron said. I was braced for it. Harry nodded. It's a relief, but weird. He looked at Elian, who was calmly eating. You're not curious? Elian shrugged. The Prophet prints what the Ministry wants. If they're silent, the Ministry didn't get what it wanted. Ron, grinning, slid into the seat opposite Elian. You don't know the half of it, mate. During the Triwizard Tournament, Hermione gave Harry a good luck hug. Skeeter spun it into a torrid, secret romance. Wrote that Hermione was his secret heartthrob. It was hilarious. Hermione's face flushed scarlet. Ronald Weasley. It was libelous. A dinner roll smacked Ron's forehead. Ow! See? Violent, too. Ron yelped, still grinning. Elian looked from Ron to Hermione's furious, crimson face. A slow smile touched his lips. A secret heartthrob, hey! Hermione met his gaze, saw the amusement, and her anger melted into flustered embarrassment. Don't you start! Ron whispered, I think I've still got that old issue. I'll dig it out for you. Ronald, if you show him, I will end you. Hermione hissed. Elian chuckled. I think I'd like to see it. With a sound of frustration, Hermione jumped up. You're just as bad. She swatted at Elian's shoulder. He laughed, pushing his chair back and darting away, Hermione hot on his heels. They weaved through the great hall, a burst of levity. Elian skidded to a halt outside the doors. Hermione, caught by surprise, plowed into his back. Ow! Elian, you idiot, my nose, she whined, rubbing it. They noticed Argus Filch shuffling past, carrying a ladder and a large, framed parchment, a new educational decree. Another one. Hermione groaned. Probably all laughter is forbidden, Elian muttered. He turned back to Hermione, his expression softening. He gently moved her hand from her nose. Here, let me see. It's all red. His touch was light. Hermione froze. The corridor faded. She saw only his clear eyes studying her face, felt the warm brush of his fingers. Her heart thumped. It's fine, she whispered, her voice small. Her cheeks were on fire. To hide her embarrassment, she shook her head, hair flying. Come on, she said, her voice brisk as she stepped back. We should see what fresh horror Umbridge has dreamed up. She hurried off, not looking back. Elian watched her go, a faint smile on his lips. He'd seen the deep crimson flush on her ears and neck before she turned away. Shaking his head with a quiet chuckle, he followed. The mystery of the missing article, the new decree, the shadow of Voldemort for a moment, all of it was pushed aside by the simple, puzzling sight of a brilliantly flustered Hermione Granger. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, The Decree and the Last Meeting. Chapter 77, The Decree and the Last Meeting. Clang! 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 Argus Filch stood on his stepladder, swinging his hammer with grim satisfaction. With each blow, the new educational decree was nailed more firmly to the stone wall of the entrance hall. A small crowd of students had gathered, watching silently as yet another rule was added to the growing collection. The wall, now unofficially known as the Umbridge Decree Wall, was becoming a tapestry of oppressive bureaucracy. Everyone knew it was only a matter of time before it was completely covered. Filch, his chest puffed out so that the badge of Umbridge's inquisitorial squad shone prominently, gave the parchment a final, precise adjustment before climbing down. He strode away, his expression a mix of pride and malicious glee. Hermione stepped closer, her brow furrowed as she read the fresh decree aloud, her voice low and tense. Educational Decree Number 26, by order of the Hogwarts High Inquisitor, teachers are prohibited from providing students with any information not directly related to their subject's approved curriculum. Elian let out a soft, incredulous breath. It sounded dry, but its meaning was chilling. Read another way, it forbade teachers from talking to students about anything else. No guidance, no warnings, certainly no mention of the dark truth swirling outside the castle walls. Is she completely mad? Hermione whispered, turning to Elian with wide, frustrated eyes. The surrounding students muttered in agreement, their faces a mix of anger and defeat. Elian shook his head slightly. Trust me, Hermione, he said, his voice calm but firm. Umbridge's reign won't last much longer. Christmas was approaching, and with it, the end of term. He could feel the precarious balance of the year shifting, like a snow-laden branch about to snap. As the holidays neared, the meetings of Dumbledore's army had become more frequent, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week. A new, intense energy fueled them, and Elian knew he was the cause. Since his brutal, eye-opening lesson, the room of requirement had transformed more often into a training ground than a classroom. The room itself had adapted, growing larger, its walls more padded, to accommodate duels that were less about elegant spellwork and more about pragmatic, sometimes ruthless, combat. The news of the Azkaban breakout had been a cold shock that galvanized them further. The Ministry's story about Sirius Black was laughable to most DA members now. They trained with a grim understanding that the world outside was not playing by school rules. Tonight was to be the last meeting of the term. Elian leaned against a padded wall, observing as small groups sparred. He occasionally called out advice, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. Seamus, don't let him get his footing. Stun him while he's off balance. Ron, decisiveness. Lavender's more decisive than you right now. Padma, Parvati, good use of misdirection. Keep moving, don't let them pin you down. The Paddle twins shot him a grateful, synchronized smile. Elian had to admit, the twin witches of Gryffindor were a formidable pair when they embraced clever tactics over brute force. He had, somewhat reluctantly, helped the entire DA shed their hesitation about unsporting behavior. Even Hermione, after being bested by a cunning feint from Neville, had abandoned any high-minded notions of dueling etiquette. Survival, it turned out, was a great motivator. As the session wound down, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered everyone. Elian stayed back, absently turning his unique sandalwood wand over in his fingers, feeling the faint hum of its Zuhair core. Shouldn't we call him over? Ron muttered to Hermione, nodding toward Elian. Hermione glanced over, a complex flutter in her stomach at the sight of him, part fondness, part lingering frustration over the Christmas invitation mess. He's not an official member, remember, she said, a bit more sharply than she intended. Oh, right, Ron said, looking away. His gaze accidentally met Lavender Brown's across the room. She smiled brightly at him. Ron blinked, a faint pink tinge rising to his ears. Harry noticed and nudged him. Ahem, Harry began, addressing the room. This is our last meeting this term. Happy Christmas, everyone, and we'll see you next year. A round of applause broke out, warm and sincere. One by one, members began to filter out, calling their goodbyes. Merry Christmas, Harry. See you next term, Hermione. Happy holidays. To Elian's surprise, almost every single member, as they passed him on their way to the door, paused to wish him a Merry Christmas too. He received nods, smiles, and murmured thanks. He returned each one with a slight, genuine smile of his own, touched by the unspoken acknowledgement of his role in their strange, secret army. Soon, only a handful remained. Elian noticed Cho Chang lingering near the bookshelves, her eyes seeking Harry's. Hermione saw it too. She trotted over to Elian, who was still looking somewhat bemused by the well wishes. Come on, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. We should go. What? Elian asked, not quite following. Hermione rolled her eyes and gestured subtly with her chin toward Cho and Harry. Honestly. They're waiting to talk. Let's not be, Conspicuous. Oh. Right, of course, Elian said, comprehension dawning. He raised his voice just enough to be heard across the room. Well, Harry, Cho, don't stay up too late. Hermione and I are off. Hermione flushed, swatting his arm lightly. You are so obvious, she hissed, dragging him toward the door. What? I was just being considerate. You were being loud. Their bickering faded as the door to the room of requirement slid shut behind them, leaving Harry and Cho in a suddenly very quiet, and very awkward, room. Harry scratched the back of his neck. Cho offered a shy smile. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, A Kiss Before Christmas. Chapter 78, A Kiss Before Christmas. Elian mentally kicked himself. Of course. Cho Chang had stayed behind to kiss Harry. How had he forgotten that detail? He couldn't be expected to remember every moment of the original story, especially when he was living his own chaotic version of it. No wonder Harry had been shooting him those frantic looks earlier. He'd completely misinterpreted them. The DA meetings always ended late, and the corridors of Hogwarts were mostly deserted at this hour. Most students had retreated to their common rooms or turned in early. A few dedicated scholars, like Hermione, might still be in the library, but tonight, she walked beside him, their path meandering not toward Gryffindor Tower, but toward one of the castle's many interior courtyards. Hogwarts had several small, secluded gardens, places for students to find a moment of peace. As they walked, Elian's sharp eyes picked out shadowy figures in alcoves and behind statues, couples stealing private moments, wrapped up in each other. It was a stark reminder of the normal teenage life that persisted even under Umbridge's thumb. He found it surprisingly touching, and a little shocking in its openness. Hermione, however, seemed completely unfazed, striding past without a second glance. About the holidays, she began abruptly, her voice cutting through the quiet. Do you have somewhere to go? The concern in her tone was genuine. My parents left me the house in London, Elian answered. It was the truth, though the thought of returning to the empty, quiet building on Carnaby Street felt less like going home and more like entering a museum of his old life. Hermione frowned, her steps slowing. I've been thinking. I don't think you should go back there. She bit her lip, wrestling with something. I think you should talk to Professor Dumbledore. Maybe go to the Phoenix. She trailed off, clapping a hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with alarm. She had almost said it. The Order of the Phoenix was a secret. Elian looked at her, amused by her sudden panic. The Order of the Phoenix, you mean? How do you? Professor Dumbledore told me, Elian said smoothly, his tone casual. He even asked me to join. I declined. Hermione stopped walking altogether, staring at him in the dim torchlight. Dumbledore invited you? And you said no? Yes. But why wouldn't you? Why would I? He countered, his expression serene, as if turning down the legendary Albus Dumbledore was the most natural thing in the world. The sheer, baffling audacity of it left Hermione momentarily speechless. Then she remembered the golden sparks of his shields, the way he moved without a wand, the ancient feel of his magic. Comitage. Of course. He walked a different path. Elian, she said, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. You know you're being called a new prophecy by some people out there? By the Death Eaters? If you leave Hogwarts, you'll be a target. With the Azkaban breakout, there are more of them loose than ever. They're going to get braver. Harry, he has protection at his aunt's house, for some reason. But you're different. The flood of worried words struck him. He hadn't thought of it, not properly. He'd been so focused on his own growth, on the system, on navigating Hogwarts, that the vulnerability of his position outside its walls hadn't fully registered. Her fear for him was etched clearly on her face, and it warmed him even as it brought the danger into sharp focus. "I see," he said softly, his earlier nonchalance fading into sincerity. "You're right. I'll think about it. I know about the Order's headquarters. If I need to, I'll speak to Dumbledore. I promise I won't be reckless." He offered her a small, reassuring smile. Hermione studied his face, looking for the truth behind the words. She saw it, and some of the tension left her shoulders. She opened her mouth to say something more, to plan or argue further. Suddenly, Elian moved. He closed the small distance between them in a single, swift step. His face was suddenly very close to hers. "Merry Christmas," he murmured, his voice low. "Early present." Then he kissed her. It was brief, just a soft, firm press of his lips against hers, lasting only a heartbeat. Before her stunned brain could even begin to process the sensation, the warmth, the slight shock, the flutter that erupted in her chest, he was gone. He had already stepped back, a faint, unreadable smile on his face, and then he turned and walked quickly away, his footsteps echoing softly before fading around a corner. He didn't dare stay. If he waited for her reaction, he was fairly certain he'd be hexed into next week. Hermione stood frozen in the middle of the empty corridor. A strange, tingling numbness spread from her lips through her entire body. Slowly, she raised a hand to touch them. Her face, she was sure, was cycling through every shade of red and white imaginable. Her ears felt like they were on fire. She looked around furtively, her heart pounding. The corridor was empty. No one had seen. A dizzying mix of outrage, shock, and a giddy, bubbling joy warred within her. Finally, the joy won, settling into a persistent, secret smile. She couldn't suppress it. All the way back to the Gryffindor common room, through the portrait hole, and up the stairs to her dormitory, the smile never left her face. The fifth-year Gryffindor girls' dormitory housed 3, Hermione Granger, Parvati Patil, and Lavender Brown. Hermione entered to find the other 2 already in their nightclothes. "Hey, Hermione," Parvati said, looking up from her bed. "What's with the grin? You're giggling to yourself." Lavender sat up, her eyes gleaming with immediate interest. "Yeah, Hermione. Spill. You look like someone who just got a NEWT in happiness. Did something happen? With a boy?" "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione said, too quickly, climbing into her 4-poster and pulling the curtains partway shut. "I just remembered something funny from earlier." It was a pathetic excuse, and it fooled no one. Parvati slid off her bed and padded over to Hermione's, pulling the curtain open. "Hermione, your face is the color of a Weasley sweater. It's Elian, isn't it? We're not blind. It's not like Lavender and Ron." Lavender let out a good-natured laugh. "It's true. Everyone can see how you 2 are together. Come on, tell us. Did he finally say something?" Hermione shook her head, burrowing deeper into her pillows. "It was indescribable. If he'd confessed, she could have said they were together. But he'd just kissed her. And then run away. The coward. The wonderful, infuriating, heart-stopping coward." Lavender and Parvati exchanged a look. With a synchronized movement, they launched themselves onto Hermione's bed. "If you won't tell us the truth," Parvati declared, grinning, "we'll have to tickle it out of you." "Parvati, get her other arm." Lavender chirped. "Oh, stop it, you 2. Don't. Hermione protested, but she was laughing now, unable to stop. The three of them tussled playfully in the dormitory, the sounds of their carefree laughter a bright, defiant counterpoint to the darkening world outside. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Harry lay awake in the dark. His mind was a whirl of the kiss with Cho, sweet, awkward, filled with the ghost of Cedric and the looming dread of the holidays at Privet Drive. He sighed, rolling over. And on the other side of the room, Elian lay perfectly still in his own bed, staring at the canopy above. A soft, system-generated chime that only he could hear had just echoed in his mind. A new mission prompt hovered at the edge of his consciousness. He focused on it, letting the words resolve. System mission updated, the safeguard. Objective: secure your personal safety during the Christmas holidays. The threat level has been reassessed as elevated. Suggested paths: 1. Accept Dumbledore's offer of sanctuary. 2. Fortify your ancestral location. 3. Establish a mobile defensive protocol. Reward: upon successful resolution, affinity with mystic shields will increase. Failure consequence: high risk of lethal engagement. Elian's lips, which still tingled faintly, set into a firm line. Hermione's worry had been valid. The system had just made it official. The holiday, it seemed, would not be a rest. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, A New Mission and a Proposal. Chapter 79, A New Mission and a Proposal. The dignity of the Supreme Mage is not to be challenged. None may threaten the Supreme Mage's peace. Bonus mission issued: to prevent host idleness during the holiday period, eliminate or capture as many Death Eaters as possible. Reward: variable, based on number of Death Eaters neutralized. Current count: 0. Elian let out a soft, exasperated sigh into the darkness of his 4-poster bed. A holiday! He was finally going to get a break from Umbridge's decrees and the constant tension. And now the system decided he needed a part-time job as a Death Eater hunter? It was almost comical in its relentlessness. But complaining was pointless. The Supreme Mage system did not negotiate. It presented its objective with cold, immutable clarity. Do it, or face the unstated consequences of ignoring a direct mission. Due to the unusual age gap, Elian had little in common with his first-year Gryffindor dorm mates. While they excitedly discussed chocolate frog cards or whispered about magical toys after lights out, Elian's mind was occupied with astral projection, mystic shields, and systemic prompts about lethal threats. He was a quiet outsider in his own dorm, viewed with a mixture of awe, fear, and childish suspicion by the 11-year-olds. He didn't mind the solitude. In fact, it had one significant advantage: they fell asleep early and slept deeply, their young bodies needing the rest. Now, as the deep, even breathing of his roommates filled the dark room, Elian knew the common rooms and corridors would still have a few students lingering. But here, he had perfect privacy. He hadn't changed into pajamas. Sitting up silently, he slipped the sling ring onto his finger. With a practiced, deliberate motion of his hand, he traced a circle in the air before him. Sparks of shimmering, golden-red light erupted from his fingertips, weaving together to form a perfect, vertical ring, a portal. Through it, he could see a familiar, cluttered office lit by lamplight. On the other side, Albus Dumbledore, who had been poring over a stack of old parchments, suddenly went still. His head snapped up, his bright blue eyes sharp behind his half-moon spectacles. In an instant, his wand was in his hand, and he was on his feet, every inch the powerful wizard, his gaze locked on the space where the golden light was now coalescing. What manner of magic was this? No alarm had sounded. No wards had been triggered in the usual way. There was only a silent, spatial tear forming in the heart of his office. Then, the portal solidified. And through it, stepping as casually as one might step through a doorway, came Elian Thorne, still in his school robes. Dumbledore's eyes flickered past the boy to the scene visible within the portal, the unmistakable interior of a Gryffindor first-year dormitory. His mind, usually so orderly, raced. A portal. A stable, instantly created gateway between two defined points. It wasn't apparition, there was no crack, no discomfort. It wasn't a portkey, no object was involved. It was clean, precise, and utterly revolutionary. For the second time this term, the foundations of Dumbledore's vast magical understanding were gently, profoundly shaken. He stood, wand half raised, momentarily speechless. "I apologize for the late visit, Headmaster Dumbledore," Elian said, the portal dissolving into sparks behind him. "I hope I didn't startle you." Dumbledore lowered his wand slowly, a chuckle finally escaping him as he removed his spectacles to polish them, a familiar gesture that masked his sheer astonishment. "My dear boy, you possess a singular talent for the dramatic and the awe-inspiring. A late-night visit via a spatial aperture suggests a matter of some urgency. Please, sit." He gestured to a comfortable chair opposite his desk, his mind still whirring. The implications of such magic for communication, for mobility, for strategy. Elian took the offered seat. Dumbledore settled back into his own, his twinkling eyes fixed on Elian with intense curiosity. "That was quite an entrance. Another facet of your distinct magical arts, I presume?" Elian nodded. "A tool for convenience. But you're right, Professor. I am here about an urgent matter. The holidays are approaching." "Ah," Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers. "A time for rest, for family. Though I suspect for you, as for Harry, the concept of a peaceful holiday is somewhat elusive." "More than somewhat," Elian agreed, his expression turning serious. "I've been made aware that my status as an anomaly, a new prophecy as some are calling it, makes me a priority target, especially with so many Death Eaters now at large." Dumbledore's face grew solemn. "A valid and grave concern. The offer to join the Order of the Phoenix, and the sanctuary that comes with it, remains open, Elian. Grimmauld Place, while not cheerful, is protected by Fidelius's charm. You would be safe there." "That is one option," Elian said, leaning forward slightly. "But, Professor, I have a different proposal. A collaborative one." He met Dumbledore's gaze directly. "Instead of merely seeking sanctuary, what if I could be of active use? You and the Order are gathering intelligence, tracking Death Eater movements. I am asking you to share that information with me." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline. "Share intelligence? For what purpose, Elian?" "To reduce their numbers," Elian stated, his voice calm but utterly devoid of boastfulness. It was a simple statement of fact. "I cannot sit idle in a safe house while they plot. My path requires proactive defense. You have the network, the eyes and ears. I have a specific set of skills that are uniquely suited to dealing with isolated, mobile threats. Give me locations, patterns, names of those who are most vulnerable away from their master's side. Let me handle them." The office was silent save for the gentle snoring of a portrait. Dumbledore studied Elian, seeing not a reckless teenager, but the same determined, frighteningly capable young man who had outmaneuvered 6 Death Eaters and revealed a Horcrux. He saw the weight of a different kind of magic, one with its own rules and demands. "You are asking me to sanction a campaign," Dumbledore said softly. "I am asking you to cooperate in weakening the enemy," Elian corrected. "Surgically. Quietly. Without risking your Order members in open skirmishes." Think of it as freelance pest control for the wizarding world. A faint, grim smile touched Dumbledore's lips. The metaphor was darkly apartment. And what would you do with these Death Eaters, should you find them? Bring them to the Ministry? They are corrupt and useless. The Ministry's cells clearly cannot hold them, Elian said. Azkaban has proven porous. My objective would be permanent neutralization. By any means necessary. The phrase hung in the air. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a long moment. He saw the faces of those he had tried to save, and those he had lost. He saw the utter pragmatism in Elian's plan, a pragmatism born of a power that operated outside the conventional moral framework of their world. It was a tempting, dangerous solution. Your power is great, Elian, Dumbledore said finally, opening his eyes. But power requires guidance. Wisdom. Are you prepared for the consequences of such actions? Not just the physical danger, but the weight on your soul. Elian thought of the system's mission, of the cold calculus it represented. My path has its own wisdom, Professor. And my soul is already committed to this fight. The consequences of inaction, I believe, are far heavier. Dumbledore leaned back, the leather of his chair creaking. He looked old, then, burdened by centuries of magical warfare. But in his eyes, a spark of desperate hope warred with deep concern. Very well, he said, his voice a low rumble. I will not give you a list and send you out like an assassin. But I will consult with certain members of the Order. If credible, actionable intelligence comes to us about a Death Eater acting alone, in a way that threatens the innocent, I will consider passing it to you. This is not an endorsement, Elian. It is a grim acknowledgement of a grim war, and of your unique position within it. You must promise me absolute discretion, and that you will take no reckless, unplanned action. Elian nodded. That is all I ask. A cooperative arrangement. Thank you, Professor. As Elian stood to leave, preparing to summon another portal, Dumbledore spoke again. And Elian? Do consider spending some of the holiday at Grimmauld Place. If not for safety, then for camaraderie. Miss Granger will be there, as will the Weasleys. And Sirius would be delighted to meet the young man who is causing so much stir. Elian paused, a different kind of warmth touching his heart at the mention of Hermione. I'll consider that too. Good night, Professor. With another circular motion, the gateway opened back to his silent dormitory. He stepped through, and the light vanished, leaving Dumbledore alone in his office, staring at the empty space, contemplating the terrifying, promising weapon he had just agreed to partially unleash upon the darkness. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 80, The Hunting Plan. We have reached the goal of 60 Patreon members. 2 Hearts. As promised, 5 bonus chapters will be uploaded. Thanks a lot, guys. Let's hit 50 stones now and 100 Patreon members. 2 Hearts. Chapter 80, The Hunting Plan. Share Death Eater profiles? Dumbledore paused, his hand hovering over a delicate silver instrument on his desk. That is a considerable request, Elian. It is not impossible, but I must understand your purpose. He moved slowly back to his chair, his eyes never leaving the young man before him. He had hoped Elian would join the Order, becoming a protected asset within their ranks. Sharing intelligence with an independent operator was a far riskier proposition. Elian had anticipated the question. His answer was direct, stripped of any pretense. I intend to hunt them during the holidays. If you have information on Death Eater movements, locations, or identities, give them to me. I will deal with them. The statement hung in the air, stark and simple. Dumbledore's eyes, usually twinkling with hidden knowledge, sharpened with intensity. The boy was not boasting. He was stating a tactical plan. The memory of the Hogsmeade Report 5 experienced Death Eaters slaughtered, Lucius Malfoy fleeing in terror was vivid. Here was a weapon of immense, focused power offering its services. Mr. Thorne, Dumbledore began, his voice measured. If you don't mind, I would still appreciate the reasoning behind this proactive approach. One does not typically seek out such dangerous quarrels on a whim. It is a burdensome path. A faint, knowing smile touched Dumbledore's lips as he peered over his spectacles. He was testing, probing for the motivation beneath the cool confidence. Elian met his gaze steadily. Professor, you know the Dark Lord and his followers have taken a marked interest in me. Leaving Hogwarts makes me a vulnerable target. I prefer to dictate the terms of engagement. Waiting for danger to come to my doorstep is a losing strategy. His tone was calm, analytical. The profound danger of being hunted by the most feared terrorists in the wizarding world was, in his delivery, reduced to a logistical problem to be solved. Dumbledore was struck anew by the sheer, unnerving steadiness of him. To most, even to many seasoned aurors, the mention of a Death Eater plot would bring a chill, a flicker of fear. In Elian's voice, there was only resoluteness. It was not bravado, but the quiet certainty of someone who had already assessed the threat and found himself not wanting. I have still underestimated him, Dumbledore thought, a wave of solemn amazement washing over him. He had recognized power, but this was a mindset, a chillingly practical warrior's calculus. Very well, Dumbledore said at length, rising from his seat. He moved around the desk, his robes whispering against the stone floor. In that case, Mr. Thorne, I believe we can come to an arrangement. Let us call it a collaborative understanding. He extended his right hand. For the Order, perpetually outnumbered and operating from the shadows, such an ally was not to be refused. It was an unconventional, perhaps morally ambiguous, but undeniably potent opportunity. Elian stood and took the offered hand. Dumbledore's grip was firm and surprisingly warm. It's a pleasure to cooperate, Elian said. Any credible information you can provide, at any time, will be put to use. There was a quiet eagerness in his words, a hunter's anticipation that did not escape Dumbledore's notice. Meanwhile, far from the warmth of the headmaster's office, a chill permeated the drawing room of Malfoy Manor. The Dark Lord sat in a high-backed chair, his bone-white fingers stroking the scales of the great snake Nagini coiled beside him. His Death Eaters stood in a semicircle before him, a tableau of fear and devotion. My lord! I beg forgiveness, stammered a cloaked figure, Amicus Caro, his body trembling violently. The intelligence was flawed, we did not anticipate an order guard. The Dark Lord lifted a hand, the gesture silencing the man's pleas. His high, cold voice sliced through the tense air. Dear Amicus, compose yourself. Dumbledore's vermin are more prepared than we credited. This failure is not yours alone. The words were magnanimous, but the red glint in his slit-pupilled eyes promised otherwise for future disappointments. Amicus sagged with relief, muttering thanks. Beside him, his sister Alecto gazed at the Dark Lord with fervent, grateful eyes. This adoration drew a sudden, grating laugh from the shadows. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped forward, her wild hair framing a face alive with manic fervor. Two useless fools. Can't even manage a simple piece of information, she crowed. Amicus. Alecto. Next time you fail, I promise you will not stand before our Lord at all. Her voice echoed madly in the high-ceilinged room. No one dared to challenge her. Bellatrix, fresh from Azkaban and burning with fanatical zeal, held a privileged place in her master's favor. She was a weapon they all feared. The Dark Lord's thin lips stretched into what might have been a smile. Bellatrix, my most loyal. Your fire has been missed. Welcome home. He acknowledged the others with a nod. All of you. Your return strengthens us. The recent failures had gnawed at him, seeding doubts about the competence and loyalty of his followers. But with his inner circle restored, the fanatics, the ruthless, the truly devoted, some of his irritation eased. He had his instruments again. Now, the Dark Lord hissed, his voice dropping. We turn to other matters. The Potter Boy remains a priority. But there is a new variable. A name spoken with increasing frequency. Elian Thorne, Bellatrix spat, her eyes alight with interest. The new prophecy child. A Muggle-born upstart at Hogwarts. Let me deal with him, my lord. Let me peel the skin from his bones and see what makes him so special. Patience, Bellatrix, the Dark Lord murmured, still stroking Nagini. Hogwarts' term ends soon. He will return to the Muggle world, away from Dumbledore's protection. He turned his gaze to a still, silent figure standing slightly apart from the others, shrouded in shadow. Severus. All eyes shifted. Bellatrix's expression curdled into instant, venomous hatred. Snape, she snarled. That traitor? He slithers back to your side, my lord. The Dark Lord's hand stilled on Nagini. Silence, Bella. Severus's position is of my own design. His value is proven. He returned his attention to the potion's master. You will ascertain Throne's precise location in the Muggle world. The address where he will spend his holiday. I wish to know the ground upon which this anomaly walks. From the depths of his cloak, Severus Snape gave a slow, shallow bow. It will be done, my lord. His face was a mask of impassive obedience, revealing nothing of the cold dread that had just pooled in his stomach. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, For Draco's Sake. Chapter 81, For Draco's Sake. Severus Snape. The name hung in the air of Malfoy Manor's drawing room like a foul odor. To the gathered Death Eaters, it was a symbol of betrayal and comfortable survival while they had suffered. If not for the Dark Lord's clear, inexplicable fondness for the man, many of them would have tried to kill Snape the moment he reappeared. In their eyes, he was the first to crawl to Dumbledore for protection after their master's fall, living a safe, soft life as they were hunted or tortured in Azkaban. Their resentment was a palpable force, but none dared voice it except one. Master, Bellatrix Lestrange hissed, her eyes burning with a fervent, possessive fire as she glared at Snape's cloaked form. I beg you to be cautious with Severus. Do not trust him too deeply. I know his nature better than most. Her voice was a mix of pleading and venom. The Dark Lord's hand, which had been gently stroking Nagini, paused. The air grew colder. Bellatrix, despite her privileged madness, felt a sliver of primal fear and fell silent. She knew her limits. For anyone else, such an insinuation would have meant a flash of green light. Bellatrix, my loyal one, the Dark Lord said, his voice a soft, chilling whisper. Your devotion is beyond question. But so is my understanding of Severus. His position was a necessity, a deep cover to await my return. His loyalty to me has never wavered. Do not question my judgment again. It was not a request. The finality in his tone silenced all dissent. The assembled Death Eaters stood in stiff, quiet submission, the only sound their own careful breathing. With the order now alert, our direct actions must become more subtle, the Dark Lord continued, rising from his throne-like chair. His bare, bone-white feet made soft, unsettling sounds on the stone floor. But other opportunities present themselves. For now, attend to your tasks. With Nagini slithering beside him, he swept from the room, leaving a vacuum of tension in his wake. The moment he was gone, the silent fury found a new target. Bellatrix whirled on Lucius Malfoy, her lip curled in a sneer. Well, Lucius. I'm surprised the master let you keep your skin. What use does he have for a failure who lets a schoolboy slaughter his comrades? Lucius's face, already pale, tightened. His silver-handled wand was in his hand in an instant. Mind your tongue, Bellatrix. You owe your freedom from Azkaban to our resources and planning. Show some gratitude, or are the Dementors still rattling in your hollow head? Narcissa Malfoy stepped closer to her husband, her own wand subtly raised. Her voice was cold as ice. Yes, Bellatrix. You should be on your knees thanking us, not spewing your madness here. Perhaps the Dementors did more damage than we thought. Crack! The sound of Bellatrix's knuckles tightening on her own wand was sharp in the quiet room. For a moment, it seemed curses would fly. The other Death Eaters watched with cold, detached interest, making no move to intervene. Then, Bellatrix let out a wild, screeching laugh. Ha! Look at you! So scared! Lucius, you're trembling. You're not even as brave as your wife, you pathetic worm. Her mad eyes bored into him. Lucius's arm tensed, but Narcissa's hand closed over his wrist, a silent, desperate plea in her eyes. Not here. Not now. Tisk boring, Bellatrix spat, seeing she wouldn't get her fight. She shoved her wand back into her robes with a jerky motion. Go cower with your wife, Lucius. You're good at that. With a final contemptuous look, she stalked from the hall. The other Death Eaters, seeing the spectacle was over, melted away into the shadows without a word. When they were alone, the fierce mask on Narcissa's face crumbled into deep worry. She kept her hold on Lucius's arm. Don't provoke her, Lucius. She is utterly unhinged. We must think of Draco. At the mention of their son, Lucius's anger bled away into a colder, more profound fear. He lowered his wand, his shoulders slumping slightly. Narcissa. I am no longer certain of anything. That boy, throne, the magic he used. I have never seen or heard of its like. It was, structured, but alien. And the power. He shuddered, the memory of the crimson-cloaked figures and silent, brutal death still fresh. Narcissa nodded slowly, her elegant features drawn. I feel it too, Lucius. A coldness in my heart. A doubt. The Dark Lord is powerful, yes. But this Elian Thorne, he is an unknown. A variable that does not obey the old rules. She looked around the empty, opulent, and grim hall, then back at her husband. Our priority cannot be the Master's glory. Not anymore. Lucius met her gaze, seeing his own terrible thoughts reflected there. For years, their loyalty had been tied to pure-blood ideology, fear, and ambition. Now, it was pared down to one single, driving force. He took her hand, his voice dropping to the barest whisper. For Draco. Narcissa squeezed his fingers, her eyes hard with maternal resolve. For Draco. Far away in the Slytherin common room, Draco Malfoy had no idea his parents had just skirted a deadly duel for his sake. He lounged in a high-backed chair by the greenish fire, holding court. Crabbe, Goyle, you'll both come to the manor for the holidays. Your fathers will be there, he declared, as if bestowing a great favor. Crabbe and Goyle, their mouths full of pumpkin pasty, grunted in acknowledgement. Draco watched them eat with familiar disdain. All brawn, no brain. Useful, but so dull. Draco, said Pansy Parkinson, simpering at his side, is it true there will be company at the manor this year? Important company. Draco allowed a smug, knowing smile. Perhaps. Father says the social calendar is always full during the holidays. It'll be a relief to be somewhere, civilized. He cast a scornful look around the stone dungeon, though it was lined with rich tapestries and silver. Away from the mud-blood stench and blood traders. And finally, some proper service. Hogwarts is utterly lacking in decent house elves. A chorus of agreement rose from the gathered Slytherins' complaints about the food, the company, the lack of luxury. Draco basked in it, the center of attention. The holidays meant a return to his rightful place, to a world where the Malfoy name still commanded respect and fear. He felt a thrill of anticipation. Let Potter and his freakish friend Throne skulk around their muggle hovels. He would be in a mansion, at the heart of the real wizarding world's power. He had no inkling that the foundation of that world, in his own home, was cracking under the weight of a new, terrifying fear, born out of love for him. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, An Invitation from Severus Snape. Chapter 82, An Invitation from Severus Snape. Perhaps it was the collective longing for the Christmas break, or maybe Dolores Umbridge was simply too busy planning her next wave of decrees to cause fresh trouble. For whatever reason, the final days of the Hogwarts term slipped by with surprising speed. Tomorrow, the Hogwarts Express would carry students home for the holidays. While some would stay in the castle, a palpable sense of impending departure filled the air. Even Harry Potter, who usually dreaded returning to Privet Drive, felt a flicker of anticipation this year. He had a godfather now, a connection to a world that felt like his own. The Great Hall during breakfast on the last full day was noisy with plans and packing lists. "Hey, Elian," Ron said around a mouthful of sausage, looking across the table. "Where are you off to for the holidays, then?" "Back to my house in London," Elian replied, his tone matter-of-fact. Ron and Harry exchanged a quick, hesitant look. They'd briefly discussed inviting him to the Burrow, but with Mr. Weasley still recovering at St. Mungo's, it hadn't felt right to offer. Ron cleared his throat awkwardly. "Right, of course, your own place." Ron trailed off. "But you're going to the Lovegoods for Christmas Day, aren't you?" Harry interjected, remembering the article in the Quibbler. Ron's face lit up with relief. "Oh, brilliant! I'd completely forgotten that." "Well, that's all right then. Would have been a bit grim, Christmas on your own." Elian fought the urge to roll his eyes. Their concern was genuine but clumsily delivered, landing like an anvil. "Thanks for the reminder about my solitary orphan status," he thought wryly. He glanced quickly at Hermione, who was studiously buttering a piece of toast, her expression carefully neutral. Good. She wasn't reacting to the mention of Luna's. "Home first," Elian said, steering the conversation firmly away. "Anyway, Harry, how are the occlumency lessons going?" It was a subject he was genuinely curious about. Harry's face clouded slightly. "Once a week. It's happening. I think I'm getting somewhere with it, but it's tricky." He frowned, pushing his eggs around his plate. Occlumency was a subtle, demanding art, requiring a control Harry had never needed to exert. A month of weekly sessions with Snape was barely enough to scratch the surface. Elian suspected Harry's feeling of progress was less about mastery and more about the simple discipline of trying, or perhaps a temporary lull in the storm within his scar. Elian looked at the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead but said nothing. There was no point in voicing his doubts. The truth was far more likely that Voldemort, aware of the connection and its potential as a vulnerability, was deliberately quiet, lulling Harry into a false sense of security. The Dark Lord was a master planner, as the meticulously orchestrated trauma of the Triwizard Tournament had proven. He played the long game. "Well, keep at it," Elian said simply. "These things take time." The day's lessons, perfunctory and distracted, passed in a blur. The castle hummed with a festive, restless energy. As dusk fell, Elian was making his way towards the Gryffindor common room when he saw Harry hurrying down the corridor towards him, looking oddly purposeful. "Elian! There you are!" Harry said, slightly out of breath. "I've been looking for you. Snape wants to see us. Tonight. He says since we're leaving tomorrow, I should have an extra occlumency session, and that if I saw you, I should bring you along too." Elian stopped, his mind immediately switching to analysis mode. Snape wanted to see him? The night before holidays? This was not a social call. It could be a message from Dumbledore, who had been conspicuously absent lately. Or, more troublingly, it could be a summons related to Snape's other master. A cold trickle of caution ran down his spine. "Why would Professor Snape want me?" Elian asked, keeping his voice casual. Harry shrugged, his expression a mix of resentment and confusion. "No idea. Maybe Dumbledore told him to give you a message or something. He's been away again." That was the most likely scenario, Elian decided. But with Snape, one could never be entirely sure. "All right," he said. "Lead the way." As they walked through the dimly lit, increasingly deserted corridors towards the dungeons, Harry muttered, "Bet it's something unpleasant." "Everything with him is." "He's not exactly warm," Elian agreed neutrally. He was reserving judgment, acutely aware of the razor's edge Snape walked. Soon, they stood before the familiar, heavy door of the potions master's office. The air here was cooler, tinged with the faint, complex odors of preserved ingredients and damp stone. Harry took a deep breath, as if steeling himself, then knocked. From within, a silky, cold voice answered. "Enter." Harry pushed the door open, and Elian followed him into Snape's domain. The office was as shadowy and austere as its owner, shelves lined with jars of bizarre, floating things, the fireplace emitting a low, greenish light. Severus Snape sat behind his desk, his black eyes lifting from a parchment to survey them with an unreadable expression. "Potter." "Throne," he greeted, his voice devoid of warmth. "Sit." Two hard-backed chairs stood before the desk. Harry took one, his posture rigid. Elian took the other, his own demeanor calm and watchful. He met Snape's gaze evenly, feeling the faint, probing pressure of a Legilimen's testing his periphery. Elian's mental shields, honed by the Supreme Mage System's disciplines, didn't so much as ripple. Snape's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. He leaned back, steepling his long, pale fingers. "You have a holiday destination, Throne?" Snape asked abruptly, his gaze piercing. "Yes, Professor. My family's home in London," Elian replied smoothly. "A Muggle dwelling. Unprotected. Predictable." Snape stated each word as a cold fact. He paused, letting the vulnerability of that statement hang in the air. "The headmaster has concerns. As do others who are aware of your profile. So it was about security. But from which angle?" "Professor Dumbledore suggested Grimmauld Place," Elian offered, watching Snape's reaction closely. "He would?" Snape's lip curled slightly. "A fortress, of a sort. Cramped, miserable, and infested with idiots and sentimental clutter. But safe." He paused again, his obsidian eyes locked on Elian. "However, there is another consideration. One that requires a more direct conversation." He shifted his gaze to Harry, who was listening with a perplexed frown. "Potter, clear your mind. We will begin." Try not to be more of a disappointment than usual. This was clearly a dismissal for Harry's part of the meeting. The direct conversation was for Elian alone. Harry shot Elian a confused, slightly worried look, then turned resentfully to face Snape, bracing himself for the psychic assault. Snape raised his wand. Legilimens. As Harry grunted, his face contorting with effort, Snape's other hand, hidden beneath the desk, moved. He slid a single, folded square of parchment across the polished wood towards Elian. His eyes never left Harry's struggling form. Elian picked up the parchment. It was cool and heavy. He unfolded it under the desk, out of Harry's sight. The message inside was brief, written in a precise, spidery hand that was unmistakably Snape's. The serpent seeks the rook's perch. The wind blows from the north at midnight. A meeting is desired. Discretion is paramount. Elian's blood ran cold. It was a warning, and an invitation. The serpent was Voldemort. The rook's perch, his home? 35 Carnaby Street? The wind from the north, a time. Midnight? And a meeting is desired. By whom? Snape? Or was Snape conveying a desire from the Dark Lord himself? He looked up. Snape had broken the legilimency connection, and Harry was panting, rubbing his temples. Snape's face was a mask of contemptuous impatience. Pathetic. Again, Potter. But as he said it, his eyes flickered to Elian for the briefest second. In that glance, Elian saw no malice, no triumph. Only a cold, urgent warning, and a question. The game had just become infinitely more complicated. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, A Gift and a Warning. Chapter 83, A Gift and a Warning. Severus Snape's office was a piece of the Slytherin dungeons brought to life. The heavy door bore serpentine motifs, and inside, the predominant tones were dark green and black. The walls were lined with shelves holding large glass jars where strange, pallid specimens floated in murky potions. Compared to other professors' spaces, it was oppressively dark. No cheerful fire blazed in the grate, only a few candles guttered in sconces, casting long, dancing shadows that made the floating things seem to writhe. It was Elian's first time here. His eyes swept over the jars, trying to identify the contents. A twisted root that looked like a petrified hand, a cluster of luminous spores, something that might have been a preserved brain of a strange creature. He found he couldn't name a single one, a testament to the depth of Snape's obscure and private studies. Potter, Snape's voice cut through the gloom, silky and cold. He stood behind his desk, a tall, bat-like silhouette. The holiday commences tomorrow. The headmaster believes you require consolidation in occlumency before you depart. His tone made it clear this was a duty, not a choice. Harry's jaw tightened, but he gave a short nod. Every interaction with Snape was a tangled knot of resentment and necessity. He saw the man as a bully and a likely traitor, yet he was shackled to him by Dumbledore's decree and the terrifying vulnerability of his own mind. "I understand, Professor," Harry muttered, his voice flat. He moved to a hard-backed chair and sat, bracing himself. Elian remained near the door, observing. Snape's dark eyes, which had been fixed on Harry with familiar disdain, now shifted to him. The potions master moved from behind his desk with a fluid, silent step, approaching the threshold where Elian stood. "Throne," Snape said, his voice dropping so only Elian could properly hear. "The headmaster asked that I give you this. He suggested it might prove useful." From within the folds of his robes, Snape's long-fingered hand emerged, holding a delicate golden chain. Elian looked down. Suspended from the chain was a pendant of intricate design, 3 interconnected, hollow circles, and nestled within the central ring, a tiny, glittering hourglass filled with what looked like diamond dust. A time turner. Recognition was instant. This was one of the most restricted and dangerous magical artifacts in the wizarding world. He'd only ever heard of them, and knew Hermione had used one in their 3rd year, a tightly regulated ministry-issued device for attending extra classes. But this one looked different. It was older, more ornate, bearing the subtle scars of time and use. This was not a loan from the ministry's stockpile. This was Dumbledore's own. Why? The question screamed in Elian's mind. Dumbledore giving him a tool to manipulate time, even in small increments, on the eve of a holiday where he was supposed to lay low? It made no tactical sense, unless he took the necklace, the metal cool against his skin. It felt heavier than it looked, humming with a deep, temporal magic that vibrated against his senses, distinct from the structured energy of the Vishanti or the chaotic flow of wand magic. Snape watched him, his face an unreadable mask in the flickering candlelight. "The headmaster believed you might have need of it," he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. He made no attempt to hide the exchange from Harry, who was watching with open curiosity from his chair. Harry's eyes widened slightly. He knew a time turner when he saw one. Confusion knitted his brow. Why would Dumbledore give Elian a time turner now? Elian's thoughts raced. A direct gift from Dumbledore was one thing. But why deliver it through Snape, in this shadowy office, on the last night? There were a dozen easier, less conspicuous ways. "Was this all, Professor?" Elian asked, his voice carefully neutral. He held up the time turner. "Just to give me this?" Snape's obsidian eyes seemed to bore into him. For a fraction of a second, Elian felt the faintest pressure against his mental shields, again not an attack, but a probe, checking for comprehension. Then Snape's gaze flickered, almost imperceptibly, towards a specific jar on a high shelf before returning to Elian's face. It was a jar that seemed empty at first glance, holding only a swirl of dark, smoke-like vapor. "Yes," Snape said, his voice resuming its normal, carrying tone, meant for Harry's ears as well. "The headmaster merely wished you to have it. He also mentioned," he added, turning his head slightly towards Harry before looking back at Elian, "that if you were interested, you might find value in understanding the principles of occlumency. The discipline of the mind is a form of defense no shield can replicate." The message was layered. The time turner was the official gift. The glance at the jar, was that a signal? The smoke, could it represent a warning of something nebulous, a hidden threat? And the mention of occlumency, directed at him. Dumbledore knew he had his own mental disciplines. Was this a suggestion to be extra vigilant, to guard his thoughts because time itself might be used against him, or because someone would be trying to read his intentions? "Thank you, Professor," Elian said, slipping the chain over his head and tucking the pendant inside his robes. It rested against his chest, a cold, ticking secret. "I'll consider the headmaster's advice." Snape gave a curt nod, his business apparently concluded. He turned back to Harry, his expression hardening once more into its familiar sneer. "Now, Potter. Clear your mind. Let us see if a month of instruction has left any impression at all." Legilimens. As Harry gasped, his hands flying to his temples, Elian took it as his cue to leave. He gave a final nod to Snape's back and slipped out of the office, the heavy door closing behind him with a soft thud. Alone in the dim dungeon corridor, Elian pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the outline of the time turner. It wasn't just a tool. It was a message, a test, and a warning, all in one. Dumbledore was giving him time. But for what? And what was the hidden message Snape had tried to convey with that glance? The holiday, he realized, was not going to be a rest. It was going to be a puzzle, with his life as the stakes. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, A Lesson in Occlumency. Chapter 84, A Lesson in Occlumency. Try occlumency? Elian searched Severus Snape's face, looking for a hint, a flicker of intent behind the cold, opaque eyes. He found nothing. The man was a fortress, his expression as unchanging as the dungeon walls around them. His offer felt less like an invitation and more like a detached statement of fact, another chore in a long line of duties Dumbledore had assigned. If you are inclined, you may observe. Take a seat. Snape's tone dismissed any further discussion. He turned sharply on his heel, his black robes swirling, and advanced on Harry Potter. The focus of his attention and his disdain snapped back to its usual target. Focus, Potter. Snape's voice was a low, relentless hiss. Recall the sensation from our previous session. Empty your mind. It is not a request, it is a necessity. Occlumency. The magical art of shielding one's mind from external penetration. Elian knew of it. Its opposite, legilimency, the invasive art of mind reading, was a dark art, its texts kept in the restricted section. That Snape was a master of both was a testament to his dangerous skills and the razor's edge he walked. To deceive the greatest legilimens of the age, one had to be a consummate occlumens. Elian settled into a hard chair at the side of the room, his own thoughts churning. Dumbledore's gift of the Time Turner was a profound gesture, heavy with unspoken meaning. Now, Snape's oblique suggestion he learn occlumency? It felt connected. Dumbledore was a strategist who thought 10 moves ahead. He rarely explained, he orchestrated. Was this part of preparing Elian for something? To better guard his own secrets, the system, camouflage from a probing mind like Voldemort's? Or even from Dumbledore's own, keen perception? Perhaps, Elian mused, observing Harry's struggle. Dumbledore hoped that by experiencing legilimency firsthand, Elian might gain some insight that could later help Harry. The headmaster knew of Elian's unique abilities regarding the soul, after the Horcrux revelation. Could understanding the feel of a mental invasion aid in someday separating Voldemort's fragment from Harry's psyche? It was a dizzying web of possibility. One moment, Dumbledore was facilitating a Death Eater hunt, the next, he seemed to be gently steering Elian towards becoming a better guardian for Harry. The old wizard's plans were like a multi-layered charm, each purpose hidden beneath another. His musings were interrupted by the scene before him. Snape had raised his wand. Legilimens. Harry gasped as if plunged into icy water. His body went rigid, his knuckles white where he gripped the arms of his chair. Snape stood over him, relentless, a predator silently dismantling its prey's defenses. There was no flashy light, no dramatic spell effect, just the terrible, intimate violence of one mind forcing its way into another. Elian watched, fascinated and appalled. This was magic of a different texture, subtle, psychological, and brutal. He saw the sweat beading on Harry's forehead, the tremors that ran through his frame. Harry's face contorted, flashing with fear, anger, shame, memories being ripped to the surface and examined by cold, clinical eyes. It didn't last long. Snape broke the connection with a contemptuous flick of his wand. Harry slumped forward, panting, drenched in sweat. He looked utterly drained, his face pale and haunted. Pathetic, Snape sneered, meticulously wiping his fingers with a handkerchief as if contaminated. I instruct you to clear your mind, to master your emotions. You flail like a drowning man. Occlumency is control, Potter. You have none. I can, Do it, Harry rasped, forcing himself to sit upright, his body trembling with exhaustion. You cannot, Snape stated, his voice final. Not in this state. You are a leaking vessel. We will resume after the holidays. Get out. The dismissal was absolute. Harry staggered to his feet, his legs unsteady. He looked toward Elian, his eyes wide with residual terror and a deep, weary frustration. Elian. I'll see you tomorrow, he managed. Then, his voice dropped to a urgent whisper, be careful. Legilimency, it shows your memories. All of them. The warning was clear, born of Harry's deep-seated distrust. In his eyes, Snape was and always would be a Death Eater, and Elian's secrets were too dangerous to risk. Harry gave a final, significant look before stumbling out of the office, leaving Elian alone with the potions master. The heavy door clicked shut. The silence in the dungeon office was profound, broken only by the soft pop of a candle wick. Snape turned his head slowly, his dark eyes fixing on Elian. Potter's concern is as misplaced as his ability, he remarked, his voice devoid of any warmth. But the principle is sound. Legilimency is intrusion. Occlumency is defense. Dumbledore believes you have a mind worth shielding. Are you prepared to test it? Elian rose from his chair and moved to the spot Harry had vacated. The leather was still warm and damp from sweat. He met Snape's gaze, his own expression calm. The system had granted him mental discipline's focus, clarity, the separation of self required for astral projection. Were they akin to occlumency? He didn't know. But he was curious. I am interested, Professor, Elian said, his voice steady. Let's begin. Snape's lips thinned. He did not raise his wand immediately. Understand this, Throne. I will not be gentle. I will not probe for trivial schoolboy secrets. I will seek the foundations of your power, the source of your anomaly. If you have something to hide, you will fail. The pain is not physical, but it is real. Do you consent? It was a stark warning, and a challenge. Snape was offering a real, potentially devastating test, under the thin guise of instruction. Was this Dumbledore's true intent? To have Snape assess the strength of Elian's mind, to see if his secrets could be kept from the Dark Lord? Elian took a slow breath, centering himself. He visualized his mental shields not as walls, but as layers of shifting mist and mirrors, concepts drawn from Comitage meditations. I consent, he said. For a long moment, Snape simply studied him. Then, without a word, his wand came up. Legilimens. The world did not dissolve. Instead, Elian felt a sudden, immense pressure, like a giant, invisible hand pressing against the inside of his skull. It was not a narrative of memories being ripped away as he'd seen with Harry. It was a brute force assault seeking a point of entry. Elian focused. He didn't try to clear his mind in the way Harry had been instructed. He let it become vast, complex, and structured. He thought of the infinite geometries of mystic shields, the precise equations of telekinetic force, the detached observation of the astral plane. His memories of Carnaby Street, of Dumbledore's visit, of the Hogsmeade fight, of Hermione, he let them exist, but layered them between arcane formulae and abstract magical theory, like pages of a personal diary hidden between the lines of a dense, foreign textbook. The pressure increased, probing, searching for a crack. He felt it scrape against the edges of his consciousness, a cold, alien intelligence testing his defenses. It was profoundly uncomfortable, a violation that made his skin crawl. But it did not break through. Snape's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something surprise, perhaps, or intensified interest crossing his face. The pressure intensified further, becoming a sharp, focused drill. Elian's head began to pound. He clenched his teeth, holding his mental ground. He would not let this man see the system's interface, the glowing mission text, the deep well of power that was not of this world. He wrapped those core secrets in the imagery of the Vishanti's symbols, in the swirling sparks of a sling ring portal, making them appear as learned magical concepts rather than personal truths. Just as the pain threatened to become blinding, the pressure vanished. Snape lowered his wand. He was breathing slightly faster than before. He stared at Elian, his expression unreadable, but the usual contempt was absent. It was replaced by a cold, analytical assessment. Interesting, Snape murmured, the word hanging in the silent room. A most unorthodox defense. Not a clemency as it is taught, but effective. Against a casual probe. He paused, his black eyes glinting. Do not mistake this for mastery. You have natural barriers. They may not withstand a determined, skilled assault. The mind, like a potion, requires constant vigilance to prevent corruption. It was as close to advice as Snape was likely to give. The lesson was over. Elian had passed a test he hadn't known he was taking. He stood, his own heart hammering, a cold sweat on his brow that had nothing to do with the dungeon's chill. Thank you for the lesson, Professor, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Snape gave a curt nod, already turning away, his attention seeming to return to the jar of dark vapor on the shelf. Do not thank me. Thank the headmaster. And remember, Throne, the night is darkest just before an attack. Guard your mind as you would your life. The final words were another warning, cryptic and dire. Elian left the office, the weight of the time-turner against his chest and the echo of Snape's mental assault in his mind. The holiday, it seemed, would demand every defense he possessed. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, A Breach and a Revelation. Sorry for the break. My Patreon was causing issues, but I assure there will be none, and chapters will be uploaded daily. 5 chapters will be uploaded for the inconvenience. 2 Hearts. In IOI. Chapter 85, A Breach and a Revelation. Elian sat calmly in the high-backed chair, his posture relaxed but his awareness razor-sharp. Across from him, Severus Snape was a study in glacial intensity. The potions master's dark eyes held a flicker of something beyond his usual contempt, a cold, keen curiosity. Dumbledore's fascination, Voldemort's apprehension, both centered on this anomaly of a boy. Snape, the consummate spy, longed to know why. He wanted to peel back the layers of Elian Thorne's mind and see the truth at its core. He understood the power of legilimency. It was more than reading surface thoughts, it was an invasion, a forced tour through another's most private self. Secrets were laid bare as easily as turning a page. For the first time in years, Snape felt a thrill that was not born of bitterness or duty, but of pure, intellectual hunger. Yet, the boy before him was unervingly calm. His grey eyes met Snape's without fear, without defiance, simply with an expectant readiness that was somehow more intimidating than any challenge. Shall we begin, Professor? It is getting late, Elian prompted, his voice even. Snape's lip curled. The boy was eager? Or arrogantly confident? He would see. He stepped closer, raising his wand slowly, its tip aimed directly between Elian's eyes. Legilimens. The spell was cast, a whisper of invasive power. But instead of the expected plunge into a stream of memories and emotions, Severus Snape's world dissolved into pure, blinding light. He was floating, untethered, in a formless void of brilliant white. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through him. He tried to move, to grasp his wand, to speak a counter-charm, but his limbs were unresponsive, his voice silent. What is this? His mind reeled. This was not a memory. This was not the psychic landscape of a teenage wizard. Had the spell rebounded? Had Throne's mind somehow consumed the intrusion? Before he could formulate another thought, the light shifted. Not into images, but into a rapid, overwhelming rush of sensation and sound, not his own, but a distorted, echoing cascade. He felt a jumble of impressions that were not his, a cold London street, the smell of old books, the hum of alien magic, a fierce protective warmth that felt like Hermione Granger, the cold calculus of a system's mission, and beneath it all, a terrifying, structured power that dwarfed any magical core he had ever sensed. And then, worse, he felt his own memories being pulled to the surface, not by his will, but by an external force. It was a violation far deeper than any he had ever perpetrated. Fragments flashed by a young girl with red hair laughing by a lake, the devastating green light, the bitter taste of regret, the acrid smell of the dark marks summoning, Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes full of pity and demand, the constant, exhausting double game. No. The scream was silent in the void, but it tore through his soul. He was laid bare, his deepest shame, his driving obsession, his fragile cover all being examined by the very anomaly he had sought to probe. The light receded as suddenly as it had come. Snape stumbled, his physical senses crashing back. He was in his office, his wand still raised in the casting gesture. A thin sheen of cold sweat coated his skin. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. Across from him, Elian Thorne sat with his eyes closed, a faint, serene expression on his face, as if in deep meditation. It hadn't been an illusion. The violation had been real. The boy hadn't just defended, he had counter-attacked on a psychic level Snape could not comprehend. Snape's hand trembled slightly. The shock morphed into a hot, corrosive fury, laced with a primal fear. His secrets, his love, his guilt, his true loyalty had been exposed. He lowered his wand slowly, his eyes fixed on Elian with a murderous intensity. Elian's eyes opened. They met Snape's gaze, and in that instant, Snape felt it again, not a spell, but a pressure, an aura of immense, ancient power that seemed to fill the room, pressing down on him, threatening to unmoor him completely. It was the psychic echo of the power he'd glimpsed in the void. "You saw," Snape whispered, the words scraping from his throat. It wasn't a question. It was an accusation and a plea. His knuckles were white around his wand. It was the only thing anchoring him. Elian regarded him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. The crushing pressure eased, not disappearing, but receding like a tide. "Professor Snape," Elian said, his voice cool and detached. "I don't know what you're talking about." The lie was impeccable. It offered a lifeline, a fiction they could both cling to. Snape's grip on his wand loosened infinitesimally. He took a shuddering, controlled breath, forcing his occlumency shields, battered as they were, back into place. The spy reasserted itself over the shattered man. "You are remarkable, Thorne," Snape managed, his voice regaining some of its customary silkiness, though it was frayed at the edges. "No wonder the headmaster holds you in such singular esteem." He turned abruptly, his robes swirling, and strode from his own office without another word, leaving Elian alone. Elian waited a moment, then let out a slow breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The confrontation had been risky. Using his astral awareness and the system's mental disciplines to reflect and scramble the legilimency probe, then to skim the surface of Snape's own turbulent mind, it had been a desperate, instinctive move. He had seen flashes: Malfoy Manor, the escaped Death Eaters, Voldemort's interest, and the deep, tragic core of Severus Snape, a love so profound and poisoned by guilt that it had shaped and broken his entire life. The man was a fanatic, yes. But his fanaticism was for a ghost, and it drove him to walk a razor's edge in her memory. Elian felt an unexpected pang of pity. Snape never returned. Elian eventually left the office, the encounter weighing heavily on him. That night, lying in his dormitory bed, the Time Turner a cool circle on his chest, he replayed the fragmented visions from Snape's mind. The locations, the names, it was valuable intelligence, tainted by the raw sorrow it was wrapped in. The next morning, students streamed towards the carriages that would take them to Hogsmeade Station, luggage in tow. The Hogwarts Express waited, steaming in the crisp winter air. Elian found a compartment, stowing his trunk. Later, he heard familiar voices passing in the corridor and cracked the door. In a nearby compartment, Ron was talking, his voice tinged with disappointment. "Hermione, I thought you were coming to the Burrows straight away? You said you might." Hermione, already in muggle jeans and a warm jumper, was gazing out at the snowy landscape rushing by. She turned, offering Ron a faint smile that didn't reach her preoccupied eyes. "I changed my mind, Ron. I need to spend Christmas Eve and morning with my parents. It's important." Her eyes flickered past Ron, meeting Elian's gaze through the gap in the door for just a second. A flush of pink touched her cheeks before she looked back out the window. Ron shrugged, accepting her explanation with typical good humor, and launched into a debate about Chudley cannon tactics with Harry. Elian closed the door and smiled slightly to himself. Her change of plans had nothing to do with her parents and everything to do with a conversation about holiday invitations and a stolen kiss in a dark corridor. The Christmas dilemma, it seemed, was resolving itself. The train carried them south, away from the fortified castle, towards a holiday that promised not peace, but a different kind of storm. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Resolved and Departing. Chapter 86, Resolved and Departing. Since the kiss in the corridor, Hermione had been carefully, deliberately, avoiding Elian. Not out of anger, but a flustered, warm confusion. On the Hogwarts Express back to London, she shepherded Harry and Ron into a different compartment, using the excuse of a prefect's round that didn't exist. Her feelings were a tangled mess. She liked him, that was an undeniable, thrilling fact that made her stomach flutter. But the shift from friends from the brilliant, mysterious ally in the D.A to this was so sudden it left her breathless. She wasn't ready to define it, to face the questions in his eyes, or the knowing looks from others. And then there was Luna's invitation, hanging between them like a delicate, awkward ornament. She didn't want to be the jealous girlfriend. She wasn't even sure she was a girlfriend making demands. So she retreated, using the familiar shield of busyness and books. The compartment she chose was full of DA members, Lavender Brown, Ron, Harry, Neville, and Seamus, all buzzing with holiday plans. Hermione sat by the window, watching the snowy Scottish Highlands give way to frost-rimed fields, her mind 1,000 miles away. Harry, sitting opposite, watched her with a quiet understanding. "Hermione," he said softly, cutting through the chatter about Christmas crackers and Weasley sweaters. "You should just talk to him." She started, pulling her gaze from the window. "What?" Harry gave her a small, knowing smile. "Elian. You've been avoiding him all morning. His compartment is just 3 doors down." Hermione's eyes darted around, checking if anyone was listening, before she leaned in, her cheeks pink. "Harry, don't be ridiculous." "It's not ridiculous," Harry said, his voice low. "You're the one who's always telling people to be brave. Why hesitate now?" "I'm not hesitating," she whispered fiercely, straightening her jumper. "I'm just focused. We have O.W.L.S. to think about, you know." Harry's smile didn't fade. He'd seen this side of Hermione before, the stubborn denial that preceded a leap of courage. Right. OWLS. That's why you nearly jumped out of your skin when you saw him on the platform. Hermione huffed, but the corner of her mouth twitched. The facade crumbled, replaced by a familiar, determined glint. All right, fine. You've made your point. But it's complicated. It doesn't have to be, Harry said simply. Not if you don't want it to be. She met his eyes, the green ones that had seen so much darkness yet still held faith in his friends. He was right. She was overcomplicating it. A slow, genuine smile replaced her flustered expression. You know, for someone who needs a map to find the Great Hall, you can be surprisingly perceptive. Harry grinned. I have my moments. Well, don't worry, Hermione said, her voice firming with resolve. I don't back down from a challenge. Even a personal one. It was late evening by the time the Hogwarts Express hissed to a stop at King's Cross, the familiar platform 9 3/4 materializing around them. Elian stepped onto the platform, stretching his back with a grimace. A full day on the hard, upholstered seats of the train was a particular kind of torture. They really need to invest in some sleeper cars, he thought, rubbing the small of his back. Even the wizarding world could use a bit of lumbar support. The platform was a chaos of joyful reunions, parents hugging children, owls hooting, trunks clattering. Elian scanned the crowd, a familiar pang of solitude touching him before he shrugged it off. He hefted his trunk, turning to make for the barrier. A rapid tap-tap-tap of hurried footsteps sounded behind him. He turned. A blur of bushy brown hair and a flash of a winter coat collided with him. Oof! Hermione Granger, slightly breathless, had walked straight into his chest. She looked up, her eyes wide with surprise and that now familiar blush creeping up her neck. In a hurry? Elian asked, a smirk tugging at his lips as he steadied her. Miss me that much after a day? Hermione recovered, swatting his arm lightly. Don't be ridiculous. But she didn't step back immediately. Ow! Murder! She's maiming a fellow student. Elian cried out in mock agony, clutching his arm and staggering, drawing amused glances from passing families. Elian! Hush! Hermione hissed, looking around in mortification, though a laugh was bubbling in her throat. Stop that! He stopped his performance, a genuine grin spreading across his face. Seeing her laugh, the last of the awkward tension between them seemed to evaporate in the steam-filled air. You're impossible, she said, shaking her head, but she was smiling properly now. Come on, we should get going. She dug into her coat pocket and pulled out a small, neatly folded piece of parchment. Here. Take this. Elian unfolded it. Written in her precise handwriting was an address, 444 Lily Street, Stone District, Manchester. Manchester, he said, surprised. I always thought you were from London. Hermione gave him a look that plainly said you're being daft. Why on earth would you think that? He paused. She was right. He'd just assumed. The thought made him chuckle. No reason. Just my own silliness. He understood the significance of the note. It was her answer. Not a demand, not a confrontation about Luna's invitation, but an open door. A statement of trust. Hermione didn't elaborate. She just nodded towards the note. My parents are waiting. I have to go. She hesitated for a second, her eyes meeting his. Have a good start to your holiday, Elian. You too, Hermione, he said softly. Give your parents my best. With a final, quick smile, she turned and melted into the crowd, heading for a pleasant-looking couple in sensible coats, the Grangers. Elian watched her go for a moment, then tucked the address safely into an inner pocket of his own robes, right next to where the time-turner lay. He offered final waves and Happy Christmas to other departing DA members Neville, Seamus, the Paddle twins before finally turning towards the brick wall. He passed through into the mundane bustle of King's Cross Station, the magical world fading behind him. The holiday had begun. Not with the warmth of a family welcome, but with the cool night air of London, the weight of a mysterious artifact around his neck, a deadly mission in his mind, and the warm, promising weight of an address in his pocket. He had a home to go to, but he knew, with absolute certainty, he would not be spending a quiet Christmas alone at 35 Carnaby Street. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, A Message and a Gathering Storm. Chapter 87, A Message and a Gathering Storm. Elian had spent 2 days at 35 Carnaby Street in a state of focused curiosity. The time turner, now hanging from a hook on his bedpost, was his primary subject. It was a marvel of magical engineering or perhaps alchemy whose origins and principles were lost to known wizard kind. It offered a controlled, short-term rewind of personal time, a one-way trip into the immediate past. He'd hoped, perhaps foolishly, that by studying its magic, he might glean some insight into the nature of time itself, something that could interface with the potential of the time stone use he possessed. But after careful, cautious experimentation, he'd gone back an hour to reread a paragraph in a book, just to test it. He found its magic was entirely self-contained, a perfect, opaque black box. Fascinating, but ultimately unyielding to his understanding. As dusk deepened into night on the second day, he was about to draw the curtains when a movement in the darkening sky caught his eye. A small, dark shape was growing larger, weaving an erratic, wobbling path towards his window. An owl. To a muggle, it might be an oddity. To a wizard, it was a messenger. Elian watched its approach with growing bemusement and then dawning recognition. This was no sleek ministry owl or stately school bird. This owl flew with the desperate, lurching determination of a very old, very tired creature. It dipped suddenly, plummeted a few feet, then flapped madly to regain altitude, its flight path a series of jarring zigzags. The Weasley's owl, Elian realized with a pang of sympathy. Errol. The ancient family postman, who should have been enjoying a retirement of mice and snoozing in a sunbeam, was still dutifully carrying the post for a family too fond and too financially stretched to replace him. Elian quickly opened the window and leaned out, watching the owl's agonizing final approach. What should have been a simple glide and perch became a fraught, stumbling descent. Errol misjudged the distance entirely, overshot the sill, and tumbled head over tail feathers into the room with a soft thump, scattering a dozen ragged brown feathers. Merlin's beard, Elian muttered, hurrying over. He gently righted the dazed bird, who blinked up at him with unfocused, rheumy eyes. Easy there, old fellow. Your job's done. He found a small dish, filled it with water, and crumbled some biscuits from his cupboard beside it. Errol needed sustenance and rest before he could even think of the return journey. While the owl pecked gratefully, Elian carefully untied the letter fastened to its leg. The address was precise in the wizarding fashion, * 3rd floor south-facing bedroom, 35 Carnaby Street, London. Mr. Elian Thorne *. He broke the seal, a simple, functional one, not the ministry's wax, and unfolded the parchment. The handwriting was neat, but showed a slight, spidery tremor. Dear Mr. Thorne. Arthur Weasley of the Order of the Phoenix sends his greetings. Headmaster Dumbledore has asked me to inform you that, as your intention to visit the Lovegood residence on Christmas Day was made public in the Quibbler, it has likely drawn attention. According to reliable intelligence, there is a high probability that Death Eaters will attempt an attack on the Lovegood household during the Christmas period. Please do not be unduly alarmed. Headmaster Dumbledore has arranged for members of the Order to be on hand to provide assistance. Your friend, Arthur Weasley. Elian lowered the letter, his earlier academic curiosity evaporating, replaced by a cold, sharp fury that settled in his gut like a block of ice. Christmas. The Lovegoods. Luna. They were targeting a home, a family celebration, because of him. Because he was friends with Luna, and because Xenophilius had printed the truth. It was a coward's move, designed to punish, to terrorize, and to draw him out. Guilt, hot and immediate, flared alongside the anger. He had brought this shadow to their door. But the guilt was quickly smothered by a rising, ruthless resolve. They thought they were hunting? They thought the Lovegood home was a trap for him? A cold smile touched his lips. The system's bonus mission glowed in his mind's eye. Current count, 0. Dumbledore's intelligence network was impressive. This didn't smell like Snape. The potions master was too careful to leak every plan, and this felt like a broader, more brutish tactic Voldemort would approve of to test his new weapon and punish dissent. No, this came from another source within the Order's web. Elian sat at his small desk, pulled out a fresh piece of parchment, and dipped a quill in ink. His reply was brief, just 4 words penned in a sharp, clear hand. They come, they stay. He tied it to Errol's leg once the owl had drunk its fill and looked marginally less likely to expire mid-flight. Safe journey, old-timer, he said softly, carrying the bird to the windowsill. Errol gave a feeble hoot and launched himself into the night, his flight marginally steadier after the rest. Elian watched him disappear into the London gloom, then turned back to his quiet room. The festive lights from other windows seemed suddenly mocking. He picked up the time turner from its hook, the cool metal warming slightly in his palm. It wasn't a weapon, but it was a tool. And he had others. He walked to the center of the room, closed his eyes, and began to run through a series of meditative exercises, visualizing his shields, his telekinetic foci, the steps of the icon illusion. The gentle hum of London at night faded away, replaced by the inner silence of preparation. The Death Eaters saw Christmas at the Lovegoods as an opportunity. So did he. You think you're setting a trap, he whispered into the stillness, his eyes opening, gleaming with focused intent in the dim light. You have no idea what you're walking into. The holiday had officially begun. And with it, the hunt. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, A Curious House and a Quiet Warning. Chapter 88, A Curious House and a Quiet Warning. Following the directions Luna had given him, Elian arrived in what felt like the heart of a forgotten forest. The Lovegood home was not in a village or tucked away in a magical city enclave. It stood in deep, quiet woodland, protected by the kind of seclusion only old magic and remoteness could provide. It was Christmas Day. Elian wore a smart, black suit, a simple transfiguration of his levitation cloak into a more formal jacket. He moved through the snow-dusted pines with quiet steps, his senses extended, noting the unusual silence of the forest. No birdsong, just the crunch of his footsteps and the sigh of the wind in the branches. Then he saw it. The house erupted from the clearing like a thought from a whimsical, slightly mad mind. It was a tall, thin structure that seemed to defy gravity, shaped vaguely like a rook chess piece, painted in cheerful, peeling colors that contrasted starkly with the surrounding winter grays and greens. A peculiar black cylinder loomed behind it, crowned with a weather vane shaped like a monstrous, skeletal moon. It was unmistakably, perfectly, the home of Xenophilius and Luna Lovegood. Elian approached, his eyes scanning the tree line. He was early, a full 2 hours before the agreed dinner time. According to Arthur Weasley's letter, members of the Order were to be positioned nearby for protection. Elian hadn't wanted to involve them, but the cold logic was inescapable. If Death Eaters attacked, his primary focus would be neutralizing the threat. Luna and her father's safety could not be an afterthought. The Order's presence was a necessary distraction for the enemy, and a shield for the innocents. Inside the strange, rook-shaped house, the atmosphere was one of bustling, eccentric preparation. Xenophilius Lovegood, resplendent in robes of eye-wateringly bright orange and yellow, was conducting a culinary symphony in the kitchen. With flicks of his wand, carrots peeled themselves, potatoes diced mid-air, and herbs floated in precise measurements into bubbling pots. 2 cauldrons, one emitting a rich, meaty aroma, the other a strangely sweet, herbal scent simmered over magical flames. "Luna! Luna, dear!" Xenophilius called out, tasting a spoonful of the dark green soup from the second cauldron and nodding in profound satisfaction. "Did you confirm the time with young Mr. Thorne? 7 o'clock, wasn't it?" Luna appeared in the kitchen doorway, a thick, obscure-looking book tucked under her arm. She blinked her wide, silvery eyes. "Yes, father." 7. She sniffed the air, her dreamy expression sharpening with interest. "Is that the valley herb? The one with the spiral root?" "The very same," Xenophilius exclaimed, holding up a twisted, dark green root. "I've decided to call it Helix Snap. Observe the corkscrew formation, most peculiar, isn't it? The soup is quite revolutionary. I shall have to feature it in the next Quibbler. A culinary expose." Luna drifted closer to examine the root. "It does look like a frozen snail. A very fitting name." Pleased, Xenophilius beamed, but his expression sobered as he stirred the main cauldron. "My dear, has Mr. Thorne, or Mr. Potter, mentioned anything further? About the unpleasantness?" He couldn't bring himself to say Death Eaters or Voldemort in his own kitchen on Christmas, as if naming them might invite them in. "Hogwarts is quiet," Luna said softly, her gaze drifting to the window. "For now." Xenophilius nodded, but his eyes were troubled. As the editor of the Quibbler, a publication that had openly defied the Ministry and supported Harry and Elian's accounts, he was under no illusions. He remembered the last war, the paranoia, the sudden disappearances, the way fear slithered into every institution. The Ministry itself had been riddled with spies and those under the Imperious Curse. The unforgivable curses. The very name spoke of their absolute, corrupting evil. The Imperious Curse was the most insidious. It didn't leave marks, it didn't twist the mind into obvious madness. It simply suggested. And you obeyed, believing the thought was your own. There was no known counter-curse, no potion to break its hold. Only extraordinary willpower, or the death of the caster. He feared it more than the killing curse. One could fight Avada Kedavra. How did one fight one's own seemingly rational decisions? He was pulled from his grim reverie by a sudden glug-glug sound. The dark Helix Snap soup was boiling over. He waved his wand frantically to calm it. Knock. 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 3 firm, polite raps sounded at the heavy, round front door. A clear, calm voice called through the wood. "Luna? Mr. Lovegood? It's Elian." Xenophilius jumped, nearly dropping his wand. He and Luna exchanged a look, his slightly alarmed, hers simply placid and welcoming. "He's early," Xenophilius murmured, smoothing his garish robes. He took a deep breath, forcing Christmas cheer back onto his face. "Well. The guest of honor arrives. Let us welcome him, Luna. And remember, not a word about our anticipated visitors. Let us have one normal hour of Christmas, at least." Luna nodded, a small, knowing smile on her lips. She turned and floated towards the door, her radish earrings swinging. As Xenophilius bustled to turn down the flames, his eyes darted once more, nervously, to the forest visible through the kitchen window. The shadows between the trees seemed a little deeper, the silence a little more profound, than it had a moment before. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, A Double Booking. Chapter 89, A Double Booking. Oh, dear Mr. Thorne. Do make yourself comfortable. We weren't expecting you quite so soon. Xenophilius Lovegood fluttered, accepting the bottle of fine elf-made wine Elian offered with a mixture of delight and flustered apology. The fault is mine, Mr. Lovegood, Elian said, genuinely contrite as he took in their formal attire. I misjudged the travel time. I hope I'm not intruding. He felt slightly underdressed in his simple suit, facing Xenophilius in his explosively colorful, flower-embroidered robes and artfully curled hair, and Luna, who looked like a woodland fairy princess in a silver sequined gown. Her radish earrings and butterbeer cork necklace were the perfect, whimsical counterpoints to the elegant dress. On anyone else, it might have seemed odd, but on Luna, it was simply her ethereal and utterly charming. You are an hour and a half early, Luna stated dreamily, though a small, pleased smile played on her lips. She didn't move to hug him, but her silvery eyes shone. Father's turkey is still enchanted to sleep, the soup is arguing with the ladle, and the pies are hiding from the oven. Elian chuckled, accustomed to her unique way of seeing the world. He reached out and gently ruffled her perfectly smoothed, pale blonde hair. Well, they'd better hurry up. I'm famished. He moved to sit on a squashy, mismatched sofa. Luna touched her now slightly mussed hair, a faint pout on her lips that didn't reach her eyes. Father used a very tricky charm for that, now it's all messy again. But she was smiling as she closed the front door, the smile of a friend who was genuinely happy to see him, chaos and all. 444 Lily Street, Stone District, Manchester. Hermione, dear, are you sure you told your friend what time to come? Mr. Granger asked, carefully arranging crackers on the dining table. From the kitchen, Mrs. Granger peered out. Where is she? She was in the living room a moment ago. Mr. Granger glanced up the stairs towards Hermione's dark room and shook his head. Not up there. Mrs. Granger sighed, a tiny crease of disappointment between her brows. They exchanged a look that spoke volumes. When their brilliant, fiercely independent daughter had shyly announced she wanted to invite a male classmate for Christmas dinner, they had been cautiously thrilled. In their understanding, bringing someone home on Christmas Day, it meant something. It was a quiet, significant introduction. Now, with the table set for 4 and the guest conspicuously absent, that thrill had dampened into a quiet, parental worry and a touch of hurt. The boy was apparently giving an interview to some wizarding magazine. It sounded important, impressive even, but on Christmas? It felt like a rejection, not of them, but of the gesture Hermione had made. They returned to their preparations, the festive mood in the house now tinged with a subtle melancholy. Outside, in the frosty back garden, Hermione was punishing a snowman. Wrapped in her coat, she sat on the swing, kicking listlessly at the ground. The rational part of her brain understood Elian had a prior, public commitment. The Quibbler article had seen to that. But the other part, the part that had written her address on a piece of parchment with a racing heart, felt foolish and a little hurt. Stupid, she muttered to the snowman, which bore a vague, lumpy resemblance to no one in particular. I hope Mr. Lovegood serves you pickled dirigible plum stew. Or bogey-flavored beans. The imagined culinary horrors of the Lovegood pantry did little to improve her mood. With a frustrated sigh, she stood up and gave the snowman a solid kick, sending its head, a slightly lopsided rock, rolling into a rose bush. And don't expect any more help with your stupid, show-offy magic when term starts, she declared to the headless snow torso, feeling both better and more childish. She turned to go back inside, her shoulders slumped. A familiar, lightly teasing voice cut through the cold evening air. Trouble with the local snow golem population? Want me to have a word with them? Hermione froze. Her heart did a complicated, joyful somersault. She turned slowly. Elian Thorne was stepping through a fading circle of golden-red sparks, brushing imaginary lint from his suit jacket. He looked at her, a slightly crooked, apologetic smile on his face. I'm not late, am I? For a second, Hermione's face threatened to break into a beaming, ridiculous grin. She sternly wrestled it back into a scowl, folding her arms. What are you doing here? She asked, her voice carefully neutral. Don't you have a dinner appointment with the Lovegoods? Elian stretched, rolling his neck as if it were stiff. What appointment? He said, his tone all innocence. I distinctly remember promising a certain someone's parents I'd be here for Christmas dinner. He raised a hand and, with a fluid motion, drew another shimmering portal in the air beside him. He reached through it, into what looked like the interior of the Lovegoods' odd house, and pulled out 2 identical bottles of elf wine. He held them up, the smile turning genuine and warm. Now, he said, his grey eyes meeting her brown ones. Shall we go in? I've been told I need to try your mum's roast potatoes. Apparently, they're legendary. The last of Hermione's pretend annoyance melted away, replaced by a glowing, disbelieving happiness. He'd come. He'd used his impossible magic to be in 2 places at once, or at least to make a spectacularly timely exit from one and entrance to the other. It was outrageous. It was showy. It was perfect. She finally allowed the smile to break free, shaking her head in fond exasperation. You're impossible, she said, but she was already walking towards him, taking one of the bottles. And you'd better like the potatoes. Mum's been nervous about them all day. Together, they turned towards the warm, glowing windows of the Granger house, where a Christmas dinner and a surprised, delighted pair of dentists awaited. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Portals and Protectors. Chapter 90, Portals and Protectors. While Xenophilius put the finishing touches on the feast, Luna gave Elian a tour of the curious, cluttered house. Every shelf and nook held wonders, a jar of what looked like shimmering, captured moonlight, a taxidermied animal with too many legs, a portrait of a wizard who only spoke in limericks. It was a museum of the strange and wonderful, a perfect reflection of its inhabitants. When they reached Luna's room, a space painted with dancing fairies and strange, celestial maps, Xenophilius called them down. The Christmas dinner was laid out with loving, if eccentric, care. A magnificent roasted turkey took center stage, surrounded by golden roast potatoes, glazed carrots, and a suspicious-looking green jelly that pulsed gently. But Elian's eyes were drawn to the tureen of soup. It was a deep, unsettling purple, and bubbles rose to its surface, popping with a faint, herbal scent that wasn't entirely unpleasant, but was certainly alien. Before they could sit, Xenophilius, beaming, held out his hands. Mr. Thorne. As our guest of honor, would you do us the kindness of leading us in grace? Elian blinked. Grace. Right. A wizarding Christmas tradition. He took Xenophilius's offered hand, Luna's cool, slender fingers slipped into his other. He bowed his head, his mind racing for something appropriate. The only graces he knew were from a different life, a different world. He closed his eyes. "We give thanks to the celestial forces that shaped the heavens and the earth," he began, improvising wildly, drawing on half-remembered myths. "To the guardians of hidden knowledge and the weavers of fate. For the warmth of hearth and home, for friendship in dark times, and for the courage to face the night. May this meal nourish us, and may our bonds protect us. Amen." It was a strange, syncretic prayer, neither Christian nor purely pagan, but it felt sincere. He opened his eyes to find Xenophilius staring at him, not with disapproval, but with fascinated curiosity. Luna was smiling serenely. "Most comprehensive thanks, Mr. Thorne," Xenophilius declared, recovering. "Now, let us eat." The meal was delightful in its oddity. The purple soup tasted of rosemary and something like peppered honey. The conversation was light, filled with Luna's observations about nargles in the holly and Xenophilius's theories about crumplehorn snorkax. Then, halfway through a forkful of turkey, Elian froze. A cold, familiar prickling sensation danced up his spine, the system's passive threat detection, a perk he'd barely noticed until now. It wasn't an alarm, just a subtle shift in the air, a wrongness seeping through the wards of the quirky house. He set his fork down with a quiet clink. "Mr. Lovegood," he said, his voice suddenly devoid of all festive warmth. "I must apologize. Your home has been targeted. They're here for me. Members of the Order of the Phoenix will be arriving shortly. Please, you and Luna must not leave this room." Xenophilius's cheerful face drained of color. He was on his feet in an instant, his wand appearing in his hand as if by magic. He pulled Luna behind him, his eyes wide with shock and sudden suspicion. "Targeted? Death Eaters? Thorne, did you lead them here?" The editor's mind, always attuned to conspiracy, leapt to the darkest possibility. "It's not like that," Elian began, but he was cut off as Luna calmly stepped around her father, placing a hand on his wand arm. "I trust him, father," she said, her voice quiet but iron-steady. "Put your wand down." Xenophilius looked from his daughter's determined face to Elian's grave one. Slowly, reluctantly, he lowered his wand, but the fear remained in his eyes. Elian gave Luna a grateful, fleeting smile, then his suit jacket shimmered and flowed, transforming back into his crimson levitation cloak. "The Order will explain everything," he said. "For now, you need shields they cannot explain." He turned away from the table, facing an empty space in the living room. Focusing his will, he raised his right hand, the sling ring on his finger glowing. He began to trace a circle in the air. Sparks of gold and red light erupted from his fingertips, sputtering at first, then flowing into a smooth, burning line. He accelerated the motion, his arm a blur. A perfect, shimmering portal, a window into another place, snapped into existence. Through it, Xenophilius and Luna could see a dim, dusty-looking kitchen and three figures who turned, stunned, to face the sudden hole in reality. There was a man with a heavily scarred face and a large, electric blue eye that spun wildly in its socket, a lastre mad eye moody. Next to him, a tall, handsome man with an air of ragged nobility, his grey eyes wide with shock, serious black. And a weary-looking man in patched robes, who somehow seemed the most normal of the three. Remus Lupin. "Merlin's baggy Y-fronts." Moody growled, his magical eye whizzing as it tried to analyze the portal. "What in the name of all that's secret is this?" "A door, by the looks of it," Sirius said, a reckless grin spreading across his face despite the situation. "A very flashy one." "Coming, Moony." Lupin, ever the pragmatist, just sighed. "It seems we're expected." He was the first to step through, his eyes immediately finding and softening at the sight of Luna. "Hello, Luna. You're looking well." "I'm sorry it's under these circumstances." Sirius bounded through next, his gaze sweeping the curious room with interest before landing on Elian. "You must be the famous Elian Thorne." Dumbledore wasn't exaggerating the dramatics. Moody clunked through last, his wooden leg tapping on the floor, his real eye and magical one scrutinizing Elian, the portal, and the love goods with equal suspicion. Unsecured gateway. Massive breach of operational security. Lupin stepped forward, offering a kind, tired smile to the shell-shocked Xenophilius. "Mr. Lovegood, my apologies for the intrusion. My name is Remus Lupin. I was the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts a few years ago. This," he gestured, "is Alastor Moody, and Sirius Black. We are here under Professor Dumbledore's orders." He paused, his voice dropping into a more solemn register. "We are members of the Order of the Phoenix. Albus Dumbledore is our leader. And we believe your home is about to be attacked by Death Eaters. We're here to help you defend it." The portal behind them winked out of existence, leaving the three Order members in the Lovegoods sitting room. The cozy Christmas scene was now a war council. Elian met Sirius's gaze and gave a short nod. The time for dinner was over. The battle for the night had just begun. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, The Supreme Mage's Declaration. Chapter 91, The Supreme Mage's Declaration. As Lupin's words hung in the air, Xenophilius Lovegood's mind reeled. He had heard of them. In the whispered tales of the last war, when the Ministry was compromised and terror reigned, it was Albus Dumbledore and his shadowy resistance, not the Aurors, who had been the true spine of the opposition. But the Order of the Phoenix was a myth to most, a name spoken in hushed tones, its existence never confirmed by the victorious, credit-hogging Ministry. To have 3 of its members materialize in his living room via a sparkling hole in space was utterly overwhelming. The Order of the Phoenix. Xenophilius breathed, his earlier suspicion drowned in a wave of awe and dread. But, why here? Mad-Eye Moody, impatient with explanations, shoved past Sirius. His wooden leg thumped on the floor as he closed in on Elian, his bright blue magical eye whirring as it scanned the young man from head to toe with invasive intensity. "You." "Throne," Moody growled, his voice like grinding gravel. "The one Dumbledore says walks a different path. That your trick?" Elian met the intimidating scrutiny without flinching. "It is. It's called a sling ring portal." Moody grunted, impressed against his will by the boy's steadiness. Most seasoned fighters buckled under his glare. "A portal," he muttered. The concept wasn't new port keys, but this was different. Instantaneous, silent, and created on the spot directly into the heart of the Order's most heavily protected location, 12 Grimmauld Place under Fidelius's charm. The implications for security were staggering. Moody had been furious when Dumbledore suggested involving an outsider, now he understood the headmaster's gamble. This was no ordinary student. "Don't get your cloak in a twist, Moody," Sirius said, a reckless grin on his face as he examined the now faded sparks in the air. "The kid's full of surprises. Dumbledore said he'd find us. He shouldn't have been able to." Moody snapped, but his anger was mixed with a fierce, professional curiosity. Elian cut through the brewing argument. "The specifics don't matter now. What matters is that they're here." He nodded towards the dark windows. "Outside. Right now." Moody's demeanor shifted instantly from curiosity to predatory focus. "Right. Lupin, you stay with the Lovegoods. Black, with me. Let's see what filth the Dark Lords sent us for Christmas." He turned, his cloak swirling, and began stump-thumping towards the door. He only took 2 steps. You've misunderstood, Professor Moody, Elian's calm voice stopped him. I asked Dumbledore for your help to protect Mr. Lovegood and Luna. The Death Eaters outside, they're mine to deal with. I don't require your assistance. Moody froze, then slowly turned his head, his real eye wide, his magical one spinning to fix on Elian. Sirius barked a short, incredulous laugh. Lupin stared, his tired face etched with concern. Xenophilius looked as if Elian had just announced he was going to wrestle a troll single-handed. Even Luna's dreamy expression sharpened into one of profound surprise. Elian saw their disbelief and offered a faint, humorless smile. It seems Professor Dumbledore didn't make the terms of our cooperation entirely clear. You are the shield. I am the sword. He had no more time to debate. The oppressive, waiting silence outside was breaking. He could feel it, the system's threat sense humming, the malevolent magic gathering like a storm. He turned to leave. Moody, instinct overriding shock, moved to block him. Then Moody stopped dead, his grizzled jaw going slack. Because Elian Thorne didn't walk. He lifted off the ground, hovering an inch above the floorboards. The crimson levitation cloak flared around him like wings. Flight. True, wandless, effortless flight. It was magic of such profound, impossible difficulty that even Dumbledore, even Voldemort, required brooms or enchantments. Moody's magical eye whirred frantically, trying and failing to parse the power source. Elian didn't glance back. He raised a hand towards the heavy, round front door. With a sharp gesture, as if sweeping away a cobweb, he made a pushing motion. Boom! The door didn't just open. It exploded outwards, ripped from its hinges by an invisible, colossal force. Splinters and dust billowed into the frosty night. The violent sound shattered the peaceful Christmas Eve like a gunshot. Elian floated through the ruined doorway into the darkness. He raised both hands now, and on each palm, intricate, blazing circles of golden red light ignited mystic shields, humming with contained power. The light etched his sharp features in stark relief, his grey eyes like chips of ice reflecting the magical fire. From inside the house, the 5 witnesses, the battle-hardened Auror, the rebellious convict, the weary werewolf, the eccentric editor, and the dreamy seer could only stare, utterly robbed of speech, at the awe-inspiring, terrifying silhouette framed in the doorway. Elian drifted forward onto the snow-dusted lawn, hovering a foot above the ground. The night was bitterly cold and utterly silent, but he could feel them in the trees, in the shadows, their hatred a palpable stain on the air. He let the silence stretch, let the fear of the hidden watchers curdle. Then he spoke, his voice clear, cold, and carrying, imbued with a power that was not sonorous but something older, more commanding. It rolled across the clearing, into the forest, leaving no room for doubt. Come out. A pause, filled with the hammering of hearts from the house behind him. You came for me, did you not? Or do you need a formal invitation? He spread his arms wider, the shields on his hands blazing like captured suns, casting long, dancing shadows into the woods. Step into the light, you lackeys of a broken lord. Your supreme mage is waiting. In the trees, there was a sharp, collective intake of breath. Then, with rustles of cloth and the soft cracks of apparition, dark figures began to detach themselves from the shadows, wands raised, their silver masks gleaming in the light from his hands. The hunt was accepted. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, The Wolf at the Door. Chapter 92, The Wolf at the Door. Elian Thorne hung in the air before the Lovegood house, a figure of impossible power silhouetted against the star-dusted night. The twin mandalas of golden light swirling on his palms cast a stark, ethereal illumination over the snowy clearing. An aura of immense, controlled force radiated from him, thick enough to choke on. In the deep shadows of the surrounding forest, doubt and fear festered. "Alpha, what do we do?" a voice hissed from a thicket, trembling beneath a Death Eater mask. "Flight," snarled the man they called Alpha, Fenrir Greyback. His voice was a guttural rasp, more animal than man even in human form. His yellowed eyes, sharp with bestial cunning, were wide with disbelief. That is not a simple charm. Only the Dark Lord himself." Fenrir Greyback, leader of Voldemort's werewolf packs, was a monster who took pride in his monstrosity. To him, Voldemort was not just a master, but a promised liberator, a dark king who would carve out a bloody kingdom where wolves like him could feast in the open, not skulk in sewers and forests as hated pariahs. This mission, handed down after Lucius Malfoy's humiliating failure, was his pack's chance. Capture the new prophecy, this Elian Thorne, and deliver him to the Dark Lord. Then, surely, they would be granted more than scraps. They would have status. But this floating boy with suns in his hands, this was not the soft, predictable prey he'd envisioned. This felt like a predator greater than any wolf. His pack members looked to him, their fear a palpable scent in the cold air. "You brought us to hunt this?" Their silent stares screamed. Greyback's pride warred with a primal, rising dread. He bared his teeth, canines already too long for a human mouth. "It is a trick," he growled, the sound rumbling in his chest. "A clever illusion. He is just a boy. For the Dark Lord. For our place." Aruhuhu. The howl tore from his throat, half man, half beast. It was the signal. From the trees and undergrowth, dark shapes erupted. They moved with unnerving, loping speed, not the disciplined advance of wizards, but the frenzied charge of hunters. 7, 8, 10 figures in black robes, their silver masks gleaming dully, wands raised, converging on the floating target. "A full pack," Elian murmured, his voice carrying a cold amusement. "How generous!" Inside the shattered doorway, Sirius Black leaned against the frame, his grey eyes gleaming with a mix of alarm and fascination. "Moody, are we really just going to watch?" Alastor Moody's magical eye whizzed, tracking every movement outside. His gnarled hand gripped his wand so tightly the knuckles were white. Dumbledore's orders were clear. "We are the guard." Moody jerked his head towards Elian. "Is the spear? Let's see if the spear is as sharp as the old man claims." But a low, terrible growl drew their attention. Remus Lupin was pressed against the doorjamb, his body rigid, his face a mask of such pure, distilled hatred that it was almost unrecognizable. His fingers were clenched around his wand, trembling not with fear, but with a rage so deep it threatened to shatter him. "Lupin!" Sirius said, his casual tone vanishing. "It's him," Lupin snarled, the words ripped from a raw throat. His eyes were locked not on Elian, but on a specific patch of deeper shadow at the tree line. "Sirius, it's Greyback. Fenrir Greyback." The name hit the room like a curse. Sirius's face hardened into something cold and deadly. The man who had bitten a 4-year-old Remus, who had condemned his best friend to a life of agony and isolation, was out there. Lupin made to surge forward, but Sirius's hand shot out, clamping on his arm with bruising force. "Remus, no!" Dumbledore said. "I don't care what Dumbledore said!" Lupin roared, his control snapping. The man of gentle patience was gone, replaced by the scarred, furious beast within. "I will tear his throat out. I will." "Stand down, Lupin!" Moody barked, his real eye blazing. "That's an order. The boy has the field. You break his line, you risk everything." The struggle in Lupin was horrific to witness. His body shook with the effort of holding back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Finally, with the sound of agony, he slumped, his forehead thudding against the wooden frame. If he falters, Lupin whispered, venom dripping from every word. If he shows a moment's weakness, you will not stop me. I will feed Greyback his own heart. Sirius met his friend's tormented gaze and gave a single, grim nod. His own hatred was a cold fire now. He looked out, his eyes searching the shadows. Where, Moody? Point him out. Moody's magical eye rotated, its piercing blue gaze seeming to peel back the layers of darkness. It stopped, fixed on a dense cluster of brambles 50 yards to the left. There. The coward leads from the rear. Hiding in the thorns. Both Sirius and Lupin stared at that spot, their wrath a silent, burning promise. Outside, the charging werewolf Death Eaters raised their wands as one. They had no finesse, no strategy beyond overwhelming force. Stupefy. Crucio. Avada Ked. The curses were a ragged chorus of colored light scarlet stunners, sickly green killing curs, twisting bolts of purple pain, a chaotic web of lethal magic screaming towards the stationary, floating figure. Elian didn't move to dodge. He simply brought his hands together in front of his chest, the two blazing mandalas merging into one larger, intricately spinning disk of golden light. The first curses hit the shield. There was no dramatic explosion. The spells, the stunners, the cruciatus curses, even the emerald streaks of the killing curse struck the luminous disk and shattered. They dissipated into harmless sprays of fading light, like waves breaking against an immovable cliff. The shield didn't even shimmer. The charge faltered. The werewolves skidded to a halt in the snow, staring. From within the circle of light, Elian's voice rang out, clear and utterly calm. My turn. He thrust his shielded hands forward. The golden disc pulsed. A visible wave of concussive force, rippling the very air, shot out from its center in a perfect, expanding ring. It hit the clustered werewolves like a physical wall. There was a cacophony of crunches and startled yelps. Bodies were lifted off their feet and hurled backwards into trees, over bushes, tumbling through the snow. Wands flew from numb fingers. Masks cracked. Silence returned, broken only by moans of pain. Elian lowered his hands, the shield dissolving into fading motes of light. He drifted forward, his eyes scanning the groaning forms. Then his gaze lifted, piercing the darkness, and fixed directly on the bramble patch Moody had identified. Your pack is broken, Alpha, Elian called, his voice cutting through the night like a blade. Will you hide in the thorns while your wolves bleed? Or will you face the Supreme Mage? From the depths of the shadows, a figure slowly, reluctantly, stood up. Fenrir Greyback stepped into the fringe of the moonlight, his mask discarded, his inhuman face twisted in a snarl of fear and fury. The hunt had turned. The predator was now the prey. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The God of War Descends. Chapter 93, The God of War Descends. If Tom Riddle and Albus Dumbledore represented the pinnacle of magical power in the modern wizarding world, what the witnesses inside the Lovegood house were seeing was the violent shattering of that very definition. Elian hadn't dodged the storm of curses. He hadn't needed to. With a simple, almost dismissive motion, he'd brought the whirling ring of Ragator to his chest, and the combined magical assault had simply ceased to exist. It dissolved against the golden disk of light like snowflakes hitting a hot stove. In the stunned silence that followed, the werewolf Death Eaters felt the primal part of their brains scream in terror. Every hair stood on end. Then, Elian moved. He showed them despair. He showed them what it meant to be prey before a predator of a different order. This time, there were no clones, no illusions. There was only brutal, overwhelming efficiency. A sharp crack of displaced air. Boom! The frozen earth erupted where a werewolf had stood a millisecond before. A wet, sickening thump. Before the pack could process the sound, they saw him. The boy who had been floating was now among them. Dark, arterial blood sprayed in a fan across the pristine snow. A dismembered arm, still clutching a wand, spun through the air. Elian straightened from a slight crouch, a faint, chilling smile touching his lips as he surveyed the frozen ring of horrified faces. Beneath his feet, the ground was cratered, littered with a black cloak and the ruin of its former occupant. Devil! The thought was a collective, silent scream in every werewolf mind. The cold, paralyzing fear was so intense it was a physical weight. How? He was over there. What is that shield? Their wands trembled in their hands, pathetic talismans against the nightmare in their midst. Yet, the coppery scent of fresh blood, thick in the cold air, began to work on their cursed biology. Fear warred with a rising, feral bloodlust. Eyes that had been wide with terror began to glaze over with a crimson haze. A low, guttural growl built in one throat, then another. Rip him! Tear him apart, a voice, more beast than man, roared. The spell broke. With a chorus of feral howls that were equal parts defiance and madness, the remaining werewolves lunged, abandoning any pretense of spellcraft for sheer, savage physicality. Elian's grin widened. He became a blur of crimson and gold. Boom! Thwump! Crack! He moved with impossible speed, a dance of death orchestrated by the levitation cloak. He would rise, avoiding a clumsy swipe of claws or a poorly aimed curse, then drop like a stone, the edge of a ragged ring in his left hand slicing through the air and through flesh, bone, and robe with terrifying precision. The ring in his right hand remained a static, impenetrable barrier, deflecting the occasional spell a werewolf remembered to cast in its frenzy. It was harvest, not battle. Each touch of the luminous disc was final. A head tumbled. A torso was cleaved. A charging form was met with a concussive blast from the shield that pulverized bone. In the span of a few frantic heartbeats, the cacophony of snarls and screams died. Silence rushed back into the clearing, now fouled with the stench of blood and voided bowels. 11 dark shapes lay still in the reddening snow. Elian landed softly in the center of the carnage. His breathing was even, calm. A few strands of hair were out of place. There was dust on his trousers and shoes. He was otherwise pristine, untouched by the violence he had just authored. 11, he mused aloud, his voice conversational in the ghastly quiet. A respectable number. Voldemort must be taking me somewhat seriously. A pack of werewolves is no small investment these days. In the ruined doorway of the Lovegood house, 5 figures stood as if petrified. They were so still they might have been mistaken for statues, save for the shallow, disbelieving rise and fall of their chests. Lupin's hand, trembling violently, found Sirius's shoulder and gripped it like a vice. Sirius, did you see that?" he whispered, the words barely audible. Sirius Black swallowed, his throat painfully dry. "I saw." Alastor Moody's magical eye, which had been whirring in a frantic, panicked loop trying to track Elian's movements, emitted a sharp crunch and stopped dead, pointing rigidly at a random spot in the trees. Moody didn't even notice. His mind, a fortress of decades of combat experience and dark knowledge, had been breached and overrun. He had just watched a 16-year-old boy wade into a pack of armed, magically capable werewolves and slaughter them with what appeared to be melee weapons made of light. No wand. No incantations. Just flight, impossible shields, and ruthless, close-quarter butchery. Battle Mage. The term surfaced from the depths of his memory, from obscure texts on extinct magical traditions. But this was no historical relic. This was alive, terrifying, and happening in a Devon forest. This was the different system Dumbledore had hinted at. It wasn't just different, it was revolutionary. It was heretical to everything Moody understood about magic. And the power, to dispatch 11 opponents however bestial with such casual, brutal ease. It spoke of a level of potency that belonged in the same breath as Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. A deep, atavistic fear, the kind he hadn't felt since his first year as an Auror, coiled in Moody's gut. Before this chilling realization could fully settle, his one good eye caught a furtive movement at the far tree line. A large, dark shape was melting back into the forest, moving with predatory silence away from the clearing. Moody's instincts roared back to life, shattering his stupor. "Throne," he bellowed, his voice cracking like a whip. "The Alpha. Greyback. He's fleeing." The spell of horrific awe broke. In the clearing, Elian's head snapped up, his grey eyes, cold and sharp, locking onto the retreating shadow. The hunt was not yet over. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, The Captured Alpha. Chapter 94, The Captured Alpha. Fenrir Greyback watched the lone figure standing amidst the carnage, and a tremor began deep in his core, shaking its way to the surface until his very legs quivered. The fear was no longer just an emotion, it was a physical poison in his veins. How? His mind screamed, refusing to process the scene. 11 of his strongest, most vicious wolves. 11 wizards, cursed or not. Slaughtered in less than a minute by a boy who didn't even use a wand. That golden red circle, it ate magic. It defied everything. In a sudden, chilling moment of clarity, he understood why the Dark Lord was obsessed. This wasn't a new prophecy, child, this was a natural disaster in human form. Run! The instinct for survival, stronger than any loyalty or pride, screamed in his head. If he failed, the Dark Lord might punish him. If he stayed, Throne would kill him. He didn't dare apparate. The trace, the risk of leading the enemy back to Malfoy Manor, it was unthinkable. He saw the figures in the doorway: Black, Lupin, Moody. The order. Apparition was a signature, a trail he couldn't leave. Instead, he focused, drawing on the dark, twisted flight magic the Dark Lord had taught his inner circle. His body dissolved into a plume of thick, oily black smoke that erupted from the forest floor, coiling upward into the night sky, aiming for the distant tree line. He thought he was unseen, a shadow among shadows. Fenrir Greyback, a voice called, calm and carrying, freezing the blood in his smoky veins. Do you truly believe you can outrun me? Greyback's form stuttered in the air. He looked down. Elian Thorne was looking directly at him, a small, cold smile on his face. Then, the boy moved. It wasn't flight as Greyback understood it. It was a sudden, terrifying launch, like a human arrow shot from a bow. There was no smoke, no drama, just impossible acceleration. In the blink of an eye, Elian was there, intersecting the path of the fleeing smoke. A hand, wreathed in the fading afterglow of a ragged ring, reached into the dark cloud. There was a sickening crunch, the sound of major bones shattering, and a scream that was entirely, horribly human tore from the smoke. The dark plume dissipated, unraveling. 2 figures became distinct in the moonlight: Elian, hovering effortlessly, and Fenrir Greyback, held aloft by his ruined arms. Both of the werewolf's arms hung at grotesque, unnatural angles, bone protruding through skin and robe. Blood pattered down onto the snow below. Elian gave the whimpering, broken figure a casual look of disdain, then descended, gliding back to the clearing before the Lovegood house. He dropped Greyback unceremoniously at Mad-Eye Moody's feet. The werewolf leader hit the ground with a thud and a fresh shriek of agony. "I believe this one may be of use to you," Elian said, his tone disturbingly light, as if handing over a mildly interesting book. "He's disarmed, quite literally. Won't be dying from this. Consider him a token of my thanks for your protection of Luna and Mr. Lovegood." He brushed a speck of imaginary dust from his cloak, the picture of nonchalance amidst the gore and the groans of his captive. Inside the doorway, the tableau of shock shattered into frantic action. Remus Lupin's face, pale and strained a moment before, contorted into pure, undiluted hatred. He saw the creature that had doomed him to a life of monthly agony and social exile lying broken at his feet. His wand was in his hand, trembling with the force of his rage. "Lupin, no!" Mad-Eye Moody roared, his own wand coming up, not at Greyback, but at Lupin. "Stand down! He's a prisoner. He has intelligence." Sirius Black moved instantly, positioning himself bodily between Moody and his friend. "Moody, you know what this animal did to him?" Sirius snarled, his own anger a cold fire. "You know. I know he's a Death Eater who knows where the snake is hiding." Moody shot back, trying to shove past Sirius. "This isn't about vengeance, Black, it's about the war." Sirius didn't budge. He stood like a rock, his eyes locked on Moody's, his body a shield for Lupin's moment of reckoning. Whatever Remus decided, Sirius would back him, consequences be damned. Elian watched the standoff impassively. His part was done. He'd delivered the prize. What the Order did with it was their business. Xenophilius Lovegood stared, dumbfounded, from the broken werewolf to the arguing wizards to the calm, blood-spattered boy. His Christmas had veered into a surreal nightmare. Luna, however, only had eyes for Elian. She scanned him anxiously, her silvery gaze checking for injuries. Finding none, only tousled hair and muddy trousers, she met his eyes and gave a small, relieved nod. He returned it with a faint, reassuring smile. "Lupin! Don't you dare!" Moody bellowed, his voice cracking with urgency. It was too late. Lupin's face was a mask of decades-old pain and fury. His wand, pointed directly at the writhing Fenrir Greyback, began to glow with a malignant, dark purple light. The curse was already forming on his lips, a spell of pure, personal vengeance. The air crackled with impending violence, a different kind than the one that had just ended outside. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, The Aftermath and a Heavy Heart. Chapter 95, The Aftermath and a Heavy Heart. With Lupin's spell cast, Fenrir Greyback's agonized writhing ceased instantly. His body went rigid, his screams cut off, frozen in a final grimace of pain under the full body bind. Mad-Eye Moody, having shoved past Sirius, thumped over and looked down at the petrified werewolf. His face was grim. "Lupin. I understand. But this ends here. He will face justice, I swear it. The kind that matters." Lupin turned away, his shoulders hunched, his face a closed mask of bitter fury. He didn't acknowledge Moody's promise. Elian watched the exchange with a faint, unreadable smile. In the end, Lupin's rage had been channeled into restraint. The petrification was a victory for the Order's pragmatism, if not for Lupin's heart. Sirius placed a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder, only to have it shrugged off. He didn't take offense, his own expression somber. He then turned and approached Elian, his demeanor shifting into one of careful, respectful formality. "Elian," Sirius began, his voice quieter than usual. "That was more than we could have asked for. Taking Grey back alive, it's a significant asset. On behalf of the Order, thank you." Elian gave a slight shrug. Professor Dumbledore suggested it was preferable. It was no great trouble. The casualness with which he dismissed single-handedly annihilating a pack of werewolves and capturing their infamous leader was staggering. Sirius studied him, the aristocratic manners of the House of Black unable to mask his awe and a deep, unsettled curiosity. He'd heard the stories from Harry, the strange magic, the power. But hearing was nothing compared to witnessing. This wasn't a talented student, this was a force of nature. A 16-year-old who fought in a way that turned centuries of magical dueling tradition on its head. No wands. No incantations. Just brutal, close-quarters efficiency with weapons of solidified light. What was this system of magic? Where did it come from? The questions burned in him, but the chilling professionalism in Elian's grey eyes warned against prying. "Nevertheless," Sirius said, dipping his head in a genuine show of respect, "you have our gratitude." Nearby, Xenophilius Lovegood stood with a protective arm around Luna, his face pale. The editor of the Quibbler, a man who dealt in rumors of crumplehorn snorkax and blibbering humdingers, was now faced with a reality far stranger and more terrifying than any of his publications. The cheerful guest at his table was a warrior who had just painted his lawn with the blood of 12 attackers. The conceptual distance between classmate of my daughter and lethal, anomalous combatant was too vast to bridge in a single evening. His mind, usually buzzing with eccentric theories, was now cold and clear with a dreadful understanding. His home was compromised. The Death Eaters knew of it. They had come here for throne, and they had died here. They, or others, would be back. The quirky, beloved rook-shaped house, filled with memories of his wife and Luna's childhood, was no longer safe. A profound grief settled over him, not just for the imminent loss of his home, but for the violent end of an innocence, the illusion that his world, for all its oddities, was still a place where Christmas dinners could be peaceful. He looked at the ministry-oblivious world outside his window and felt a surge of contempt. This was their contained threat? A pack of werewolves attacking a private home on Christmas? And it was left to a teenager and a secret society to deal with it. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Xenophilius found his voice. It was softer, older-sounding than before. "Elian, everyone," he said, his eyes taking in the Order members. "It is still Christmas. The food, it is growing cold. If it is not too much trouble, and if your business is concluded, perhaps we could finish our meal? And then, I think we must discuss what comes next." His meaning was clear. There would be a final, surreal Christmas supper amidst the lingering scent of pine, blood, and magic. And then, the Lovegoods would have to vanish. The battle was won, but the war had irrevocably arrived on their doorstep. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, A Promise and a Departure. Chapter 96, A Promise and a Departure. In the end, Sirius, Moody, and Lupin did not stay for the resumed Christmas dinner. The captured Fenrir Greyback was a priority, a treasure trove of potential intelligence that needed to be secured and interrogated at the Order's headquarters immediately. When Elian reopened the shimmering portal for them, he noted the dark, simmering look in Remus Lupin's eyes. The werewolf professor wasn't just thinking about interrogation, he was envisioning a long overdue reckoning. Just before stepping through, Lupin hung back, pulling Elian aside. His voice was low, thick with emotion. "Elian, thank you. You may not know. I am a werewolf. Because of him." He jerked his head towards the petrified bundle on the floor. The bitterness in his tone was a lifetime's worth. Elian gave a small, understanding nod. "You're welcome, Professor Lupin. And, perhaps one day, I may be able to do more than just capture him. There might be a way to address the condition itself." The words landed not as a whisper, but as a thunderclap in the quiet hall. Lupin's entire body went rigid. His eyes, usually weary and kind, widened with a shock so profound it bordered on pain. "What?" he breathed, the word barely audible. You said you might have a way? To cure it." He searched Elian's face frantically, looking for a hint of jest, of cruel hope. He found only calm certainty. "I said it's possible," Elian clarified, his tone measured. "The magic I study deals with the structure of things: energy, form, essence. A lycanthropic curse is a profound alteration, but it is, at its core, a magical construct. It may be reversible. Not now. But, perhaps not never." Lupin stared, his mind unable to fully grasp the magnitude of what was being offered. Decades of resigned agony, of social exile, of monthly torment, suddenly had a hypothetical endpoint. A fragile, incredible hope, more dizzying than any spell, bloomed in his chest. He nodded, a frantic, jerky motion. I can wait. I've waited my whole life. Any chance at all." Serious and moody, overhearing the exchange from the portal's edge, exchanged a look of stunned disbelief. Curing lycanthropy? It was the stuff of miracle worker legends, not something discussed casually by a teenager after a battle. Yet, coming from the boy who had just redefined combat magic before their eyes, it carried a terrifying weight of plausibility. They were realizing, with dawning, humbling clarity, why Dumbledore treated Elian Thorne not as a student, but as a peer. Why he was the new variable. This wasn't just a powerful wizard. He was a harbinger of something entirely new, a system that could potentially overturn magical truths they had accepted as immutable. The thought was as exhilarating as it was frightening. With final, solemn nods of gratitude to Elian and the Lovegoods, the three Order members dragged their prisoner through the portal, which snapped shut behind them, leaving the odd house in sudden, heavy quiet. Only Elian, Luna, and a deeply somber Xenophilius remained. Elian looked at the splintered wreckage of the front door and winced. "My apologies again, Mr. Lovegood. For the door, and for all of this." Xenophilius shook his head slowly, his usual eccentric energy utterly drained. "No, Mr. Thorne. The fault is not yours. It is mine for publishing our plans. I simply never imagined, the world has grown so dark again, so quickly." He looked around his cluttered, unique home, his eyes lingering on every strange knick-knack, every memory. "We cannot stay here." The decision hung in the air, final and sad. "Let us at least finish our meal," Xenophilius said, his voice thick. "It is still Christmas, after all." The dinner that followed was a surreal affair. The turkey was cold, the purple soup had congealed, but they ate in quiet companionship. Xenophilius raised his glass of elf-made wine, his hand trembling slightly. "A toast to you, Mr. Thorne. For your courage. I am in awe." He drained his glass. Luna, who had watched the night's horrors with her characteristic, silent acceptance, took a small sip of her own drink, her silvery eyes never leaving Elian's face. An hour later, it was time. Elian stood before the repaired but clearly damaged wall, the sling ring on his finger. "Mr. Lovegood," he said, turning. "You should leave soon. If you have nowhere to go, my house in London is empty and secure. You and Luna would be welcome. The offer was genuine. The thought of Luna's serene presence in the quiet of Carnaby Street was unexpectedly appealing. Xenophilius managed a tired, grateful smile. Thank you, but no. Luna's grandmother has a cottage. Very secluded. We will be safe there. Elian accepted this with a nod. He offered a final smile to Luna, who gave him a small, knowing wave, and then to Xenophilius. Stay safe. He traced the circle. The golden-red gateway shimmered open, showing the familiar, dark interior of his London bedroom. With a last glance at the curious rook house and its besieged inhabitants, he stepped through. The portal vanished. Alone in his room at 35 Carnaby Street, the silence was absolute and ringing. The adrenaline of the fight had ebbed, leaving a cold clarity. He walked to his bedpost, unhooked the time turner, and held it in his palm. The tiny hourglass within glittered. He let out a slow breath. All right. Let's see if Dumbledore's gift works as advertised. He had a Christmas dinner to attend. In Manchester. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, The Time Turner's Secret. Chapter 97, The Time Turner's Secret. Elian quickly retrieved the 2 remaining bottles of elf wine, then slipped the delicate gold chain of the Time Turner over his head. The pendant felt cool against his skin. He examined it, a flicker of unease in his gut. Time Turners were among the most restricted artifacts in the wizarding world. The Ministry's control over them was absolute, paranoid, and for good reason. The potential for paradox, for catastrophic abuse, was limitless. They were supposed to be used only for academic purposes, under strict supervision. This one, old and unregistered, felt like a loaded gun in his hands. Dumbledore's trust was immense, but what if the old magic was unstable? What if a faulty turn sent him spinning back to the age of dinosaurs? He shook off the morbid thought. Dumbledore wouldn't give him a death trap. Probably. Checking his watch, he saw it was nearly 9 p.m. the time he'd returned from the Lovegoods. He needed to be in Manchester around 6:40 p.m. He carefully gripped the outermost ring of the pendant and turned it. 1, 2, 3. He stopped. The world around him didn't so much change as shimmer. A dizzying, backwards rush of sensation overwhelmed him. Blurred visions of light streaming in reverse through his window, a pressure in his ears like diving deep, a sound like rushing wind and distorted voices. It was over in an instant. He blinked. The room was the same, but the quality of the darkness outside his window was different. Less profound. He checked his watch. 6:40 p.m. A relieved breath escaped him. It had worked. Each turn had indeed sent him back 1 hour. He was now at the point in time just after he'd left for the Lovegoods, but before he was due at the Grangers. No time to waste. He focused, drawing a swift circle with the sling ring. The portal opened not onto a forest, but onto a familiar, frost-kissed back garden in Manchester. Through it, he saw Hermione Granger, bundled in her coat, delivering a solid, frustrated kick to a lopsided snowman. "Go to hell, you stupid git," she muttered, her voice carrying through the portal. "And don't expect any more help with your show-off magic next term." Elian suppressed a grin. Pouting, she turned to stalk back inside. He stepped through, letting the portal fade behind him. He didn't call out immediately. Instead, he let his voice, lightly teasing, cut through the cold air. "Trouble with the local Yeti population?" Need a hand?" Hermione froze mid-step. She turned, and the stormy expression on her face, a mix of hurt, annoyance, and Christmas loneliness, melted into first shock, then a dawning, disbelieving joy she tried desperately to hide. She managed to school her features into a scowl, arms folding. "What are you doing here? Don't you have a prior engagement with the Lovegoods?" He played his part, stretching with exaggerated nonchalance. What engagement?" He gestured vaguely. "I'm pretty sure I promised someone's parents I'd be here for dinner." Remembering the wine, he quickly conjured another portal, a brief flash of golden light, and reached through to his London bedroom, pulling out the 2 bottles. "Now, shall we? I've heard the roast potatoes are life-changing." Hermione's stern facade cracked, replaced by an exasperated, fond eye roll. She didn't question the portal. She was, by now, somewhat accustomed to his impossible entrances. She walked over to him, and to his surprise, didn't take the wine. Instead, she reached up and began straightening his suit collar, then his shirt, her fingers deft and surprisingly gentle. She smoothed down his hair, which was genuinely tousled from the frantic travel and the fight he'd just been in, 3 hours in his future. As she worked, her eyes, sharp and observant as ever, caught a glint of gold at his throat. Her fingers stilled for a fraction of a second on his shirt button. A time turner. The recognition was instant. She'd worn one for a year. She knew its weight, its design, the particular sheen of the hourglass sand. How? The question screamed in her mind. They were ministry-controlled, doled out with extreme reluctance. McGonagall had fought bureaucratic battles for hers. Why did Elian have one? And an old, ornate one at that? Her gaze travelled from the time-turner to his slightly messy hair, the faint dust on the knees of his trousers, the scuff on one shoe. The pieces clicked together with ruthless, Hermione Granger logic. The sudden, perfect timing. The dishevelled appearance that didn't match simply staying at home. The time-turner. He hadn't chosen the Lovegoods over her. He'd done both. A complex wave of emotions hit her: relief, a touch of awe at his sheer audacity and power, and a sharp, possessive thrill that he'd gone to such lengths. But also a flicker of worry. Using a time-turner so casually was dangerous. What had he been doing that required it? She met his eyes, her own expression now a mix of stern admonishment and deep, warm affection. She said nothing about her deduction. Instead, she gave his now neat collar a final pat and stepped back, taking one of the wine bottles. "You're just in time," she said, her voice softer now. "Dinner's almost ready. Come on. My parents are dying to meet you." She led him towards the warm, glowing house, her mind whirring with the night's new secret. Elian Thorne hadn't just come for Christmas dinner. He'd made time for it. Meanwhile, in the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, the air was frozen, thick with a silence more terrible than any scream. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, The Dark Lord's Wrath. Chapter 98, The Dark Lord's Wrath. How long? The question slithered through the oppressive silence of Malfoy Manor's dining hall. No one dared to breathe too loudly. Lucius Malfoy, his face pallid, withdrew a delicate silver pocket watch. "It has been almost 2 hours, my lord." 2 hours. The voice was a soft, deadly hiss. "Fenrir Greyback has been gone for 2 hours. And not one of you thought to investigate." Crash. The magnificent crystal chandelier above the table exploded into a million glittering shards, raining down on the cowering Death Eaters. No one flinched, but the fear in the room thickened. Bellatrix Lestrange, her eyes alight with a fervent mix of terror and excitement, leapt to her feet. "My lord! Allow me! I will see what has become of that mangy dog." In a swirl of black robes, she disapparated with a sharp crack. Voldemort's bone-white fingers drummed a slow, menacing rhythm on the polished wood. "Disappointing," he murmured, the calm in his voice more terrifying than any shout. "My faithful servants grow timid. A child, a boy of 16, troubles you so? It wounds me." He looked around the table, his red eyes lingering on each masked face. "Where is the ferocity that once made the world tremble? It seems only Bellatrix retains her spine." The assembled Death Eaters sat in frozen humiliation. They were not inner circle. They knew their lives were currency to the Dark Lord, spent on a whim. To speak now was to risk being made an example. Voldemort's gaze drifted to the great snake Nagini coiled beside his chair. His long fingers stroked her scales, a gesture of bizarre tenderness. His mind, however, was elsewhere. A fascinating development had recently occupied his thoughts, a faint, new thread in the psychic tapestry linking him to Harry Potter. The Horcrux, that sliver of his own soul festering in the boy's scar, was stirring. Through it, he'd caught fleeting, blurred images not his own. And Snape reported Dumbledore was teaching the boy occlumency, to shut him out. How delightfully ironic! That connection, a vulnerability, could be turned into a weapon. Perhaps it was the key to retrieving the prophecy that haunted him. This pleasant thought soothed some of his ire. Another crack announced Bellatrix's return. Her face was twisted in a gleeful sneer. "My lord! The filthy scavengers failed. All dead. Greyback is gone, vanished." Voldemort's hand stilled on Nagini. A silent, mirthless laugh shook his thin shoulders. "Ha, of course. Low creatures for a low task. And the prophecy child? He escaped their clumsy paws." "It would seem so, my lord." Bellatrix cackled. "Good riddance to that rubbish. They never deserved to stand in your shadow." Voldemort's mood seemed to lift, as volatile as a storm at sea. "You are right, Bella. Their absence merely cleanses our ranks." He turned his chilling smile on Lucius. "Lucius! It is Christmas. Let us have the feast. We shall celebrate the removal of inferior stock." Lucius, feeling the icy weight of his master's gaze, waved his wand hastily. Platters of sumptuous food appeared on the long table, conjured by unseen house elves. Voldemort rose, raising a goblet of blood-red wine. "My loyal friends," he intoned, the words oily and false. "Our first Christmas since my return. I am pleased to have you with me once more." A ragged chorus rose from the table. "To the Dark Lord." Bellatrix's adoration was a palpable force. They drank, and the macabre Christmas dinner began. But behind Voldemort's composed facade, cold fury and sharp curiosity warred. 12 of his followers, cursed, violent, grown wizards, had been neutralized. By a boy. Had the Order intervened? Lucius's report after Hogsmeade had spoken of strange, wandless magic, of close combat with discs of light. Was it truly so potent? Could a new form of magic resist a dozen wands? Unconsciously, his obsession was shifting. Harry Potter remained a thorn, a symbol, a piece of his soul. But Elian Thorne, he was an enigma, a variable, a challenge. The mystery of his power was a lure Voldemort found increasingly difficult to ignore. He longed to dissect it, to understand it, and then to either possess it or reduce its practitioner to ashes. The new prophecy was becoming far more interesting than the old. 444 Lily Street, Stone District, Manchester. The atmosphere was a world apart. Warm light, the smell of roast turkey and herbs, and the quiet hum of a happy home. Elian sat at the Grangers' dining table, which was laden with delicious, normal, wonderful food. Mr. and Mrs. Granger beamed at him, their earlier worry replaced by delight at their daughter's obvious happiness. Mr. Granger, ever the gracious host, smiled warmly at Elian. Elian, as our guest, would you do us the honor of saying grace? End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Grace in Grimmauld Place. Chapter 99, Grace in Grimmauld Place. Elian's smile froze for a fraction of a second. Again? He could still picture Xenophilius's bewildered stare and Luna's dreamy confusion after his last improvisation. Well, in for a nut, in for a galleon. He took Mr. Granger's and Hermione's offered hands. Hermione's palm was noticeably warm, and when he glanced at her, a charming blush was creeping up her neck, though she kept her face serenely forward. Clearing his throat, Elian launched into his now practiced, entirely unorthodox grace. We give thanks to the primordial forces that shaped the heavens and the earth, he began, his voice taking on a solemn, rhythmic tone. To the celestial guardians and the weavers of fate. For the warmth of this hearth, the bounty of this table, and the fellowship we share. May this meal fortify us against the coming night, and may our bonds be our strongest shield. Amen. He opened his eyes to find 3 pairs of wide, startled eyes fixed on him. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked utterly perplexed, while Hermione's expression was a delightful mix of embarrassment and suppressed laughter. Elian merely smiled and picked up his fork. Everything smells wonderful. The meal that followed was comfortable and filled with easy conversation. The Granger's cooking was superb, traditional, hearty, and delicious. Mr. Granger, once he recovered from the unusual prayer, proved to be a kind and inquisitive host, asking gentle questions about Hogwarts, carefully avoiding anything too magical for his wife's comfort, and expressing genuine warmth. It was clear they saw Elian not just as their daughter's odd friend, but as a lonely boy they were happy to welcome. As dinner ended, Elian politely declined Mr. Granger's offer of a nightcap. At the door, bundled against the cold, Mr. Granger clasped his shoulder. Elian, you're always welcome here, you know. Any holiday. Hermione doesn't have many friends from similar backgrounds. We'd be glad to have you. The unspoken meaning that they approved, that they saw what was blossoming between him and their daughter was clear and touching. Thank you, sir. The dinner was fantastic. I'd be honored to visit again, Elian replied with sincere warmth. Outside, under the starry Manchester sky, Hermione walked him to the garden gate. If you need anything, you can always owl, Elian said, adjusting the sling ring on his finger. Hermione's eyes followed the movement, gleaming with curiosity. Do you have more of those? I'd like to learn. The theory behind the spatial manipulation must be fascinating. I feel my magical control has improved. Elian tapped the ring. One day, perhaps. But not yet. His expression turned serious, the easy warmth fading. Hermione, listen. The magic I'm teaching you, Comitage, it's not like charms or transfiguration. It deals with fundamental forces. It's powerful, but it's dangerous. You can't rush it. You can't experiment blindly. Promise me you'll only practice what I've shown you, exactly as I've shown you. He rarely spoke to her with such grave intensity. Hermione understood. This wasn't about keeping secrets, it was about safety. The magic he wielded had a weight, a potential for backlash she'd only glimpsed. I promise, she said, her voice quiet and firm. I'll be careful. Satisfied, Elian's expression softened. He traced a quick circle. The golden portal swirled open, revealing his dark London bedroom. With a final smile and a wave, he stepped through, and the light vanished. 12. Grimmauld Place was anything but quiet. From behind a heavily bolted door on the first floor, terrible sounds echoed through the gloomy hall, shrill, pain-racked screams that devolved into guttural, pleading howls, punctuated by bursts of mad, defiant cursing. Filth. Scum. You'll die a wolf, Lupin. It's a curse, a blood curse. Ahahaak. Please. Just kill me. I don't know anything. In the drawing room, Alastair Moody and Sirius Black stood by the cold fireplace, each holding a glass of fire whiskey. They listened to the horrific symphony with grim faces. Go and tell Lupin that's enough, Moody growled, his magical eye fixed on the ceiling. Dumbledore will be here soon. We need the bastard coherent. Sirius knocked back his drink, the burn doing little to ease the tension. He needs this, Moody. Let him have his hour. Dumbledore won't be here for a while yet. Moody thumped his wooden leg against the floorboards. Need I remind you, Black, that this is a Death Eater? The first high-value capture since the Snake's return. This isn't about personal vendettas, it's about the war. I know what it's about. Sirius snapped, his grey eyes flashing. Better than you. But that thing in there was caught by a schoolboy as a favor. It's not your prize to dictate terms on. Fine. I'll tell him. He set his glass down with a sharp clink and turned towards the door. He never reached it. A soft, familiar voice, laced with gentle amusement, spoke from the shadows near the hallway. My dear friends, it seems you are extending a rather vigorous welcome to our new guest. The neighborhood might complain. Albus Dumbledore stepped into the dim light of the room, his blue eyes twinkling despite the surrounding gloom and the awful sounds from downstairs. He had arrived far sooner than expected. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, The Council and a New Ally. Chapter 100, The Council and a New Ally. Albus Dumbledore's smile, usually so warm, was strained as he greeted Moody and Sirius. The raw, agonized screams slicing through the gloom of 12 Grimmauld Place were impossible to ignore. They spoke of deep-seated fury and excruciating pain, the sounds of a torture session, not an interrogation. He was startled to hear Lupin's name invoked in the torrent of abuse. Remus Lupin, whom he knew to be a man of profound gentleness and controlled pain, not a tormentor. Had he misjudged so badly? Headmaster, Sirius said quickly, setting his glass down with a clatter. Let me stop him. We have a captive. A special one. Lupin has history with him. Sirius hurried off towards the source of the noise. Moody stumped closer to Dumbledore, his face grim. We've got Fenrir Greyback, Moody muttered, his voice low. The werewolf leader. Death Eater. Black says he's the one who bit Lupin. He paused, his magical eye whirring as if trying to process the memory. Wasn't us who caught him, though. It was the boy. Thrown. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Elian captured Greyback. Captured. Moody gave a harsh, disbelieving bark of a laugh. He massacred the rest of the pack. 12 of them. Like they were practice dummies. Then he plucked Greyback out of the sky like a snitch and handed him to us as a thank you for guarding the love goods. Never seen anything like it. That magic of his, it's not dueling. It's butchery. Efficient. Terrifying. Merlin's beard, Albus, he's 16. 12? The number echoed in Dumbledore's mind. He had known Elian was powerful, an anomaly. The Hogsmeade incident had proven his lethal capability. But this was a scale that shifted the board. A single wizard, not yet of age, taking on a pack of armed, magically capable werewolves and emerging not just victorious, but dominant. It spoke of a power curve that was not just steep, but vertical. Where was the ceiling? Before he could formulate a question, the screaming stopped. A moment later, Remus Lupin emerged from a side room. He looked pale, drained, but there was a new, grim lightness in his posture, as if a terrible weight had been partially lifted. He met Dumbledore's gaze without flinching. "Headmaster. Greyback is alive. For now. You'll understand, I hope, that my restraint was tested." Dumbledore looked into Lupin's weary eyes and saw decades of monthly agony and social exile. He said nothing, merely placing a hand on Lupin's shoulder, a gesture of understanding, not condemnation. He pushed the door open a crack. The metallic stench of blood was thick. In the flickering candlelight, he saw the ruin of Fenrir Greyback, armless and chained in a pool of his own gore, barely breathing. Dumbledore closed the door softly. The man was a monster, but the sight was no less pitiable. Turning to the others, his voice was calm but carried the weight of command. "Summon the order. A full council. And send for Severus. We must ascertain if Legilimency can extract anything of value from our guest before he expires." Lupin and Sirius nodded, moving to carry out his orders. Dumbledore knew the likelihood of Greyback holding crucial secrets was slim. Voldemort viewed his werewolf followers as useful beasts, not confidants. Severus would undoubtedly know more. But one did not ignore any potential source of intelligence, however tainted. As he made his way to the drawing room to wait, a profound weariness settled over him. The war was escalating faster than he had feared. The Ministry's blindness, the Azkaban breakout, and now this a display of raw power from a new player that changed every calculation. He sank into a worn armchair. The next step was clear. The Order needed to know about Elian Thorne, not as a mysterious student, but as the potent, unpredictable ally or potential variable he had proven himself to be. They needed to understand that a new kind of magic walked among them, and that the boy who wielded it had just single-handedly crippled a significant portion of Voldemort's fringe forces. Introducing him would be delicate. Some, like Moody, were already wary. Others would be fearful. But they could no longer afford to operate in ignorance. The battle lines were being redrawn, not just between light and dark, but around a new, brilliant, and terrifying point of power. His name was Elian Thorne, and he was no longer just Dumbledore's concern. He was the Order's business. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, The Banner of Dumbledore. Chapter 101, The Banner of Dumbledore. The air in the kitchen of 12 Grimmauld Place was thick with the lingering scent of Molly's stew and a new, sharper tension. The long wooden table, usually littered with maps and empty butterbeer bottles, felt like a council table of war. Elian Thorne was not present, but his actions dominated the hushed conversation. Dumbledore sat at the head, his face grave, his twinkling blue eyes unusually somber. Around him, the Order of the Phoenix had gathered, summoned by urgent Patronuses. Remus Lupin sat utterly still, staring at a knot in the wood grain as if it held some terrible memory. Sirius Black leaned back in his chair, attempting his usual careless posture, but his eyes kept flicking to the cellar door. Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye whirled relentlessly, also fixed on that same door. "You're telling me," a voice broke the heavy silence, "that he captured Fenrir Greyback?" "The Fenrir Greyback? The monster who turned Remus?" A young woman with hair that was, at that moment, a shocked bubblegum pink, had half risen from her seat. She slapped a hand on the table for emphasis. Perhaps feeling all eyes on her, she sank back down, a flush of embarrassment coloring her heart-shaped face. "Sorry. It's just, blimey." This was Nymphadora Tonks, a member of the Order and a newly qualified Auror. Her metamorphmagus talent, the rare, innate ability to change her appearance at will, often reflected her emotions, and right now, her pink hair spoke of sheer astonishment. "Oh, do sit properly, Nymphadora," Molly Weasley chided gently, though her own hands were nervously twisting a tea towel. With Arthur still recovering at St. Mungo's, her nerves were frayed. Tonks offered a weak, apologetic smile and fell silent. She felt the weight of a particular gaze and glanced up to see Remus Lupin watching her. His expression was unreadable, but a deep pain flickered in his tired eyes. Sirius, beside him, was also studying Tonks with a curious, slightly narrowed look. "Snape's late," growled Mad-Eye Moody, his normal eye glaring at the door, his magical one doing a full circuit of the room. "As usual. Should we start without him?" "I don't see why not," Sirius muttered darkly. "He probably enjoys making an entrance." "Peace," Dumbledore said, his voice quiet but instantly commanding. He placed his hands on the table. "We shall begin. I believe most here are now aware of the extraordinary events of the past 24 hours involving our freelance ally, Elian Thorne." He paused, his gaze sweeping the room. Seeing no confusion, only grim anticipation, he continued. He recounted, in precise detail, the attack on the Lovegood home. He described the 12 werewolf Death Eaters, the arrival of Greyback, and Elian's solitary, devastating defense. He spoke of powers not seen in their world, shimmering golden shields that shattered curses, discs of light that cut like swords, a cloak that defied gravity, and portals that twisted space. Finally, he told them of the broken, captive monster now bound in the cellar. A profound silence followed, broken only by the creak of the house and the faint crackle of the kitchen fire. Several members who hadn't been on the scene, Daedalus Diggle, Hestia Jones, stared at Dumbledore, their faces pale with disbelief. It sounded like a legend, not a report from the night before. A 16-year-old boy had not only survived but had triumphed against one of Voldemort's most feared lieutenants and his pack. "Albus," Daedalus Diggle finally whispered, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and desperate hope. "This magic he uses, it's entirely different. Is there any possibility that he might?" He couldn't finish, but his meaning hung in the air, palpable and urgent. Could they learn it? That shield that blocked curses? The instant travel? In a war where they were outnumbered and outgunned, such tools would be a game-changer. Before the thought could take root in others, Dumbledore raised a hand. His expression was kind but utterly firm. "Daedalus," he said, and his voice left no room for argument. "Elian's arts are his own. They are a profound and personal discipline. If he ever chooses to share his knowledge, we would be honored students. But it is not a subject for us to broach. It is a gift, not an entitlement. We must respect his boundaries as we would wish our own to be respected." His sharp blue eyes scanned every face at the table, a silent command. The flicker of hope in some eyes dimmed, replaced by understanding, and in a few, a shade of disappointment. The wizarding world had been static for so long, the idea of a new branch of magic was intoxicating. "Our role," Dumbledore continued, his voice softening slightly, "is to offer trust and support. He has fought our enemy, at great risk to himself and those he cares for. He has earned our loyalty, not our demands." Nods went around the table, some more enthusiastic than others. Dumbledore's point was clear: Elian was not a resource to be mined, but a powerful and volatile ally to be respected. The meeting shifted to other topics: the increased Death Eater activity since the Azkaban breakout, the Ministry's deepening denial, the critical importance of guarding the prophecy at the Ministry. But the specter of the powerful young man and his captive hung over everything. Just as the meeting was drawing to a close, the kitchen door swung open with a soft creak. Severus Snape stood in the doorway, his black robes swirling with the movement. His face was paler than usual, a sheen of sweat on his brow as if he had travelled far and fast. His dark eyes swept the room, lingering for a fraction of a second on the empty space where a certain Muggle-born might have sat, before settling on Dumbledore. "My apologies, Headmaster," he said, his voice a low bat. "I was, unavoidably detained. The Dark Lord is not pleased. The loss of his werewolves has drawn his eye. He is intensely curious about the one who took Greyback." The name Elian Thorne is now spoken in the inner circle. He stepped fully into the room, the door closing behind him with a click that sounded like a lock turning. "It seems," Snape said, his gaze finally finding Remus Lupin's, "the boy has not merely caught a wolf. He has waved a red flag before a bull." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, The Secrets in the Cellar. Chapter 102, The Secrets in the Cellar. Severus Snape stood in the doorway of the kitchen, his black robes whispering against the frame. His arrival sent a final, chilling hush over the gathered Order members. His eyes, cold and dark as obsidian, swept the room, noting every face before landing on Dumbledore. "Headmaster," he said, his voice a low, measured tone. "You summoned me." His gaze flickered to the cellar door, understanding dawning. He had felt the urgent summons just as he had returned from Malfoy Manor, the Dark Lord's fury still echoing in the stone halls. "Before we adjourn," Dumbledore said, rising from his seat and addressing the room once more, his tone leaving no room for debate, "let me be unequivocal. Our arrangement with Elian Thorne is one of cooperation and mutual trust. He is not a weapon to be aimed, nor a mystery to be solved for our convenience. He has chosen to stand against the darkness, and that is a gift we will honor with respect, not presumption." His eyes lingered on a few members who still looked wistful. "Sirius, Remus, please coordinate with Kingsley and Alastair on the revised watch schedules for the Ministry. Arthur's absence leaves a gap we must fill diligently." With a final nod, Dumbledore moved towards the door where Snape stood. Molly Weasley bustled about, gathering her shawl. "Oh, do hurry things along, Albus," she fretted. "Ginny and the boys are waiting for me back at the Burrow." Dumbledore and Snape exited the kitchen, their footsteps silent on the grimy floorboards of the hallway. Once they were out of earshot, Dumbledore spoke quietly. "We have Fenrir Greyback. In the cellar." Snape gave a curt, unsurprised nod. The assembly had confirmed his suspicions. "His knowledge will be limited," Snape stated flatly. "The Dark Lord uses his werewolves as blunt instruments, not confidants. This mission was a test of their ferocity, nothing more." "Perhaps," Dumbledore murmured, stopping before a heavy, locked door. "But even blunt instruments hear things. Greyback moves among magical creatures the Death Eaters seek to recruit. He may know of alliances being forged in the shadows that even you, in your esteemed position, have not yet heard." Snape considered this, his expression impassive. It was true. The Dark Lord's campaign to recruit giants, vampires, and other dark beings was extensive, and tasks were compartmentalist. He was aware of the broad strategy, not the granular details Hagrid might have missed. "A warning, Headmaster," Snape said, his voice dropping even further. The Dark Lord is not careless. Key operatives, even disposable ones, are often protected by preventative enchantments. To prevent exactly this scenario, probing his mind may trigger a fatal backlash. Dumbledore's eyes glinted in the dim light. Which is precisely why I called for you, Severus. Your skill in legilimency is matched only by your caution. Let us see what remains to be seen. He unlocked the door with a tap of his wand, and they entered. The room was small and dank. Chained to a heavy iron ring in the center of the floor, Fenrir Greyback lay panting. He was no longer the terrifying predator of the night before. His clothes were torn, his face bruised from the fight and subsequent containment spells, but his yellow eyes burned with feral hatred. The moment he saw Snape, he erupted. Traitor, he snarled, lunging against his magical bonds, spittle flying from his lips. Snivellas. I knew it. You're the leak. The Dark Lord will flay the skin from your bones. Save your breath, Greyback, Snape said, his voice devoid of all emotion. He drew his wand slowly. You think you can pry into my mind? Greyback laughed, a raw, broken sound. The Dark Lord's touch is upon me. You'll get nothing but ashes and screams. Legilimens, Snape whispered. What followed was not a silent battle of wills, but a violent, externalist storm. Greyback howled, not in physical pain, but in psychic agony as Snape's consciousness forced its way in. Images and sensations flashed: the smell of the forest, the taste of raw meat, the gleeful faces of other werewolves, the cold, high voice of Voldemort issuing a command, go! Fetch me the boy! Crush the Lovegoods! But behind these surface memories, a dark, complex web of protective magic ignited. It was like trying to read a book that was actively burning. Snape pressed deeper, seeking specifics: names of other creature factions, locations of meetings. No! Greyback shrieked, his body convulsing. Traitor! You won't, he'll know it was you. A black, inky tendril of magic, smelling of grave dirt and despair, burst from Greyback's mind, lashing back at the intrusion. Snape severed the connection instantly, stepping back with a sharp intake of breath. Greyback collapsed, twitching, a thin trickle of black blood seeping from his nose. It is as I feared, Snape said, his face slightly paler. A modified cognitomorphism curse. A mental poison pill. To probe the core secrets is to kill the host. He is a dead man if we continue, the secret dies with him. Dumbledore sighed, a sound of deep weariness. Voldemort learns from his mistakes. He is insulating his operations. He looked down at the broken werewolf. Yet, even a failed probe tells us something. His panic, his immediate accusation of you, Severus, it confirms your cover remains intact, for now. And his fear proves there are deeper secrets to guard. Snape gave a tight nod, wiping a sheen of sweat from his brow with his sleeve. The Dark Lord was not enraged by the failure at the Lovegoods. He was intrigued. His focus has shifted. He views the loss of the pack as a cheap price for the new information gained, the confirmation of a significant new power. And he is preparing something. I believe it centers on the Department of Mysteries. The prophecy. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. Then our course is clear. Harry's occlumency lessons must take priority next term. And I have made a new discovery in my own researches. A possible path, Severus. If I am correct, it could change everything. Snape's black eyes flickered, but he asked no questions. To know more was a danger to himself, to his role. The less specific information he carried back to the Dark Lord's presence, the safer the truth remained. They left Greyback, breathing raggedly in the dark. He was a prisoner now, a symbol of a failed attack, but of little further use. As the Order members dispersed from Grimmauld Place into the bleak winter night, and as Snape swept away to deliver his carefully edited report, another mind was at work. At 35 Carnaby Street, Elian Thorne sat Indiana his small, tidy room. The adrenaline of the fight had faded, leaving a calm certainty. In his mind's eye, the interface of the Supreme Mage system glowed softly. Bonus mission, Cull the Pack updated. Death Eaters neutralized, 17. Captured, 1, Alpha level threat, Fenrir Greyback. Mission tier evaluation, exceptional. Reward calculation, pending final mission closure. Note, sustained conflict escalation detected. New contextual missions will generate upon return to primary location, Hogwarts School. Elian's lips curved into a faint, determined smile. The holiday was nearly over. The pieces were moving on the board. Voldemort was preparing his next move. And so was he. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Reward of the Vishanti. Chapter 103, Reward of the Vishanti. Back in the familiar, sparse quiet of 35 Carnaby Street, Elian allowed himself a moment of stillness. The frantic energy of the fight and the grim council at Grimmauld Place faded, replaced by the soft hum of his own magic. He closed his eyes, focusing inward, where the interface of the Supreme Mage system glowed with a patient, steady light. He willed it to evaluate his progress. Bonus mission, Cull the Pack status update. Objective, engage and neutralize Death Eater forces during the holiday period. Current tally, eliminated 17. Captured, Alpha threat, 1. Mission performance tier, exceptional. Reward calculation, complete. Issuing reward. A new line of script, burning with a deep, golden fire, inscribed itself in his mind's eye. Reward granted, the Sacred Sword of the Vishanti. Elian's eyes snapped open, a sharp intake of breath hissing through his teeth. The Sacred Sword of the Vishanti? The system was not being frugal. This was a weapon of legend within the Camartage disciplines, a blade forged not of metal but of pure, focused mystical energy, capable of cutting through spells, enchantments, and things far more substantial. This mission had been different. Not a simple complete/fail objective, but a stacking challenge. The more enemies he removed from the board, the greater the reward. A part of him wondered, with a thrill that was not entirely comfortable, what he might have earned if he had hunted more aggressively. Could he have stacked rewards towards the mirror dimension, or the bolts of Balthak? The temptation was there, the greedy thought of a power hoarder. But he dismissed it. Voldemort was many things, but a fool was not one of them. 2 devastating ambushes had turned Elian from an anomaly into a priority. The next encounter would not be with disposable werewolves, it would be calculated, brutal, and led by someone far more dangerous. The werewolves had been a test, a probing strike. Their loss was a sting, not a crippling blow, but it would make the enemy cautious. I'll take the sure reward, Elian decided. He focused, accepting the completion of the mission. The mission log vanished from his system interface. In its place, a torrent of knowledge flowed into him, not just the image of a golden, crescent-bladed sword, but the feel of its weightless hilt in his hand, the specific incantation to summon it from the fabric of reality, the way its edge could parry a killing curse or sever a magical tether. It was a melee weapon of unparalleled finesse, answering a need he hadn't fully articulated. The rings of Ragator were powerful, but they were shields and projectile weapons. The Sword of the Vishanti was an extension of his will, a duelist's tool. The rest of the holiday passed in a cocoon of focused study. He practiced the summoning of the sword until it appeared in a flash of golden sparks at his thought. He delved deeper into the foundational principles of the mystic arts, cross-referencing the intuitive knowledge the system gave him with the logical structure of spellcraft he saw in his standard book of spells. Hermione and Luna wrote. Hermione's letters were full of sheltered worry and updates on the burrow, Luna's were dreamy descriptions of helping her father prepare a new home, somewhere the Rackspurts are less congested. The wizarding world seemed to hold its breath. The Order was vigilant, the Death Eaters were quiet, a storm gathering in the silence. Elian knew this peace was an illusion. They were all planning something. He also began a new, private project. The system gave him power, but true mastery, the kind befitting a supreme mage, surely involved more than personal strength. It involved legacy, understanding, and teaching. Could the mystic arts be taught to a witch like Hermione, with her brilliant, logical mind? Or to Luna, who perceived the world through such a uniquely uncluttered lens? He spent hours deconstructing the feeling of drawing energy from the multiverse, of shaping it with intent, trying to formulate it into principles, exercises, warnings. It was fiendishly difficult. His own mastery was instinctive, a gift. Translating instinct into pedagogy was the work of a true master. The ambition took root. He would not be a lone power. He would be a cornerstone. All too soon, the holiday ended. Standing on platform 9 3/4, the scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express belching steam, Elian felt an unexpected surge of warmth. This chaotic, magical world had become his home. Elian! Over here! He turned. Ron Weasley was barreling through the crowd, a wide grin on his face, with Harry Potter at his heels. Hermione followed, pushing her trunk, a relieved smile breaking over her face when she saw him. Blimey, not a single letter all holiday. Ron crowed, thumping Elian on the arm. What, found a secret girlfriend or something? Harry chuckled, but his green eyes were serious, taking in Elian as if checking for changes. I heard you were rather busy with a certain Lavender Brown, Elian replied dryly. Seems you had all the correspondence you could handle. Ron's ears turned pink as he spluttered a denial. Elian's gaze met Hermione's over Ron's shoulder. You could have written, you know, she said, but her tone was soft, the accusation hollow. It was a quiet holiday, he said, the lie and the truth woven together. For the most part. After finding an empty compartment was deemed hopeless, they began to push their way down the train, looking for familiar faces, likely heading towards where the DA might have gathered. The corridor was packed with laughing, shouting students, the air thick with the smell of chocolate frogs and excitement. As they neared the last carriages, however, the noise changed. The laughter died, replaced by the sharp, angry tones of a confrontation. A familiar, drawling voice cut through the babble. Contraband, obviously. It's my duty as a member of the Inquisitorial Squad to confiscate it. Unless you'd like to explain to Professor Umbridge why you're spreading this filth. Elian saw them. Draco Malfoy stood, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, blocking the corridor. Facing them, their backs to Elian and his friends, were Neville Longbottom and Ginny Weasley. Ginny had her hands on her hips, Neville stood protectively in front of her, his face pale but determined. In Malfoy's hand, he waved a crumpled copy of the Quibbler. That's not contraband, it's the truth. Ginny snapped. Truth? Malfoy sneered. It's a rag full of lies printed by a lunatic. And I think you two have been reading it a little too closely. Probably got ideas. Incitement. That's a serious charge. Crabbe cracked his knuckles. Goyle smirked. Just take them, Draco, a simpering voice said from behind Malfoy. Pansy Parkinson peered over his shoulder. Don't waste time talking. The professor will reward us. Malfoy's grey eyes glinted with malicious pleasure. You heard her. Grab them. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, The Inquisitorial Squad vs. the DA. Chapter 104, The Inquisitorial Squad vs. the DA. The scene at the end of the carriage was a snapshot of the new Hogwarts. On one side, a unified block of Slytherin green, led by Draco Malfoy, who wore his prefect's badge and a new, silver eye pin on his robes with smug superiority. On the other, a ragged but determined alliance of students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, Luna Lovegood, Seamus Finnegan, and Ernie Macmillan among them. The divide was stark. Malfoy raised a hand, and his cronies Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy Parkinson and a few others fell silent. "I have reason to suspect an unlawful assembly," Malfoy announced, his voice carrying a pompous, official tone. "By the authority granted to the Inquisitorial Squad by High Inquisitor Umbridge, we have the right to investigate any gathering we deem suspicious. Without consent." A few sniggers rose from his squad. The power, newly granted, was clearly intoxicating. The mixed group bristled. "We're just talking." Ginny shot back, her hands on her hips. "Since when is talking on a train illegal?" "It is when you're plotting," Malfoy sneered, his eyes scanning their faces with contempt. "A Ravenclaw, a bunch of Gryffindors, a Hufflepuff, all cozied up together? You're not fooling anyone. You're up to something. Probably spreading more of that." He jabbed a finger at a crumpled copy of the Quibbler peeking from Ernie's bag. "Treasonous rubbish." The accusation hung in the air. The very fact they were all together was the damning evidence. It was the DA, exposed not by betrayal, but by simple, stupid bad luck. Luna stepped forward, her wand held not aggressively, but ready. She stood before the others like a pale, serene guardian. "We were discussing dirigible plums," she said dreamily. "Their effect on Raxpert concentrations is quite fascinating this time of year." Malfoy snorted. "Shut it, you loony. No one cares about your rubbish." "That did it." Seamus Finnegan, his temper always close to the surface, shoved his way to the front, his face red. "You take that back, Malfoy. You call her that again, you slimy little Death Eater in training, and you'll be picking your teeth up off the floor." Neville, his round face pale but set with a stubborn courage, stepped up beside Seamus, his wand shaking slightly as he pointed it vaguely at Crabbe and Goyle. "Why you just stay back? I mean it." This display of defiance from Neville, of all people, sent the Inquisitorial Squad into fresh peals of mocking laughter. "Longbottom's got a wand. Everyone duck." Malfoy cackled. "Did he finally find his spine? Must be a fake. Going to hex us with a water-making charm, Neville." Malfoy's smirk was triumphant. They were outnumbered, but his side had authority and the threat of Umbridge. He opened his mouth to deliver another withering order. A calm, familiar voice cut him off from behind. "Having trouble finding a compartment, Malfoy? Or just practicing for your future career as a ministry lackey?" Malfoy spun around, his smirk freezing. There, in the corridor behind him, stood the trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. And beside them, leaning casually against the wall, was Elian Thorne. A cold trickle of fear, instilled by his father's urgent warnings, ran down Malfoy's spine. He forced his face into a scowl. "Potter. Weasel. Mudblood. And the transfer." He recovered some of his bluster. "Interfering with the Inquisitorial Squad is a detention offense. Or have the scars from your last sessions with the High Inquisitor faded already?" His squad laughed on cue, the sound harsh in the cramped space. Ron went for his wand, his ears turning maroon. "You little..." Harry grabbed his arm. "Not here, Ron," he muttered, though his own green eyes were blazing. "We're almost to school." Malfoy took this as a victory, a sign of weakness. He gave them all a final, contemptuous look and turned to leave. "Come on. We'll note this down. Let's see how they like explaining this little meeting to Professor Umbridge." His followers began to shuffle back, their bullying momentum broken but their official threat lingering. Then Elian spoke. His voice was quiet, but it sliced through the noise like a blade. "Did I say you could leave?" Everything stopped. The inquisitorial squad froze. The DA members stared, wide-eyed. Malfoy turned back slowly, his face a mask of affronted arrogance covering sheer panic. "What?" he spat. "I warn you, Throne. We are acting under the High Inquisitor's authority. Laying a hand on us is an assault on the Ministry's decrees. You'll be in detention until you graduate." But the tremor in his voice betrayed him. He was remembering the story's whispers of Hogsmeade, of Christmas. He was looking at the boy who had made Fenrir Greyback disappear. Elian didn't move from the wall. He simply looked at Malfoy, his expression unreadable. "You accused these people of an unlawful assembly. You insulted them. You invoked Umbridge's name to threaten them. And then you think you can just walk away because you are wearing a pin." He pushed himself off the wall and took a single, deliberate step forward. The Slytherins instinctively shuffled back, bumping into each other. "You seem very fond of authority, Malfoy," Elian continued, his tone almost conversational. "But authority requires two things, power, and respect. You have a pin. I don't see much power. And you," his gaze swept over Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy, "you certainly have no respect." He stopped, now squarely between the two groups. "So, before you go running to your teacher, let's settle this here. As students, you accused them of being a society. Fine. Let's test it. You and me. A simple duel. No teachers, no decrees. Just wands. If you win, you can report whatever you like. If I win, you apologize to Miss Lovegood, and you and your squad walk to the front of the train and stay there." Quietly. The silence was absolute. A duel? On the train? It was madness. It was against 100 rules. But it was also a challenge that stripped away Malfoy's borrowed authority and left only him, his wand, and his pride. Malfoy's pale face flushed. He was trapped. To refuse was cowardice, witnessed by everyone. To accept, he thought of his father's warnings, of the empty eyes of the werewolves who had gone after this boy and never returned. "I don't duel with muggle-born freaks who use dirty tricks," Malfoy blustered, his voice too high. Elian's smile was thin and cold. "Then I'll make it fair. I won't use any tricks. Just my wand. And the first spell they teach you in first year." He drew his unique sandalwood wand, holding it loosely at his side. "Well? Or does the inquisitorial squad need Umbridge to hold your hand for everything?" The gauntlet was down. In the tight corridor, with dozens of eyes upon him, Draco Malfoy had no choice at all. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The D.A.'s First Stand. Chapter 105, The D.A.'s First Stand. Elian didn't wait for an answer. He saw the indecision, the fear, and the lingering arrogance in Malfoy's eyes, and he acted. His sandalwood wand came up in a swift, precise motion. There was no flash of light, no roar of power. He spoke a single, clear incantation that made several older students wince. Furnunculus. The pimple jinx shot across the short space, a streak of mild orange light. It was a spell from their first-year curriculum, childish, almost insulting in its simplicity. It struck Malfoy square in the chest. For a second, nothing happened. Malfoy looked down, patting his robes, a sneer of triumph beginning to form. Is that it? A first-year's hex? You really are a... Then it hit. Not pain, but a sudden, violent, overwhelming cramping in his lower abdomen. His eyes widened. A sickening gurgle echoed from within him, loud enough for those closest to hear. His face, pale a moment before, flushed a deep, mortified red, then turned a shade of green. He doubled over slightly, clamping his legs together. Ventris Torquio, Hermione whispered beside Elian, her voice a mix of horror and reluctant admiration. The intestinal constriction curse. A medical charm gone rogue, used by cruel or creative duelists to devastating psychological effect. You filthy, disgusting, Malfoy choked out, sweat beading on his forehead. The urgent, undeniable need was a physical torment, overriding all pride, all strategy. He grabbed Goyle's arm, his knuckles white. WC, now. But the path was blocked by the wall of DA members. They didn't move. They just watched, their earlier fear replaced by a hard, cold understanding. This was the lesson Elian had beaten into them: in a fight, you use every advantage. You don't wait for permission. Malfoy's control snapped. The public humiliation, the physical distress, the smirking faces of his enemies, it was too much. Do it, he shrieked, his voice cracking. Attack them. Now. I'll take the blame. Stun them all. He was raving, desperate. But while his squad hesitated, shocked by his breakdown, the DA did not. There was no shouted order, no discussion. It was as if a single switch had been flipped. Wands came up in unison. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Petrificus Totalis. The spells weren't flashy or advanced. They were the workmanlike tools of their months of secret practice, disarming, stunning, binding. They fired not in a chaotic volley, but in crisp, targeted pairs. Seamus and Dean took Goyle. Neville and Ernie Macmillan targeted Crabbe. Ginny and Luna disarmed Pansy Parkinson with simultaneous flicks. It was over in less than 10 seconds. The inquisitorial squad lay in a groaning, disarmed, and partially petrified heap in the corridor. Malfoy was among them, writhing, his dignity utterly shredded. A profound silence fell, broken only by Malfoy's pained gasps and the thump of the train. The watching DA members looked at their own wands, then at the results, with stunned awe. They had done that. Together, quickly, efficiently. No one had panicked. No one had used anything darker than a stunner. Merlin's beard, Ron breathed, a huge grin spreading across his face. Then the smell hit. A foul, organic odor began to seep from the pile of Slytherins. Seamus gagged. Oh, blimey! He didn't hold it. That broke the tension. A few strangled laughs escaped. The reality of what they'd just done assaulted Umbridge's official squad began to dawn, mixed with the giddy thrill of victory. Everyone disperse! Harry yelled, his seeker's instincts kicking in. Back to your compartments. Now! The DA members scattered like smoke, melting back into the train, their faces alight with a fierce, shared secret. Elian grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her into the nearest empty compartment, Harry and Ron piling in behind them, shutting the door just as heavy, furious footsteps came pounding down the corridor. What is the meaning of this? Bellowed the voice of the train's conductor. By order of the Ministry, stop right there. But there was no one to stop. Just a pile of incapacitated, smelly Slytherins, and a corridor full of innocently peering students who had, apparently, seen nothing at all. When the Hogwarts Express hissed to a stop at Hogsmeade Station, an unprecedented reception committee awaited on the platform. The heads of all 4 houses stood in a grim line, their expressions ranging from furious to exasperated. From the train emerged a sorry procession. Draco Malfoy, now cleaned by a hasty scour jiffy but pale and trembling with fury and residual sickness, was supported by a sullen, pimple-covered Crabbe and Goyle. The rest of his squad looked similarly worse for wear. Trailing them, looking chastised but strangely united, were representatives of the other houses: Neville, Seamus, Ernie, Luna, and Ginny. "This is an outrage." Severus Snape's voice was a silk-covered whip. "A coordinated assault by a mob upon students acting under the High Inquisitor's authority. I demand the maximum penalties. Detention for the rest of the term. Points. 100 from each house involved." Minerva McGonagall's lips were a thin line. "We will determine who assaulted whom, Severus. I have it on good authority that Mr. Malfoy threatened an unauthorized search and initiated the conflict. Are only Slytherins permitted to defend themselves?" "My students," squeaked Phileas Flitwick, wringing his hands, "are usually so level-headed. This external influence is most disruptive." He glanced nervously at where Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Elian were disembarking casually, as if nothing had happened. Pomona Sprout shook her head, her hat trembling. "A nasty business. But it seems confined to these few. I suggest we handle our own, Severus. A month of detention mucking out the greenhouses should cool hot heads. Now, if you'll excuse me, my fanged geraniums are due a feeding." The teachers argued in hissed tones as the student body flooded onto the platform, whispers about the train battle already spreading like wildfire. Elian caught Snape's eye across the crowd. The potions master's gaze was inscrutable, but it held none of the protective fury he showed for Malfoy. It was a look of assessment, and perhaps a flicker of something else: resignation, or the faintest hint of grim satisfaction. As the carriages pulled themselves up the winding path to the castle, its towers glowing against the darkening sky, Elian knew one thing for certain. The fragile peace of the holiday was over. The lines were drawn, not just in the wider war, but within Hogwarts itself. And the DA was no longer just a study group. They were a militia. And they had just won their first skirmish. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The New Term, Undercurrents. Chapter 106, The New Term, Undercurrents. The platform at Hogsmeade was chaos disguised as order. The usual happy clamor of reunion was replaced by hushed whispers and sidelong glances as students streamed off the train. At the forefront, a grim delegation of professors awaited. Elian, Hermione, Harry, and Ron tried to melt into the crowd, but Professor McGonagall's laser-sharp gaze found them instantly. "Mr. Potter! Mr. Weasley! Do not pretend you are invisible. The head of house wishes to see you. All of you." Her voice brooked no argument. Nearby, Severus Snape descended upon the disheveled Slytherins like a furious bat. He took in Draco Malfoy's pallor, the foul odor clinging to his robes, and the general air of humiliation surrounding Crabbe and Goyle. His lip curled. "A disgrace," he hissed, his voice low enough to freeze the blood. "You represent your house, and this is the spectacle you present? Detention. With me. Every evening this week. Now, get to the carriages before you further offend the senses." His black eyes flicked past his own students, landing for a fraction of a second on Elian. There was no warmth there, but neither was there the protective fury he showed Malfoy. It was a cold, calculating look that seemed to say, "So, the game is truly on." Malfoy shot a look of pure, venomous hatred towards Elian before stumbling away, supported by his cronies. The offending students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff were shepherded by their respective heads McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout away from the main crowd and up towards the castle, bypassing the welcoming feast entirely. In Professor McGonagall's office, a line of Gryffindors stood against the wall. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Elian, Ginny, the Weasley twins, Seamus, Neville. It was a significant portion of the D.A.S. core. Professor McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. "Would it be too much to ask," she began, her voice taut, "for a single term to pass without a significant portion of my house being delivered to me for disciplinary reasons? Mr. and Miss Weasley, your father is recovering in hospital. Must he also worry about you facing expulsion?" She sighed, the anger seeming to drain out of her, replaced by weary exasperation. She waved her wand. A stack of heavy parchment, a pot of ink, and a quiver of quills appeared on her desk, followed by a towering, leather-bound tome, Hogwarts, A History of Rules and Bylaws. "You will each copy," she said, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Section 7, Conduct on School Transport and the Preservation of Inter-House Decorum. Twice. You may return to your common room when you are finished. And not a moment before. It wasn't a severe punishment. It was, in fact, a slap on the wrist. The students exchanged hidden, relieved smiles. McGonagall's display of anger on the platform had been for Snape's benefit a necessary piece of theatre. Indeed, while Snape's fury was genuine, the other heads had been quietly complicit. They all loathed Umbridge and her inquisitorial squad. A public humiliation of Malfoy's little band, away from school grounds? It was inconvenient, but not entirely regrettable. By dealing with it internally, they kept Umbridge's talons out of the affair. By the time the last line of decorum was copied, "Students shall not use locomotive corridors for the purpose of unauthorized dueling or the casting of jinxes designed to induce gastrointestinal distress," it was late. The feast in the Great Hall was long over. Yet, when the chastened group finally trudged into the Gryffindor common room, they were met not with silence, but with a subdued, triumphant celebration. Older students had smuggled out pasties, pumpkin juice, and cakes. They were greeted with grins and pats on the back. "Heard you lot gave Malfoy the runs," crowed a seventh year. "Served the little git right." 3 cheers for the train brigade. For a moment, they were heroes. Elian found himself hoisted onto the shoulders of Fred and George Weasley, the room spinning with laughing faces. Later, as they settled into armchairs, Harry, chewing on a chicken leg, frowned. "Hey, did anyone see Hagrid at the feast?" The chatter died. Students who had attended looked at each other and shook their heads. "No sign of him," said a 6th-year prefect. "Come to think of it, the gamekeeper's hut was dark as we passed," added another. "Maybe he's off finding another cuddly blast-ended screw-it," Ron muttered, earning a swat from Hermione. But the mood had shifted. Hagrid's absence was a palpable hole. His classes were chaotic and often terrifying, but his presence was a constant, a warm, grounding piece of Hogwarts itself. His absence felt ominous. Elian's mind worked. Hagrid's mission to the Giants, it had taken longer than expected. In his memory of Harry's world, Hagrid returned later in the term, and he did not return alone. His absence now was a ticking clock, signaling that Dumbledore's plans were in motion, and Voldemort's response would be coming. "When he gets back," Harry said, turning to Elian with forced cheer, "I'll introduce you. You'll like him. He's brilliant. If you don't mind being drowned in slobber and smelling of dog for a week," Ron grumbled through a mouthful of pie. The following days settled into the familiar, tense rhythm of Umbridge's Hogwarts. Classes were a drudgery of theory without practice. The High Inquisitor's decrees papered the walls. The inquisitorial squad, now nursing a very public grudge, stalked the corridors with renewed spite, their eyes constantly searching. DA meetings continued in the room of requirement, the practices now sharper, more serious. The success on the train had bonded them, but it had also painted a target on their backs. They were careful, paranoid, using every secret passage and disillusionment charm they knew. Life seemed to return to a strained normalcy. But Elian could feel it, like a change in atmospheric pressure before a storm. The undercurrents were swirling. Hagrid was missing. Snape was watching. Umbridge was waiting. And somewhere, in the shadows of the castle and beyond, their enemies were not idle. The calm was an illusion. The hunt for the DA had begun in earnest. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. There will be a poll in Patreon in few minutes where you can choose 2. Yes, 2 new fanfics. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Malfoy's Hunt. Chapter 107, Malfoy's Hunt. The seed of humiliation, planted on the train, had festered in Draco Malfoy's heart, growing into a thorny vine of pure hatred. His public shame was the talk of the school, and every stifled giggle he heard in the corridors was like a hot needle in his skin. He was certain, with a burning, obsessive certainty, that Potter and his gang, especially that freak throne, were running an illegal organization. Finding proof was now his sole purpose. In the dim, green-tinged light of the Slytherin common room, Goyle presented his findings with the air of a cat delivering a prized, if bedraggled, mouse. He handed Malfoy a crumpled bit of parchment. Got some names, Draco, Goyle grunted. Potter, Granger, the Weasel, Longbottom, that love-good girl from Ravenclaw. And that throne bloke, of course. Crabbe nodded vigorously beside him, his small eyes gleaming with pride. Malfoy stared at the list. A slow, trembling rage began to build in his chest. He looked from the parchment to Goyle's expectant face. "You, imbecile," Malfoy whispered, his voice dangerously quiet. Then it erupted. "You moronic, troll-brained waste of space. I know they're in IT. I was there. They're the ones who did this to me." He shredded the parchment, scattering the pieces like confetti. The sudden explosion of fury silenced the entire common room. Younger students scurried for the door. "I need names we don't know." Malfoy spat, his face contorted. "The others. The ones from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff who were there that day. There can't have been many. Those bookworms and duffers will crack like eggs. Find them." He was breathing heavily, trying to master himself. Gryffindors were notoriously loyal and stubborn. But a Ravenclaw, obsessed with their own intellect, or a Hufflepuff, anxious to avoid trouble, they might be persuaded to talk. Crabbe's face suddenly lit up with the strain of a rare thought. He slapped his broad forehead. "Oi! I remember. There was a Ravenclaw girl, blonde, kinda, floaty looking. Big silvery eyes." Goyle scratched his head, nodding slowly. Yet. Sounds familiar." A flicker of hope ignited in Malfoy. "Yes? Her name?" Quickly. Crabbe's face fell into a mask of intense concentration, which made him look constipated. It's on the tip of my tongue. She's got a nickname, right? Everyone calls her something." Malfoy's hope curdled into cold, familiar disgust. "A nickname," he repeated flatly. "Yet. Like. Loony. Loony something. Crabbe said triumphantly. The silence that followed was absolute. Malfoy closed his eyes, a muscle twitching in his jaw. When he opened them, his voice was a deadly hiss. Loony Lovegood. You've just described Luna Lovegood. The one Ravenclaw I already named, you gelatinous-brained gargoyle. The mad girl. You've spent 5 minutes describing the one person we already know. He was beyond shouting now. He was vibrating with a cold, exhausted fury. Goyle and Crabbe shrunk back, finally understanding the depth of their failure. Get out, Malfoy said, his voice hollow. Go. Actually ask someone. Find me the other Ravenclaws. Find me the Hufflepuffs. Do not come back until you have real names. Go. They fled. Alone on the serpent-emblazoned sofa, Malfoy slumped, rubbing his temples. The fatigue of dealing with such monumental stupidity was overwhelming. But the hatred burned through it. He pictured Elian Thorne and Harry Potter being marched out of Hogwarts, their wands snapped, expelled, and vulnerable. Then let the Dark Lord have them, he thought viciously. Let the Death Eaters finish what they started at the Lovegoods. He had no idea that the vulnerable Muggle-born he so despised had already butchered a small army of those very Death Eaters. His fantasy was a child's cartoon of revenge. The hunt, however clumsy, began. Crabbe and Goyle, along with a few other Slytherin lackeys, started making clumsy inquiries, lurking near the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables, trying to remember faces from the train. The DA members, forewarned by the tension in the air, became even more careful. Secrets were kept, looks were exchanged in silence, and the castle felt like it was holding its breath. Several tense days passed. The routine of Umbridge's oppressive lessons continued, a dreary background to the hidden war of whispers. Then, one afternoon as Elian was picking at a treacle tart in the Great Hall, Hermione burst through the doors, her eyes wide with excitement and worry. She rushed to his side, barely containing her voice. Elian! Come quick! Hagrid's back! But, something's wrong. Harry's already gone down to see him. We need to go now. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Half-Giants Return. Chapter 108, The Half-Giants Return. Rubeus Hagrid. The name conjured an image of towering, shaggy-haired kindness in Elian's mind. Keeper of keys and grounds, professor of care of magical creatures, and a loyal, steadfast member of the Order of the Phoenix. A man whose heart was as vast as his frame, and whose history was tragically intertwined with Tom Riddle's first rise to power. Elian knew the outline of the story, the unjust expulsion, the framing by a young Voldemort for the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. He also knew Hagrid's mission had been to the Giants a desperate attempt by Dumbledore to stem the tide of dark alliances. And from the grim set of Hermione's face as she pulled him along, it hadn't gone well. "You'll like him, Elian, really," Hermione said as they hurried across the sloping lawns towards the gamekeeper's hut, their breath frosting in the cold air. "Just, be prepared." "For what?" Elian asked. Ron, trotting beside Harry, answered with a theatrical shudder. "For rock cakes that are rocks. For tea so strong it could tan hide. And for Fang's drool. It's like being attacked by a warm, slobbery mop." "Ron!" Harry admonished, but he was smiling. His eagerness to see Hagrid was palpable. The half-giant was one of his first and most constant friends in the magical world. "He's been gone ages," Harry continued, his smile fading. Dumbledore must have given him a really tough job. They reached the familiar, pumpkin-dotted patch of garden. Smoke curled from the chimney, and a warm, yellow light glowed behind the thick, curtained windows. Before they could knock, the door was flung open, revealing Hagrid's enormous, bearded face, which lit up with pure delight. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Blimey, didn't expect yes so soon, he boomed, stepping back to usher them in. He had a bloody rag pressed to his left hand. Get in, it's Parisian out there. As Elian, the last to enter, stepped over the threshold, Hagrid's eyes black and beetle-bright landed on him. The jovial expression shifted into one of stunned recognition, then immense, almost reverential respect. And you must be Merlin's beard, ye must be Elian Thorne, Hagrid said, his voice dropping to a rumbling whisper. He wiped his good hand hastily on his moleskin waistcoat before extending it. Elian's own hand was engulfed in a grip that was surprisingly gentle. Rubius Hagrid. It's a real honor, it is. I've heard, well. He glanced nervously at the others. Heard a bit about yet. Harry blinked. You know Elian, Hagrid. Know of him, Hagrid corrected quickly, his cheeks reddening above his beard. Order business, ye know. Can't say much. Top secret and all that. He winked, a gesture that was anything but subtle. The order. Ron's jaw dropped. You're in the order, Elian. But you're our age. Bill and Charlie only got asked after they left school. I'm not in the order, Ron, Elian said calmly, shooting a mildly exasperated look at Hagrid. We just cooperate sometimes. On specific things. Hermione was staring at him, her clever mind whirring. Christmas, she was thinking. The time turner. He wasn't just running between dinners. He was fighting. With the order. The pieces clicked into place with a silent, profound shock. Her concern for him deepened, laced with a new, fierce pride. Hagrid, realizing he'd said too much, busied himself with the kettle, nearly knocking a shelf of pewter tankards over. Tea. Who wants tea? And I might have some, biscuits somewhere. Hagrid, Hermione said gently, steering the conversation away from the dangerous topic. Your hand. And your face. What happened? Where have you been? The warmth in the cozy hut seemed to chill. Hagrid's broad shoulders slumped. He sank into his enormous armchair, making the frame creak alarmingly. He pulled the bloody rag away, revealing a deep, poorly healing gash across his knuckles. "Ya know he's back," Hagrid began, his voice gruff. "And he's recruitin'. Not just wizards. All sorts. Creatures of the dark. Giants." He told them then, in his slow, halting way, of the journey north with Madame Maxime. The freezing mountains, the hostile giant camps, the brutal, simple politics of strength. He spoke of Gurg, the giant chief, and the persuasive, cruel whispers of the Death Eater emissaries who offered easy conquest and vengeance. Dumbledore, he didn't want for our side, Hagrid mumbled, staring into the fire. Just wanted to stay out of it. Be neutral. But, it's hard to argue with a club the size of an oak tree. And they like promises of smashin' things. He touched the bruise on his cheekbone. We tried. We really did. But in the end, most of 'em went with him. We barely got out. A heavy silence filled the hut, broken only by the crackle of the fire and Fang's snores. The failure was a physical weight. The war had just gained an army of walking, club-wielding siege engines. Elian listened, his own mind quiet. The Supreme Mage system, dormant since his return to school, suddenly glimmered at the edge of his consciousness. A new prompt, cold and clear, formed. Contextual mission generated, the Titan's ire. Situation: the giant clans of the north have aligned with the enemy, adding immense physical threat to his forces. Their allegiance, however, is new and built on brute force promises. Objective: undermine this alliance. Demonstrate a power that challenges their understanding of strength. Sow doubt. Method: open. Reward: variable, based on impact. Potential for significant advancement in mystic arts, shielding/telekinetic density. Note: mission is long-term. Opportunities may arise unexpectedly. Elian kept his face neutral, but inwardly, he acknowledged the mission. Giants. It made a terrible sense. And demonstrating a power that challenges their understanding of strength, that was a language he was beginning to speak fluently. Harry looked heartbroken. "I'm so sorry, Hagrid. You got hurt because of it." "Ah, it's nothin'," Hagrid said, forcing a hearty tone, though his eyes were sad. "Just a few scrapes. More worried about what it means for everyone else." He looked around at their young, solemn faces, then his gaze settled on Elian again, a flicker of desperate, illogical hope in his eyes. "But, we've got surprises of our own, eh? Not all hope's lost." The unspoken question hung in the air, thick with the smell of peat smoke and regret. What can we possibly do against giants? Elian sipped his tea. It was, as Ron warned, strong enough to stand a spoon in, and said nothing. But his mind was already turning, mapping the new, mountainous terrain of the war. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, The Giant's Doubt. Chapter 109, The Giant's Doubt. The silence in Hagrid's hut was heavy, thick with the implications of his story. The firelight danced on the walls, making the shadows of the enormous furniture loom and twist. Elian watched as Harry, Ron, and Hermione processed the grim news. Giants, an army of them, likely throwing their lot in with Voldemort. What was the result? Harry finally asked, his voice small against the weight of it. Hagrid sighed, a sound like rocks shifting. "We found 'em, all right. A whole colony, 70 or 80 of 'em. It weren't easy, dodgin' the Ministry watchers they've got on anyone connected to Dumbledore." He prodded the raw steak against his bruised cheek. "They didn't try ter kill us on sight, if that's what you're askin'. Did just what Dumbledore said, bowed, laid our gift at the Gurg's feet. The chief, that is." "A gift?" Ron perked up slightly. "Food. Giants can find their own food," Hagrid said. "We gave 'em magic. The kind they respect. A branch of Everfire." Hermione's eyes widened. "A perpetual flame charm. That's incredibly advanced magic." "Yet," Hagrid nodded, a flicker of pride in his sad eyes. "Dumbledore's own work. Burned bright even in the snow. The Gurg," he acknowledged it, "showed respect for Dumbledore's power." "But did they agree?" Harry pressed, leaning forward. Hagrid's massive shoulders slumped again. "Don't know. They speak giant. And it's more complicated than that." He looked down at his giant-sized hands. "See, you know who, he don't like magical creatures." "Not really. Pure-blood maniacs think they're, well, vermin. Beasts. But he's desperate now. Last time he rose, he had creatures fightin' for him: werewolves, giants, trolls, promisin' 'em a better world. They gave 'em everything." He took a deep, shuddering breath. "And then he fell. And the creatures who'd followed him, they were left worse off than before. Hunted, hated, driven deeper into the wilds. They paid a high price for backing the wrong wizard. Hermione's sharp mind made the connection first. So they're hesitating. They remember the last failure. They're afraid of being betrayed again. Exactly. Hagrid said, pointing a thick finger at her. That's the crack. That's why Dumbledore sent me. Not to recruit em for us, but to keep em out. To remind em that the Dark Lord's promises are hollow. That he sees em as tools, not allies. But, did it work? Ron asked, though the answer was clear from Hagrid's wounds. Hagrid shook his shaggy head. The Gurg took the gift. Listened. But the Death Eaters, they were already there, whisperin' promises of conquest, of revenge on the wizards who've pushed em around. They're offerin' the giants a chance to be the strong ones for once. It's a powerful thing, that promise. He touched the gash on his hand. We were encouraged to leave. Forcefully. The despair in the room was palpable. Dementors were already turning. If the giants fell too, the balance of power would tilt catastrophically. It's hopeless then, Ron muttered, slumping in his chair. Harry looked furious, his hands clenched. We can't just let it happen. Harry, what can we possibly do against giants? Hermione asked, her voice full of pragmatic despair. We're just students. It was then that Elian spoke. He had been silent so long, his calm presence almost forgotten. Now, all eyes turned to him. He wasn't looking at his friends, but at Hagrid, his gaze steady and clear. Hagrid, Elian said, his voice quiet but cutting through the gloom like a knife. You know where they are? The giant colony. Could you take me there? A stunned silence followed, broken only by Fang's whimper. Take you there? Hagrid boomed, half rising from his chair. Are ya mad, boy? It's not a school trip. They'd squash ya like a flobberworm. Not to fight them, Elian said, his expression unchanging. To talk to them. Or rather, to show them something. Show them what? Harry asked, a wild hope dawning in his eyes. Elian met his gaze. That there is another kind of power in this world. One that doesn't come from a wand, or a club, or empty promises. One that Voldemort doesn't understand and can't control. A power that respects nothing but itself. He turned back to Hagrid. You said they respect magic. The Everfire impressed them because it was strong, lasting magic from a great wizard. I have a different kind of magic. One that might speak to them in a language they haven't heard before. A language of pure force, not persuasion. Hagrid stared at him, his small eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe. He was remembering the stories from the Order meeting, the things Moody and Sirius had said about the Christmas attack. The golden shields, the flying, the captured Fenrir Greyback. Ya mean, your other magic? Hagrid whispered. The strange stuff. Elian gave a single, slight nod. They're uncertain. They remember betrayal. I won't offer them promises. I'll offer them a demonstration. A reason to doubt that Voldemort is the strongest force they can follow. A reason, perhaps, to stay neutral. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Ron looked utterly baffled. Harry's face was alight with a fierce, desperate faith. Blimey, Hagrid breathed, sinking back into his chair. The idea was insane. Suicidal. But the look in Elian Thorne's eyes wasn't one of bravado. It was cold, clear calculation. It was the look of a general assessing a new battlefield. The Supreme Mage System's mission glowed in Elian's mind, demonstrate a power that challenges their understanding of strength. He intended to do just that. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 hearts. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, The First Vassals. Chapter 110, The First Vassals. Hagrid stared, the raw meat forgotten in his massive hand. The cozy, fire-lit hut suddenly felt like the stage for a mad proposition. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gaped at Elian as if he'd just announced he was going to juggle blast-ended screws. Elian, have you gone spare? Ron blurted out. Giants. They'll use you for a toothpick. Harry's face was pale with concern. Hagrid's half-giant, and look what they did to him. You're not, you can't be serious. Only Hermione was silent, her eyes fixed on Elian's face, searching for the logic behind the madness. She knew him. He didn't make idle boasts. Hagrid placed the meat on the table with a definitive thump. He leaned forward, his small, dark eyes boring into Elian's with an intensity that made the younger students fall quiet. This wasn't the jovial gamekeeper anymore, this was a member of the Order of the Phoenix weighing a tactical proposal. Elian, Hagrid said, his voice a low rumble of bedrock. I can't decide that. Not on my own. I'd have to speak with Dumbledore. And it's not just a stroll down to the village, it's weeks of travel, dodgin' ministry spies and Merlin knows what else. He paused, his gaze unwavering. But I'll put it to him. Ron's jaw dropped. You're actually considering it? Harry looked between them, a dawning realization in his green eyes. Hagrid wasn't humoring Elian. He was treating him like a fellow soldier, an asset whose value he couldn't fully measure but dared not dismiss. Elian gave a single, calm nod. I understand. I'll await word. He had his reason. The moment Hagrid spoke of the giant's hesitation, a new mission had crystallized in the interface of the Supreme Mage system, its text glowing with ancient, imperative weight. Foundational mission updated, the Mage's Dominion. Directive, a Supreme Mage does not walk alone. His authority is built upon the loyalty of powerful vassals. The strong must be made to serve, or be broken. Objective, secure the allegiance of the Northern Giant Colony. Make them the first sworn vassals of your growing order. Reward, scales with the number and strength of giants subjugated. Potential unlocks, mystic fortification arts, geomantic resonance. Warning, this is a test of true supremacy. Failure may result in death. Success will change the board. The mission was audacious, terrifying. It spoke not of cooperation or persuasion, but of dominion. It fit a cold, logical part of him. Giants were force incarnate. Unsubtle, brutal, but undeniable. To have such creatures bound to his will, it was a foundation of raw power upon which a legacy could be built. Hagrid, wisely, changed the subject away from such dangerous talk in front of Harry and Ron. He gruffly asked about their classes, deflecting their bewildered questions. But the atmosphere had shifted. Harry and Ron kept shooting Elian looks of bewildered awe, trying to reconcile the quiet transfer student with the person who could make Hagrid consider a suicide mission to a giant camp. Ron couldn't contain himself. Blimey, Elian. What you been up to? You're like a secret weapon or something. Elian offered a faint smile. Just trying to help. Hermione, sitting close to him on the lumpy sofa, nudged his side with her elbow. Her voice was a bare whisper only he could hear. Dumbledore knows about everything. He knew she meant the mystic arts. He gave a slight, confirming nod. Her eyes widened, but she swallowed her follow-up questions. There would be time later. It was then that Fang, who had been snoring by the fire, suddenly lifted his head and let out a low, warning growl. His jowls trembled, and he stared at the thick, curtained window beside the door. All 5 of them froze, following the dog's gaze. Silhouetted against the frosted glass was a short, squat, and unmistakable figure. Umbridge, Hermione hissed, her face twisting in disgust. A shared look of panic passed between Harry and Ron. Without a word, Harry scrambled for his bag, pulling out the silvery, fluid fabric of his father's invisibility cloak. "Under here, quick! Hagrid, the cups!" Hermione whispered urgently, already vanishing under the cloak with Elian and Ron. Hagrid acted with a speed belying his size. He swept the 4 used teacups off the table and shoved them deep under the sagging cushion of Fang's basket just as a firm, polite knock rattled the door. Fang barked again. Hagrid gently pushed the boarhound aside with his foot, cast one last look at the apparently empty space where his guests had been, adjusted his expression to one of mild annoyance, and pulled the door open. The chill night air swept in, carrying with it the cloying scent of perfume and the simpering, high-pitched voice of Dolores Umbridge. "Good evening, Hagrid. I do hope I'm not interrupting. I was conducting my evening rounds and noticed your light on rather late. We must all be mindful of conserving school resources, mustn't we?" Under the cloak, pressed tightly together in the corner, Elian, Harry, Ron, and Hermione held their breath. The hunt was no longer just Malfoy's clumsy pursuit. The High Inquisitor herself was at the door. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, A Close Shave. Chapter 111, A Close Shave. Pressed tightly together under the silken fabric of the invisibility cloak, the world narrowed to the scent of old wool, nervous breath, and the overwhelming proximity of another person. Elian had never been under the cloak before. It was a strange sensation, like looking out from behind a one-way mirror made of mist. He could see Umbridge's squat, toad-like figure in vivid, dreadful detail as she barged past Hagrid. Hagrid's immense frame blocked most of the doorway. "Can I help you?" he rumbled, his voice tight. Umbridge took several dainty steps back to see his face, her smile sugary and sharp. "I am Dolores Umbridge," she announced, as if presenting a royal decree. Without waiting for an invitation, she bustled into the room, her beady eyes darting over every surface: the oversized furniture, the cluttered shelves, the empty space by the fire where 4 teenagers were desperately trying not to breathe. Fang, ever hopeful for affection, lumbered towards her. "Control your beast," she shrilled, flinching away. "He's friendly," Hagrid said, a defensive edge in his tone. "Aren't you the one from the Ministry?" "Fudges, assistant. I am the senior undersecretary to the Minister, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor, and the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor," she recited, preening. Her gaze lingered on Hagrid's travelling cloak thrown over a chair. "You have been absent for some time, gamekeeper." "A long holiday, I am told." "Needed a break," Hagrid grunted, picking up the raw meat and pressing it to his bruised face again, a move that seemed both painful and deliberately off-putting. "I heard voices upon my approach," Umbridge said sweetly, her head tilting like a curious, poisonous bird. "Were you conversing with someone?" "Just Fang here," Hagrid said, gesturing vaguely at the drooling boarhound. "Good listener, he is." The lie was painfully transparent, Hagrid's ears were turning red. "I see," Umbridge said, not believing a word. She paced slowly, her eyes on the floor. "I observed several sets of footprints leading to your door. Quite fresh. Lots of folk come by," Hagrid said, his voice growing louder with strain. "Not many stay when I'm out, though." Elian felt Hermione tense beside him. Under the cloak, they were packed like sardines. Harry was rigid on his other side, Ron was sweating profusely, his eyes wide with panic. Umbridge's interrogation continued, a relentless drip of poisoned honey. She asked about his holiday, probing for details of his trip with Madame Maxime. Hagrid stonewalled, his answers growing more gruff and evasive. "And your injuries?" she pressed, her smile never wavering. "A rather active vacation, it seems. Do I need to report every scraped knee to you, Professor?" Hagrid finally snapped, taking a step forward. His anger was a physical force, his massive chest swelling. The raw meat in his hand dripped ominously. Umbridge, faced with this sudden, towering fury, instinctively took 2 quick steps backward. Right towards the corner where they were hiding. Hermione, directly in her path, let out a tiny, muffled gasp of panic. Elian acted without thought. His left hand shot out, clamping gently but firmly over Hermione's mouth. His right arm encircled her waist, pulling her back tight against him to both steady her and shrink their collective footprint. She was rigid with shock, then melted into a flush of warmth that had nothing to do with fear. He could feel her heart hammering against his arm, her breath hot against his palm. The space under the cloak was now critically cramped. Elian was pressed against the cold stone wall, Hermione was a line of tense, soft heat against his front, with Harry and Ron crushed on either side. He could smell the apple scent of her shampoo. To reassure her, he moved the hand on her waist, tracing a single, clear word with his fingertip against the wool of her sweater, Quiet. The effect was electric. Hermione jolted as if struck by a low-voltage curse, a full-body shiver that Elian felt distinctly. Her face, he knew even without seeing it, would be scarlet. She became utterly, completely still, save for the frantic pulse he could feel beneath his hand on her wrist. Harry and Ron, blind to the silent drama beside them, were frozen in their own terror, staring with bulging eyes at Umbridge's hideous bows, now only 3 feet away. Ron looked like he might vomit from sheer anxiety. Umbridge, recovering her composure, smoothed her horrid pink cardigan. "There is no need for hostility, gamekeeper. The Ministry merely seeks to ensure the safety and propriety of all Hogwarts affairs. Your lack of cooperation is noted." She gave the room one final, sweeping look of disgust, her eyes passing over the seemingly empty corner without a flicker of recognition. "Good evening." With a last simpering smile, she turned and waddled out, closing the door firmly behind her. They waited in the stifling, shared silence under the cloak for a full minute, listening to her footsteps fade on the gravel path. Hagrid stood like a granite statue, listening intently. Finally, he let out a gusty sigh that shook the rafters. "She's gone." Harry threw off the cloak, gasping for air. Ron stumbled back, wiping his brow. "I thought we were done for." Hermione practically sprang away from Elian, putting a good 2 feet between them in an instant. She couldn't meet his eyes, her face a brilliant shade of crimson as she busied herself straightening her robes with trembling hands. Elian emerged more slowly, the strange, intimate warmth of the cloak dissipating into the chillier air of the hut. He caught Hermione's flustered glance for a second before she looked away, and a faint, entirely inappropriate smile touched his lips. It vanished as he looked at Hagrid. The half-giant's face was grim. "She's sniffin' around, she is. This ain't over. And now she knows I'm back." He looked at the 4 of them, his expression softening with worry. "Ya better get back ter the castle. Quick and quiet. And Elian. I'll get word ter Dumbledore. 'Bout yer idea." The message was clear. The walls were closing in. Umbridge was on the hunt, and their world was getting smaller by the day. End of chapter. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, The Walk Back. Chapter 112, The Walk Back. The moment the door clicked shut behind Umbridge, the tension in the hut didn't break, it shifted. Hagrid remained still, a mountain of simmering anger, staring at the closed door as if he could set it on fire with his gaze. She's a piece of work, that one, he finally growled, his voice thick with disgust. Sent by Fudge to be his eyes and ears. A bloody nuisance. Under the cloak, they waited. Elian kept a firm grip on Harry's arm, stopping him from throwing it off. Not yet, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. She might be waiting just outside. He felt Hermione stiffen again beside him. Her ear, visible just below the edge of the shimmering fabric, was glowing a deep, embarrassed crimson. If they emerged now, her flustered state would be a dead giveaway to everyone. He gave her a slight, reassuring squeeze where his hand still rested on her arm, a silent signal to compose herself. Hagrid, playing his part, sighed loudly and stomped over to his armchair, making a show of settling back in. He waited a full 2 minutes, the silence punctuated only by Fang's whines, before he heaved himself up again. He yanked the door open and stuck his head out, looking left and right into the dark, frosty night. She's gone, he announced, turning back inside. Back to the castle, no doubt. So that's the Ministry's watchdog, is it? Yes, Harry said, finally throwing off the cloak and gulping in the cooler air of the room. Ron followed, wiping his sweaty forehead. She tried to sack Professor Trelawney. Would have, if Dumbledore hadn't stopped her. Trelawney. Hagrid boomed, outraged. She's a Hogwarts professor. That foul, interfering harpy. Hagrid, you have to be careful, Harry implored, his worry cutting through his own relief. She's looking for any excuse to get rid of Dumbledore's supporters. What are you planning for our next Care of Magical Creatures class? A familiar, mischievous light sparked in Hagrid's eyes. Ah, now that's a surprise. Got something special planned? Been saving it. A surprise? Ron echoed, his voice tinged with dread. Hagrid, surprises from you usually involve things with too many teeth or a tendency to explode. Nothing like that. Hagrid said, though his grin was a touch too wide to be reassuring. It'll be educational. An experience you won't forget. Harry and Ron exchanged a look of profound mutual apprehension. Hagrid's idea of an unforgettable experience had, in the past, involved Scroots and hippogriffs. Throughout this exchange, Hermione was unusually silent. She had extracted herself from Elian's proximity the moment the cloak was off, but she remained perched on the edge of the sofa, her face still flushed, intently studying a loose thread on her robe. She didn't offer a single piece of cautionary advice, didn't debate the merits of Hagrid's surprise. Elian, sitting a polite distance away, watched her with faint, amused understanding. After a while, Hagrid clapped his hands together. Right. It's gettin' late. You lot best be headin' back. Don't want the prefects gettin' in trouble, do we? He nodded at Ron and Hermione. Congratulations on that, by the way. Well deserved. Ron puffed out his chest. Hermione managed a tiny, strangled thank you without looking up. As they filed out into the cold night, Hagrid caught Elian by the arm, holding him back for a moment while the others started up the path. Elian, Hagrid said, his voice low and earnest, all earlier bluster gone. I'll talk to Dumbledore. About the giants. But listen to me, lad, as someone who's been there. Drop the idea. Please. They're not like us. They're cruel and simple, and their idea of a discussion is who can swing a bigger rock. I only made it out because my mother was one of them. You'd be a snack. The concern in the half-giant's eyes was genuine and touching. Dumbledore said we're to help you if you ask. And I will. But I'm asking you to think twice. It's a suicide mission. Elian met Hagrid's worried gaze. I appreciate it, Hagrid. Truly. But I need to know where they are. The decision, and the risk, will be mine. Hagrid sighed, a great heaving breath that fogged in the air between them. He looked like he wanted to argue more, but finally just gave a resigned nod. I'll get word to Dumbledore. Soon. Elian clapped the giant man on his enormous forearm in thanks, then turned and jogged to catch up with the others. The walk back to the castle was quiet at first, the enormity of the giant conversation and the close call with Umbridge hanging over them. Then Ron, ever oblivious to certain subtleties, broke the silence. You were quiet back there, Hermione, he said, peering at her in the moonlight. You all right? You've been acting weird since we got out from under the cloak. Hermione jumped slightly. Have I? No, I'm fine. Just thinking. You have, Harry agreed, a small smile playing on his lips. You didn't even tell Hagrid his surprise was probably a terrible idea. It is probably a terrible idea, Hermione muttered, but without her usual fiery conviction. She kept her eyes fixed on the lit windows of the castle ahead. Elian, walking just behind her, let out a soft, involuntary chuckle. Hermione whirled around, her embarrassment momentarily overridden by indignation. What's so funny? Nothing, Elian said, his smile widening. Nothing at all. With a huff that was half exasperation, half relief, Hermione turned and made a show of swatting at his arm. You're impossible, she declared, but there was no real anger in it. She then broke into a run, not away from him, but towards the castle, as if fleeing the confusing cocktail of feelings. Elian laughed aloud this time and gave chase, their footsteps crunching in the frosty grass. Ron watched them go, scratching his head. What was that about? Harry smirked, clapping his friend on the shoulder. Come on, Ron. Even you can't be that thick. It's a bit obvious, isn't it? Ron's eyes went wide with dawning, horrified comprehension. You mean Hermione and Elian? But... He thought of lavender brown and his own chaotic feelings, and his face turned a shade to rival Hermione's earlier blush. Oh. Harry just laughed and started walking, leaving a spluttering Ron to catch up as the lights of Hogwarts beckoned them safely home. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, A Method Dumbledore Had Never Seen, Bonus Chapter. Our goal of 200 Patreon members has been accomplished. Party Popper, thank you all so much for the incredible support. 2 Hearts. As promised, 5 bonus chapters will be uploaded. Enjoy! Next goal, 300 members. To celebrate, there's an ongoing discount on Patreon for 1 week on this occasion. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 113, A Method Dumbledore Had Never Seen. Elian was summoned to the headmaster's office 2 days later. The familiar circular room, with its whirring silver instruments and snoozing portraits, felt charged with a different kind of anticipation. Hagrid was there, shifting his enormous weight from foot to foot, looking profoundly uneasy. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his fingers steepled, his bright blue eyes fixed on Elian with intense curiosity. Ah, Elian, Dumbledore said, his tone light but his gaze penetrating. Hagrid has informed me of your ambitious proposal. You wish to seek out the giants? I do, Elian confirmed, his voice calm. I must confess, Dumbledore continued, rising and pacing slowly around his desk, to a certain degree of concern. Giants are remarkable beings. I prefer to classify them as humanoids, for their intelligence is not insignificant. But their nature is brutal, their culture built upon raw strength and conquest. They have been driven to the brink of extinction by wizard kind, and they bear a deep, justified grudge. The colony Hagrid visited is likely the last of its kind. Hagrid nodded miserably, his hands clasped before him. Their hides, Dumbledore went on, turning to face Elian, are naturally resistant to many forms of magic. Their physical power is catastrophic. The unique arts you wield are formidable, Elian, but they often rely on precision, on finesse. Against a creature that can shrug off curses and crush stone with its fist, such arts may falter. It was a gentle, logical warning. Dumbledore wasn't dismissing Elian's power, he was questioning its applicability. He had seen the rings of Ragator slice through Death Eaters, but could they pierce a giant's hide? He had seen the mystic shields deflect killing curses, but could they withstand a blow from a tree-sized club? Hagrid found his voice. He's right, Elian. It's not just a fight. It's like a storm. If they see you as an intruder, they won't duel. They'll just try to stomp you into the mud. Elian listened patiently. When they were finished, he simply said, I understand your concerns. But it's just giants. I have a way. Dumbledore and Hagrid exchanged a startled look. Just giants? A way? Dumbledore prompted, his interest visibly sharpening. Yes. Which is why I need to know their precise location. Dumbledore sat back down, steepling his fingers again. The journey itself is a formidable barrier. It takes weeks of arduous travel, skirting Muggle settlements, traversing treacherous, forgotten wilderness. The Ministry has watchers at key points. It is no small feat merely to reach them. Hagrid groaned involuntarily, clearly reliving the exhaustion of his own trek. Elian shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. Professor Hagrid would only need to tell me where it is. The journey wouldn't take months. It would take moments. The silence in the office was absolute. The gentle whir of a planetary model seemed deafening. Dumbledore's eyes widened. He leaned forward, the twinkle in his eye blazing into something like academic fervor. You mean, the portal? The magic Sirius and Alastair described? The one you used on Christmas? Elian nodded. Merlin's beard, Dumbledore breathed, actually getting to his feet again, a childlike wonder on his aged face. They spoke of a gateway, spun from golden light. Not apparition, not a portcullis, a true bridge through space. You can do this? From here? To a place you have never seen, only described. Hagrid was gaping, utterly lost. A portal? Like in a storybook. It is called the Gateway of the Sling Ring, Elian said. If the location is described accurately, with intent, the path can be formed. Distance is not an obstacle. But the wards. Hagrid spluttered. The protective enchantments around their valley. And the Ministry's traces. The sling ring bypasses conventional wards, Elian explained simply. It doesn't travel through the space between, it folds it. We would step from this room directly into their territory. Dumbledore was practically vibrating with excitement. This was a form of magic utterly outside his vast experience, a new law of reality being demonstrated. Show me, he said, his voice hushed. Please, Elian. If you would be so kind. Hagrid looked between them, his confusion giving way to stunned disbelief. You mean, right now? We could go there now. Elian didn't answer with words. He reached into his pocket and drew out the simple, metallic sling ring. He slid it onto the fingers of his right hand. He held his left hand up, palm out, and began to move it in a slow, deliberate circle. Dumbledore watched, unblinking, every ounce of his being focused on the empty air before Elian's hand. Hagrid held his breath. As Elian's hand completed the circle, a line of brilliant, sparkling orange light appeared in the air, trailing from his fingertip. He completed a second rotation. The line became a hoop of crackling, molten energy. With a final, subtle twist of his wrist, the space within the hoop rippled, then tore open. It wasn't a window. It was a tunnel of shimmering, distorted light. And at its end, clear as day, was the familiar, cluttered interior of Hagrid's own hut. They could see Fang, asleep by the fire, and the half-eaten rock cake on the table. Hagrid let out a sound like a punctured bellows. Dumbledore's mouth fell open, a sight so rare it was shocking. The greatest wizard of the age was looking at something he had never dreamed possible. Merlin! Dumbledore whispered again, stepping closer, peering into the portal as if into a fascinating new universe. Fascinating! The spatial distortion is stable, the energy signature is completely unique. It requires no incantation, merely the gesture and the will. And the knowledge of the destination, Elian said, allowing the portal to hang open for a few more seconds before closing his hand into a fist. The golden gateway snapped shut with a sound like a sigh, leaving only the scent of ozone and infinite possibility. He looked at the two awestruck wizards. So, he said. Where are the giants? In that moment, any lingering doubt in Dumbledore's mind vanished. The boy wasn't just powerful. He had rewritten the rules of engagement. The game had changed, and for the first time since Voldemort's return, Albus Dumbledore felt a surge of hope that was wild, dangerous, and utterly thrilling. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 1 week left. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, A New Calculus of War, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 114, A New Calculus of War. That's my hut. And Fang. Hagrid's voice was a strangled whisper, his eyes wide as dinner plates. The glowing orange portal hung in the air of Dumbledore's office, an impossible window framing the cozy, familiar chaos of his own home. Fang, on the other side, had stopped growling and was now wagging his tail furiously, his head cocked in canine confusion. Go on, boy. Hagrid urged, still in disbelief. Fang, ever obedient to his master's voice, took a hesitant step, then another, and bounded straight through the shimmering gateway. He emerged into the headmaster's office with a joyful bark, skidding on the polished floor and nearly knocking over a delicate silver instrument. Oh, do mind the orrery, Hagrid, Dumbledore said, but his tone was absent, his entire being focused on the portal. His eyes, usually twinkling with gentle wisdom, now burned with the fierce, unquenchable light of scholarly avarice. So this is it. The portal Alastair described. It doesn't just bridge distance, it redefines it. The spatial coordinates are bypassed entirely. The energy matrix is, oh, it's beautiful. He was muttering to himself, stepping closer, peering into the rippling light as if reading a fascinating new text. He reached a hand out, not to touch the portal, but to feel the air around it, the strange, static charge it gave off. No incantation. A somatic component and focused intent. The will made manifest upon reality. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. He couldn't help himself. With a childlike grin, he stepped through the portal, appearing instantly in Hagrid's hut. Remarkable. No sensation of travel. It's like stepping through a doorway. He stepped back. Then through again. Back. For a moment, the greatest wizard of the age was playing hopscotch across dimensions, his face alight with pure, unadulterated joy. Hagrid watched, his initial shock melting into a kind of wounded awe. I could have come home in a second, he mumbled, his voice thick. All those months, the cold, the climbing, the blisters. He looked genuinely mournful. Dumbledore, finally composing himself with a slight cough, returned fully to his office. The portal snapped shut at Elian's gesture, leaving the room feeling strangely ordinary again. Your point is conclusively made, Elian, Dumbledore said, his voice reverent. With such an ability, the journey is trivial. You merely require the destination. He fixed Elian with his piercing gaze. Hagrid told you they value displays of powerful magic. The Everfire was my offering. What will yours be? The question hung in the air. It was a test, veiled as curiosity. Elian's answer was simple and chilling. I'm not bringing a gift, Headmaster. Hagrid spluttered. But you have to. It's courtesy. It's the only way to get them to listen without trying to smash you first. I don't want them to listen, Elian said, his tone flat. I want them to obey. The silence this time was heavier. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, not in disapproval, but in deep calculation. He was seeing the strategy unfold, not diplomacy, but dominance. Not an alliance, but submission. It was a path he himself would never choose, but he could not deny its brutal logic when applied by one who seemed capable of enforcing it. When will you go? Dumbledore asked, bypassing the moral debate entirely. When Professor Hagrid is recovered. 2 days should suffice, Elian replied, his politeness a stark contrast to the grim purpose of his mission. Hagrid grimaced but nodded. For Dumbledore, he would go. After Elian left, the atmosphere in the office shifted. The wonder was replaced by grim practicality. You trust him with this, Albus? Hagrid asked, his voice low. It feels wrong. Like we're unleashing something we can't control. Dumbledore sighed, the weight of his years settling on his shoulders again. I trust that his goals, for now, align with ours. The Dementors are slipping from the Ministry's grasp. If the Giants fall to Tom as well. He left the catastrophic thought unfinished. We must use every tool at our disposal, Hagrid. Even unfamiliar, sharp ones. He walked to the window, looking out over the darkening grounds. While you recover, I have another task. Visit the Centaur colony in the Forbidden Forest. Inform them of the growing darkness. Tell them Hogwarts may need to call upon our old treaties, to stand together against a common enemy. You think it will come to that? A siege? Hagrid asked, horrified. I think we must be prepared for every possibility, Dumbledore said softly. And I may not always be here to lead the defense. Hagrid looked as if he'd been struck. Albus. Dumbledore waved a weary hand. I am old, my friend. And Tom is learning, adapting. We must lay the groundwork for those who will come after. He turned, a ghost of his earlier smile returning. This Elian, he is a new variable. A new kind of power. He may be the pressure that changes the entire equation. He changed the subject abruptly, a shadow crossing his face. How is Aragog? Hagrid's expression fell into one of deep sorrow. Not well, Headmaster. Failing. His time is near. Dumbledore nodded grimly. Another piece on the board nearing its end. When the old Acromantula king died, his vast, hungry colony would be leaderless, a volatile swarm that could be swayed by promises of easy prey. Would they turn to the forest's other inhabitants? Or to the whispers of Death Eaters offering the world beyond the trees? Everything was in flux. The old order was crumbling, and into the chaos stepped a boy with a ring that could bend space and the cold ambition to make giants kneel. Dumbledore felt a familiar chill, the chill of prophecy and pivot points. The war was entering a new, utterly unpredictable phase. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 1 week left. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, The Dark Lord's Calculations, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 115, The Dark Lord's Calculations. The air in the drawing room of Malfoy Manor was cold, thick with the scent of dust, despair, and burnt incense. The few lamps guttered low, casting long, dancing shadows that made the assembled Death Eaters look like spectres themselves. A hooded figure knelt before the high-backed chair where Lord Voldemort sat, his snake-like face pale in the gloom. "My lord," the Death Eater rasped, his voice like dry leaves scraping stone. "The Gurg has sent word. The giants are prepared. They await only your final command to march." A murmur of satisfaction rippled through the room. "The brutes remember their place," sneered a voice from the shadows. "They know where true power lies. Better than those sniveling werewolves. A useful hammer, at least." Voldemort's thin lips stretched into a smile that held no warmth. "Their loyalty is pragmatic. They remember the taste of conquest I offered them. They hunger for it again." His red eyes glinted. "And Dumbledore?" He sent his pet half-breed to whisper sweet nothings of peace, no doubt. The kneeling Death Eater nodded. "The gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid. He and the Beauxbatons headmistress came with gifts." "Everfire." They were encouraged to leave. A low, cruel laugh escaped Voldemort. "Everfire. A pretty trick. But giants do not fight for pretty tricks. They fight for blood, for territory, for the right to crush their enemies into the mud." Dumbledore, in all his wisdom, still believes in appealing to the better nature of things that have none. He leaned back, the news clearly pleasing him. It had been a bleak winter setbacks at Hogsmeade, the catastrophic loss of his werewolf pack, the capture of Greyback. But this, the giant's commitment, was a solid victory. A blunt, brutal force to add to his arsenal. "The Dementors grow restless," the Death Eater continued. "Their allegiance to the Ministry weakens by the day. And the Acromantula colony, the old king, Aragog, is dying. The swarm will be leaderless soon." "Patience," Voldemort whispered, the word a serpent's hiss that silenced the room. "All in its time. The pieces are moving. The wizarding world grows fat and blind under Fudge's delusions. Soon, soon, we will remind them of fear." His gaze swept the room, lingering on the fervent, worshipping face of Bellatrix Lestrange, who twirled a strand of her wild black hair, her eyes gleaming with manic devotion. "Bellatrix," he said softly. She stilled instantly, her entire being focusing on him like a sunflower to a dark Sunday. "My lord. Prepare yourself. The time approaches for you to retrieve what is mine from the Ministry." Her breath hitched. "The prophecy, my lord? The crystal ball?" "Yes." Voldemort's smile returned, thin and terrible. "I can feel the Potter boy's mind, fluttering. Dumbledore has him learning occlumency, a crude defense. But the connection remains. And with it, the path to the Department of Mysteries grows clearer. You will fetch it for me." Bellatrix sank into a deep, trembling curtsy, ecstasy written on her sharp features. "It will be my honor, my lord. I will tear the place apart stone by stone." "I know you will, my dear Bella. You have always been my most devoted." The other Death Eaters watched with a mixture of jealousy and relief. Jealousy of her favor, relief that the dangerous task was not theirs. The conversation, inevitably, turned to the other thorn in their side. "And the new problem, my lord?" a voice dared to ask from near the fireplace. "The throne boy? He has cost us dearly." A ripple of angry agreement followed. The name Elian Thorne was a curse among them now, a symbol of humiliation and inexplicable power. Voldemort's expression did not change, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. The anomaly, he murmured. He is a curiosity. A puzzle. But a puzzle is a distraction when the prize is within reach. His red eyes narrowed. The prophecy is the key. Once I hold it, I will know the full measure of this new child of prophecy. I will know if he is a true threat or merely a flicker in the dark. Then, and only then, will I decide his fate. For now, he is beneath my direct notice. Let him play his games at Hogwarts. Our eyes are on the Ministry. It was a dismissal, and the Death Eaters understood. Their lord was focused on the grand strategy, the giants, the Dementors, the prophecy. The strange Muggleborn was a secondary concern, to be dealt with after the foundations of their victory were laid. But as they bowed and began to disperse, Bellatrix lingered, her mind already racing with plans for the Ministry raid. And Voldemort stared into the dying fire, his thoughts not on giants or prophecies for a moment, but on the description of golden shields and impossible portals. A curiosity, yes. But one that, if the prophecy willed it, might need to be crushed with overwhelming, terrifying force. He had no idea that the distraction was not waiting to be dealt with. It was preparing to walk into the heart of his new alliance and rewrite its allegiance with a language giants understood far better than diplomacy, absolute, undeniable power. Back at Hogwarts, the mundane rhythm of school life continued. Elian was heading towards another torturous hour of defense against the dark arts under Umbridge when a voice called out from an intersecting corridor. Elian! Hey, wait up! He turned. It was one of the older Weasley brothers, his prefect's badge glinting on his chest, a look of urgency on his freckled face. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 1 week left. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Weasley's Winding Down, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 116, Weasley's Winding Down. Oi, Elian! Off to see the old toad. George Weasley fell into step beside him, slinging a familiar arm around his shoulders. Fred appeared on his other side, producing a handful of garishly wrapped sweets from his robes. Fancy a pick-me-up? I'd recommend the puking pastille. Quick, effective, gets you out of any lesson with a clean bill of health. He pointed to a green one. Well, maybe not clean. Nosebleed Nougat's a classic, George chimed in, pointing to a pink wrapper. Sustained flow, very convincing. Lets you skip the whole day, really. In unison, they declared, affordable, effective, and guaranteed to brighten your dismal academic experience. Elian couldn't help but smile. The Weasley twins' business had boomed under Umbridge's reign of educational terror. They seemed to have an uncanny sense of which class was suffering through defense against the dark arts next and were always there, ready with their illicit confectionery salvation. Thanks, but I'd rather not spend the afternoon covered in vomit or my own blood, Elian declined politely. He despised Umbridge's class, but he despised the mess more. A man of refined tastes, George sighed dramatically. Our pockets weep. We know what he really likes, Fred said with a wicked grin. The brightest witch of her age. The charming seeker with a saving people thing. They finished together, cackling. Elian shook his head, used to their antics. He enjoyed their company, their irreverent energy was a breath of fresh air in the oppressive castle. Shouldn't you two be in class? George shrugged, stuffing the sweets back into his pockets. Charms with Flitwick. We've made other arrangements. Fred's expression turned uncharacteristically serious for a second. Truth is, Elian, Hogwarts and us, we're reaching an understanding. It's not really working out anymore. He leaned in conspiratorially. Bit of a secret, but George and I have decided to seek alternative education. You're dropping out, Elian stated, not a question. The twins froze, their jaws dropping in perfect synchrony. This was not the reaction they were used to. When they'd told Harry, Ron, and Hermione, they'd been met with stunned disbelief, horrified lectures about futures and OWLS. They thrived on that shock. You understand. Fred sputtered. We're leaving. No more newts, no ministry career, no more boring lectures. We're going to open a shop, George added, watching Elian's face closely for any sign of the expected dismay. Harry's given us a massive startup fund. Fancy buying in? 100 galleons gets you a founder's share. Profits guaranteed. Elian considered it for a moment. He knew, from the hazy memories of another life, that Weasley's Wizard Wheezes would be a roaring success. But he wasn't interested in being a silent partner. Harry's sponsorship was poetic, fitting. I'll pass. But I wish you the best of luck. You're right, this place isn't for you. The twins stared at him, utterly deflated. Their grand announcement had landed with a dull thud. You're no fun at all, Elian, Fred complained, though a smile tugged at his lips. We're working on something special, George said, regaining his spark. Something that'll really make a splash on the way out. You'll see. Might even make you regret not investing. Oh, you'll beg us for a share then, but it'll be too late. Fred declared, puffing out his chest. Elian merely smiled and made a subtle movement towards his wand pocket. The effect was instantaneous. Both twins flinched, memories of their many failed prank wars against him in DA sessions flashing before their eyes. They'd never landed a single spell on him, and he'd countered them with humiliating ease every time. Right. Well. Places to be. George said, backpedaling quickly. Explosions to prepare. Or something. Fred added, already turning to flee. You'll see. George called over his shoulder as they scampered down the corridor. It'll be a grand exit. The grandest. Elian watched them go, his smile lingering. Their grand exit was something he actually looked forward to. In a castle growing darker by the day, the Weasley twins' brand of chaotic, joyous rebellion was a light worth preserving, even if it was leaving the building. He turned and continued his grim march towards the defense against the dark arts classroom, the brief interlude of laughter fading, replaced by the familiar sense of dread that Umbridge's door inspired. The countdown to the next hour of misery had begun. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 1 week left. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, A Classroom of One, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 117, A Classroom of One. When Elian pushed open the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom, he stopped short. The room was empty. Not just sparsely attended. Completely empty. Dozens of desks and chairs sat vacant, polished and waiting in the dull afternoon light filtering through the high windows. It was utterly silent. A slow smile spread across his face. He knew the Weasleys' products were popular, but this was a wholesale rebellion. The entire first-year cohort, Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and, most surprisingly, Slytherins, had apparently reached a unanimous, cross-house consensus: Umbridge's class was not worth attending. It was a beautiful, silent protest. And as the only student present, Elian felt a peculiar sense of privilege. He chose a seat in the middle of the room and sat down, the scrape of his chair unnaturally loud in the quiet. With time to kill, his thoughts turned inward. His life at Hogwarts had become a precarious balancing act. He wasn't like the other students, dreaming of O.W.L.S. and future careers. He was a piece on a chessboard where three factions: Voldemort's Death Eaters, the Ministry's corrupt denial, and Dumbledore's embattled order were all trying to capture or control him. Peace was a fantasy. The Supreme Mage system guaranteed that. Its missions pushed him relentlessly hunt Death Eaters, subjugate giants, grow in power. It wasn't just making him stronger, it seemed to be using him to force its own unique brand of magic into the fabric of this world. To carve out a space for the mystic arts. To do that, the old order, Voldemort's tyranny, the Ministry's willful blindness would have to break. His primary enemy was clear: Tom Riddle. But to truly forge a new path, his ultimate adversary might well be the entire stagnant, fearful establishment embodied by Cornelius Fudge and his pink-clad enforcer. The complexity was daunting. Good afternoon, my dear students. Another splendid day for learning, is it not? Today we shall continue our examination of the theoretical underpinnings of counter-jinxes, focusing on Ministry-approved. Umbridge's saccharine voice, dripping with faux cheer, cut through his reverie. She bustled in, her eyes on a sheaf of notes, a smug little smile on her wide mouth. No doubt Malfoy had fed her some morsel about the DA, fueling her sense of petty power. She reached the podium, placed her notes neatly, and finally looked up, her smile ready to encompass her captive audience. It froze, then shattered. Her piggy eyes blinked, then widened. She scanned the room left, then right, her head making small, jerky movements. The smile melted into an expression of pure, uncomprehending shock, then curdled into fury. Her gaze finally landed on the sole occupant. Elian met her eyes, offering a bland, polite smile. Is there a special event for the first years today? Umbridge managed to choke out, her voice several octaves higher than usual. Not that I'm aware of, Professor, Elian replied, his tone deliberately light. Just a normal schedule. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly puce. Her knuckles, where she gripped the podium, turned white. Then perhaps you can explain, Mr. Thorne, why you appear to be the only student in attendance. Elian shrugged, enjoying himself immensely. I believe they've all submitted sick notes. You should have the records, Professor. Perhaps you should check. He nodded helpfully towards the thick ledger she carried. With trembling, furious fingers, Umbridge flipped the ledger open. Her eyes darted down the first-year column. Line after line was marked with a bright red approved stamp, each accompanied by a hastily scrawled reason. Prolonged emetic episode. Uncontrollable nasal hemorrhage. Acute lingual engorgement. Persistent pyrexia. Intermittent catatonia. Rib. A long, ragged tear appeared in the parchment where her pink-polished nails dug in. A vein throbbed at her temple. This wasn't absenteeism, it was a coordinated, blatant insult. A manifesto of disrespect written in red ink. And the fact that Elian Thorne, the one student she loathed perhaps more than Potter, was here, witnessing her humiliation, made it a personal, exquisite torture. I see, she hissed, the words squeezed out through a tight smile that was more of a grimace. Very well. It appears student discipline at Hogwarts is in a more advanced state of decline than I realized. She took a deep, shuddering breath, visibly trying to compose herself. The sight was almost pitiable, a tyrant whose subjects had simply walked away. Don't bow your head, the crown falls. Don't cry, the villains laugh. Umbridge was fighting desperately to do neither. It seems further educational decrees may be necessary, she stated, her voice regaining some of its officious squeak. But as Mr. Thorne has seen fit to grace us with his presence, we shall begin. Please open your textbooks to page 123, The Principles of Non-Offensive Magical Deterrence. Elian opened his book, the sound absurdly loud in the vast, empty room. He didn't look at the page. He kept his eyes on Umbridge, his expression one of mild, detached interest, as if observing a particularly strange and volatile specimen. He was the audience to her crumbling performance, the living proof of her failure. For the next hour, in this classroom of one, the power was not with the teacher on the podium, but with the lone student who had come not to learn, but to witness her downfall. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 1 week left. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Knight in the Portrait. Chapter 118, The Knight in the Portrait. The door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom clicked shut behind Elian, muffling the first, shrill shrieks of Umbridge's fury. The sound was deeply satisfying, like the fizz of a cold butterbeer on a hot day. She'll have a new educational decree on Fudge's desk by morning, he thought, not without a certain grim amusement. A decree about sick notes, no doubt. The Umbridge Leave Verification Act. Her humiliation would be repaid with more petty tyranny. The castle corridors were quiet in the late afternoon lull. His steps echoed as he made his way towards the Gryffindor common room, his mind already turning over the implications of the giant's mission and the system's relentless push. As he rounded a corner near the fat lady's portrait, he saw a familiar, willowy figure standing on the staircase, her head tilted as if listening to music only she could hear. Luna. She turned, her large, silvery eyes focusing on him with their usual dreamy clarity. "Hello, Elian. I was waiting for you. Or Harry. But mostly you. Waiting for me. Professor Hagrid asked me to give you a message. And Harry, but I haven't seen him. Do you know where he is?" She spoke as if commenting on the weather, her gaze drifting past his shoulder. A message from Hagrid. That was unexpected. Hagrid usually came to find Harry himself, or sent a note via owl. "Yes. We had care of magical creatures last," Luna said, her attention now captured by a suit of armor in a portrait across the hall. The painted knight was engaged in a frantic, silent chase from frame to frame, scattering indignant witches and wizards as he went. "He said to tell you and Harry to come see him tonight. You know the way." Those were his exact words. Elian nodded, understanding. The secret path from the castle to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was being cautious. This was about the giants. He didn't rush Luna. He followed her gaze to the knight, who had just tripped over his own sabaton and sprawled comically across a painting of a fruit bowl. It was absurd, pointless, and oddly calming. "How is your father?" Elian asked after a companionable silence. Luna's face softened into a gentle smile. "He's well. He says the new house is very similar to the old one, just with fewer rackspurts in the pantry. He hopes you'll visit again. He feels he didn't host you properly last time. Please send him my thanks," Elian said sincerely. They lapsed back into silence, both content to watch the knight's futile, endless pursuit. Students passed by, some giving them odd looks, but neither noticed. For a stretch of time, the looming war, the system's demands, Umbridge's decrees, all of it faded away, replaced by the simple, silent comedy of a painted knight. Eventually, members of the DA began to trickle past. A few tried to call out, but were quickly shushed by their friends, who grinned and pointed at the serene pair by the stairs. Rumors about Luna and Elian had been a favorite piece of gossip in the room of requirement for weeks. When Elian finally blinked, coming back to himself, he found Luna was gone, having slipped away as quietly as she'd arrived. In her place was a small crowd of younger Gryffindors, who had gathered to see what was so fascinating. They were now staring, transfixed, at the knight, who was trying to use a banana from the fruit bowl as a sword. Elian shook his head with a soft laugh. "You're all mad," he declared, then pushed through the portrait hole into the common room, leaving the bewildered students to their newfound entertainment. It was fully dark when Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally returned to the common room. Elian, who had been waiting in a worn armchair by the fire, looked up in surprise. All three were laden down with towering stacks of books, their faces pale with exhaustion. Merlin's beard, just kill me now, Ron groaned, collapsing onto a sofa and letting his books spill onto the floor. Snape's making us memorize 12 different uses of bicorn horn. 12? Harry wearily began gathering the fallen tomes. I'll just get the cloak, he mumbled, his eyes glazed. Hermione didn't say a word. She walked straight to the armchair where Elian sat and sank down beside him, then, with a sigh of utter depletion, leaned her head against his shoulder. She smelled of old parchment, ink, and lavender soap. I'm so tired, she whispered, her voice muffled by his robes. I haven't slept properly in a week. Elian could see it. The dark smudges under her eyes, the usually bushy hair pulled back in a fraying, haphazard bun. The O.W.L.S were consuming her. He said nothing, just shifted slightly to make his shoulder a more comfortable pillow, his arm coming to rest lightly around her. Ron, from his heap on the sofa, watched this with a sort of exhausted acceptance. A few months ago, he might have made a joke. Now, he just looked vaguely envious of the comfort. After a moment of blessed stillness, Hermione spoke again, her eyes closed. Hagrid's looking for you and Harry. Luna told me she passed the message to you. I know, Elian said quietly. We're going tonight. Hermione nodded against his shoulder, too tired to ask for details or offer warnings. For a few precious minutes, in the warm, quiet common room, with the fire crackling and his friends safe around him, the weight of being the supreme mage felt very far away. It was just Elian, a tired Hermione, and the simple, human need for rest before the next task began. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 1 week left. Uchiha Itaki, the 10th Straw Hat, has won the Patreon poll. So please support it and add it to your collection. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, The Cramped Cloak. Chapter 119, The Cramped Cloak. The path to Hagrid's hut was dark, familiar, and fraught with a new, private tension for Elian. As they huddled under the invisibility cloak, the memory of their last close quarters escape from Umbridge was vivid. This time, however, the crowding felt less like panic and more like a deliberate, awkward intimacy. When Harry had shaken out the silvery fabric, Elian had seen Hermione's cheeks flush in the dim torchlight. She'd said nothing, just moved to her usual position, but the unspoken knowledge hung between them, with 4 of them, someone would have to be very close. It was Hermione who ended up pressed against Elian's side, his arm around her waist to keep them both fully under the cloak. For the first 100 yards, it was a silent battle. A small, determined hand found the soft skin just above his hip and pinched, hard. Elian stifled a yelp. He retaliated not with violence, but by tightening his grip, pulling her even closer until she was almost molded against him, her breath catching in a surprised gasp. He held her there until the pinching fingers reluctantly relaxed. When he finally loosened his hold, he met her furious glare with a raised eyebrow and a mimed threat to do it again. She huffed, looked away, and the battle ended in a temporary, flustered truce. Harry and Ron, walking ahead and slightly to the side, were studiously ignoring the silent drama playing out behind them, though Elian was sure Ron's ears were redder than usual. To break the thick silence, Elian asked, "How's the occlumency going, Harry? Noticing any difference?" Harry, peering out from under the cloak's edge, answered with cautious optimism. "Better, I think. No nightmares lately. I don't feel as angry all the time." "He's right," Ron chimed in, relieved to talk about anything else. "He's not snapping at me for borrowing his quill anymore. It's a miracle." Harry shot Ron a grateful, apologetic smile. The two launched into a reminiscence of Harry's past irritability, a safe, mundane topic. Elian listened but said nothing more. He knew the truth. The calm wasn't from Harry mastering his mind, it was from Voldemort deliberately withdrawing, closing the connection to focus on his own plans, the prophecy, the giants. It was the lull before a more directed storm. But telling Harry that would only cause panic. Some burdens were better shouldered in silence. Beside him, Hermione was also quiet, a warm, rigid line against his side. Her earlier fury had subsided into a tense, confused stillness. "Your hand," she whispered eventually, her voice so faint he almost didn't hear it over their footsteps. He glanced down. His hand, still resting on her waist from their truce, had shifted slightly, his thumb resting against the curve of her ribcage. It wasn't inappropriate, but in the charged darkness under the cloak, it felt intensely intimate. "Sorry," he murmured, moving it back to a more neutral position on her hip. She didn't reply, but he felt her exhale slowly, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. The rest of the walk passed in a strange, shared quiet for the two of them, while Harry and Ron kept up their chatter. Soon, the lit windows of Hagrid's hut glowed in the distance. They shed the cloak at the door and knocked. "Woof! Woof! Fang! Move, ye great lump!" Not in the doorway. The door swung open to reveal Hagrid's enormous frame. He didn't look at them directly, but gestured urgently into the gloom behind him. In, quick!" They scurried inside. Hagrid peered out into the night, then shut the door firmly, bolting it. When he turned, his worried face broke into a relieved grin. "Harry! Good, good! Been hard ter catch ya lately with all them classes. Had ter send Luna. She gave ya the message, then." Fang, as ever, made a beeline for Hermione, his tail a blur of happy destruction. "Fang, down! Sit!" Hermione commanded, pointing a stern finger at the hearthrug. To everyone's astonishment, the boarhound immediately stopped, gave a whimper, and trotted over to the fireplace, lying down with his head on his paws, watching her with adoring eyes. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "He never listens to me like that." "You've got away with him, Hermione," Hagrid said, beaming. Then he peered at her. "Yet all right? Your face is all flushed. Cold out, is it?" Harry and Ron looked. Hermione's cheeks were indeed still tinged with pink. "Oh, we walked fast," she said hurriedly, avoiding all eyes, especially Elian's. "Hagrid, what did you need us for? You said it was important." Elian coughed lightly into his fist, earning himself another hidden, venomous look. Hagrid's expression sobered. He busied himself pouring 4 mugs of strong tea, his movements heavy with concern. "I need your help," he said, his voice low and serious. "All of yet, but especially you, Elian. There's something in the Forbidden Forest. Something special. I need ter show yet. And I think it might change how ye see things." The warmth of the hut, the tension of the walk, the easy chatter, it all fell away, replaced by the grim, familiar call to adventure that always seemed to emanate from the half-giant and the dark woods beyond his door. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 5 week left. Uchiha Itaki, the 10th Straw Hat, has won the Patreon poll. So please support it and add it to your collection. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Into the Dark Woods. Chapter 120, Into the Dark Woods. The Forbidden Forest. Hermione's voice was a mixture of apprehension and weary familiarity. While strictly off-limits, the forest had been the backdrop for more of their adventures than any classroom. Harry and Ron exchanged a look that spoke volumes. Here we go again, but they waited, watching Hagrid's troubled face. Elian accepted the chipped mug of tea Hagrid offered. In the flickering firelight, he saw the half-giant's injuries clearly for the first time. The bruises on his cheeks were darker, a fresh cut marred his brow, and there was a telltale crust of dried blood under one nostril. A cold realization dawned on Elian. His injuries aren't from the journey. They're from right here. He'd foolishly told Dumbledore they'd wait until Hagrid was healed. He'd forgotten about Grop. Hagrid's pure giant half-brother, hidden away in the forest, was a continuous source of these accidents. Hagrid would never be better in that sense. Hagrid, Harry said gently, his eyes fixed on the bruises. Have you been dealing with a particularly difficult creature? Hagrid shifted uncomfortably, his massive hands fiddling with the strap of the enormous crossbow he'd just taken from the wall. Yeah, it's not an animal, exactly. Well, you'll see. But you've got to promise. Swear you'll keep it secret. It's important to me. Of course, Harry said instantly, Ron and Hermione nodding beside him. Good. Then we best get on with it. Hagrid hefted the crossbow, an action that sent a fresh wave of unease through the room. He'd never brought a weapon on one of their forest excursions before. You've all got your wands? Keep 'em handy. Why the bow, Hagrid? Harry asked, his voice tight. Hermione's worry sharpened into fear. You've never needed a weapon with us before. What are we facing? The color drained from Ron's face. It's not Aragog, is it? Please say it's not the spiders. No, not Aragog, Hagrid said, though he didn't sound entirely reassuring. Just come on. Before it's too late. He seemed agitated, eager to be moving, unwilling to explain in the safety of the hut. Elian knew the Forbidden Forest's dangers: acromantula colonies, centaurs, thestrals, things best left unnamed. But he also knew Hagrid loved the forest like a second home. For him to be this anxious meant the creature was something even he struggled to control. He saw Hermione's face, pale in the firelight, her knuckles white where she gripped her wand. He leaned close, his voice a low murmur only she could hear. Stay close to me. You'll be safe. If you're scared, just hold on. Under normal circumstances, she might have bristled. Now, she just gave a small, jerky nod, her eyes wide. Hagrid, Ron squeaked, pointing a trembling finger at the slumbering Fang. Can't we take him? For, moral support. Can't, Ron, Hagrid said, already opening the door to the chilly night. Might upset him. Can't risk it. This cryptic warning did nothing for anyone's nerves. Ron looked to Harry in sheer panic. We trust Hagrid, Harry said, though he sounded like he was trying to convince himself. He stepped out into the dark. Elian, Ron whispered desperately, having overheard the earlier offer. You said about holding on, can I? I'm properly scared. Elian gave him a flat look, then deliberately took Hermione's free hand in his, lacing their fingers together. He held up his sandalwood wand in his other. Sorry, Ron. Hands full. Ron muttered something uncharitable about brothers before, others but scurried after them as Hagrid began striding towards the tree line. Hagrid's pace was relentless, each of his strides forcing them into a near jog. The grounds were manageable under the waxing moon, but once they passed under the canopy of the Forbidden Forest, the world plunged into a deep, oppressive gloom. Twisted roots snagged their feet, low branches snatched at their hair and robes. Hermione stumbled, and Elian's grip was the only thing that kept her from falling. Hagrid! Elian called out, his voice sharp in the quiet. A little light wouldn't hurt, would it? Hagrid stopped and turned, his silhouette monstrous against the sparse moonlight. He put a finger to his lips. Keep it down. Light's fine, just, quiet. Lumos, 4 voices whispered in unison. The tips of their wands flared to life, carving out small spheres of comforting white light in the overwhelming dark. It revealed the narrow, treacherous path and, more tellingly, Hagrid's own face. In the wand light, his expression wasn't just tense, it was etched with a profound, weary sadness, a look of someone marching towards a painful duty, not an exciting secret. The forest seemed to hold its breath around them. The only sounds were the crunch of their footsteps, their own breathing, and the distant, unsettling calls of creatures that owned the night. They were no longer students on a secret errand, they were intruders in an ancient, watchful domain, following a troubled giant to a meeting he clearly dreaded. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 4 days left. Uchiha Itaki, the 10th Straw Hat, has won the Patreon poll. So please support it and add it to your collection. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, A Brother in the Dark. Chapter 121, A Brother in the Dark. They plunged deeper into the forbidden forest than Elian had ever been. The air grew colder, thicker with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. Hagrid's pace was relentless, a man on a grim pilgrimage. Harry, struggling through a thicket of clutching brambles, panted, "Hagrid, what about Firenze? The centaurs, did they say anything?" "Firenze? Course they did," Hagrid grunted, not slowing. "Near beat I'm ter death, they did. Would've, if I hadn't shown up when I did. You wouldn't be seein' I'm teachin' no more." Hermione, her fear tempered by the steady, grounding presence of Elian's hand in hers, found her voice. "But why? He's so gentle." "'Cause he's workin' for Dumbledore," Hagrid said darkly. "Makes MC red. Used ter be, not friendly, but civil. Would give me advice, help me find things. Not now. Since I pulled Firenze outta there, they look at me like I'm poison. Can't say I blame 'em, from their point o' view, but it's a shame." "So, we're not here for the centaurs?" Ron asked, a sliver of hope in his voice. Before Hagrid could answer, Elian cut in, a playful edge to his tone. "Relax, Ron. It's not centaurs. Probably something much worse. Look at Hagrid's face. He's a half-giant. What around here could do that to him?" Ron's eyes went as wide as galleons. "You mean, something even bigger? And angrier?" Hermione giggled despite herself, nudging Elian. "Stop it, you're terrible." Elian just squeezed her hand and winked, the shared moment of levity a tiny flame in the oppressive dark. Suddenly, Hagrid stopped dead, raising a massive hand. "Quiet now," he whispered, his voice tight with tension. Not a sound. They froze. The forest around them was eerily still, as if holding its breath. They crept forward another 20 yards, and the wand light revealed a sight that made Hermione's blood run cold. Ahead was a vast, ragged clearing. At its center was a monstrous mound of earth, branches, and what looked like animal hides, a crude, gigantic nest. The ground around it was a wasteland of shattered trees and deep, chaotic footprints. Something of immense size and brute strength lived here. A sound filled the clearing, deep and resonant as a massive bellows. A rhythmic, rumbling in, out, that vibrated through the ground. Breathing. Hermione stared, her mind, usually so quick with answers, utterly blank with primal terror. She couldn't conceive of a creature that large. Her grip on Elian's hand became a desperate clutch. "Hagrid," she breathed, the word barely audible. "What is that?" Harry and Ron were statues of fear, their wands trembling. Then, Hermione's brilliant, logical mind finally made the impossible connection. The size, the destruction, Hagrid's secretive pain. It wasn't a what. It was a who. A giant, she whispered, the horror dawning fully. Hagrid, you told us, you said none of them would come. You said they wouldn't help Dumbledore. Harry and Ron's heads snapped towards Hagrid, then back to the sleeping mound, understanding hitting them like a physical blow. A real, living giant. In the Forbidden Forest. The sheer, terrifying scale of it stole the air from their lungs. Hagrid's composure broke. His face crumpled. I couldn't leave he pleaded, his voice thick with tears. I couldn't. He's just a baby. Well, a bit of a baby. He's small, see? Too small. The others, they picked on bullied something terrible. He'd have been killed. My mum, after she left my dad, she found another giant. He's my half-brother. Grob. That's his name. I've been teachin' manners. He's harmless, really, if you know how to talk to The raw, desperate love in Hagrid's voice was heartbreaking. He wasn't showing them a weapon or a secret ally. He was showing them his family, a monstrous, violent, simple-minded family member he was trying, against all odds, to civilize. Elian stared at the slumbering Grop, a mountain of potential violence. He felt no fear, only a cold, analytical assessment. And then, cutting through the tension and terror, a bizarre, utterly inappropriate thought popped into his head, a testament to the sheer absurdity of the situation. What in Merlin's name was Hagrid's father like? He wondered, looking from the 3.5-meter-tall half-giant to the 7-meter-tall pure-blood giant. How did that courtship even work? It was a ludicrous question, but in the face of such overwhelming enormity, his mind grasped for the mundane, the human, the inexplicably funny. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 3 days left. Uchiha Itaki, the 10th Straw Hat, has won the Patreon poll. So please support it and add it to your collection. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, A Future Chieftain. Chapter 122, A Future Chieftain. The silence that followed Hagrid's tearful confession felt heavier than the massive creature sleeping before them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood frozen, their wands still raised, eyes locked on the hulking form of Grop. Elian remained perfectly still, his gaze shifting from the giant to Hagrid's bruised, pleading face. The half-giant was trembling not from cold, but from the vulnerability of exposing his deepest secret. His beetle-black eyes glistened with unshed tears. Grop lay with his back to them, bound by ropes as thick as saplings, each one wrapped around his enormous wrists and ankles before being secured to the thickest trees in the clearing. The giant's body was oddly proportioned. His head, massive and round like a moss-covered boulder, seemed too large even for his 16-foot frame. Coarse, curly hair covered his scalp in uneven patches. His clothing was pitiful, a crude smock sewn from animal hides, brown and filthy, worn thin in places but still managing to cover most of his bulk. The smell was overwhelming: unwashed skin, rotting vegetation, and something distinctly animal. Hermione's face had gone pale. Her lips trembled as she pressed closer to Elian's side, seeking reassurance. Ron had taken 2 steps backward, his freckles standing out starkly against his blanched skin. Even Harry looked shaken. Hagrid, Harry began, his voice hollow. Are you asking us to take care of him? Just a bit, Harry, Hagrid said desperately, hope flickering across his battered features. Even if you just come and talk to him sometimes. I reckon if he could talk to people more, he'd learn that we like him. That we want him to stay." Harry didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Elian, clearly seeking guidance from the one person who never seemed afraid of anything. But what Harry saw surprised him. Elian's face showed no fear. No disgust. Not even concern. His expression was calm, almost thoughtful, as if he were studying an interesting puzzle rather than a dangerous giant bound in the Forbidden Forest. "We'll try, Hagrid," Hermione said weakly, though her voice shook. She forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Hagrid's face lit up with pathetic gratitude. "So you agreed?" "We'll try," Hermione repeated, giving a bitter smile. Elian felt her trembling against him. Without thinking, he shifted slightly, letting her lean more fully into his shoulder. Under normal circumstances, such proximity would have made her blush and stammer. Now, she just gripped his cloak tightly, grateful for the support. Ron noticed their closeness but said nothing. Honestly, he was too terrified to care. If anything, he envied Hermione for having someone to hold onto. How could Elian stand there so calmly? It was a giant, for Merlin's sake. "Elian," Hagrid said, turning to face him directly. His tone became more serious. "I brought you here for a reason. I wanted you to see what a real giant looks like up close. Grop here, he's only 16 feet tall. He's a runt among giants. The real ones, the full-bloods in the mountains, they're well over 20 feet. Some are nearly 25. Hagrid paused, watching Elian's face carefully for any reaction. "I needed you to understand that before you went off saying you wanted to go find them. Needed you to see what you're up against." Harry and Ron both turned sharply to stare at Elian, confusion written across their faces. Go find the giants? What was Hagrid talking about? But Hagrid was disappointed. Because from the very beginning, Elian had maintained a calm that didn't match his age. There wasn't even the slightest panic when he saw Grop. Instead of being frightened by the giant's huge body, he'd actually smiled to comfort the terrified Hermione. Before Harry and Ron could ask questions, Hagrid stepped over a massive fallen tree trunk and approached Grop, picking up a long branch from the ground as he went. "What no?" Hermione shrieked, jerking away from Elian. "Hagrid, no! Don't wake him up! Really, we don't need to." "Too late." Hagrid prodded Grop firmly in the ribs with the branch. The giant's reaction was immediate and terrifying. He let out a roar that seemed to shake the very ground beneath their feet, echoing through the forest like thunder. Birds exploded from the canopy in every direction, their panicked cries adding to the chaos. Grop lurched upward, bracing himself on massive hands the size of wagon wheels. He turned his head slowly, searching for whoever had disturbed his sleep. Ron's face had gone from pale to a sickly green. "Harry," he whispered urgently, tugging at Harry's sleeve. "Are we really going to help take care of him? Because I think he might." He swallowed hard, unable to finish the sentence. Harry couldn't answer. He was too busy watching in horror as Grop staggered fully upright. The ropes binding him to the trees went taut with sharp, creaking protests, straining against the giant's strength. Grop looked around with dim, unfocused eyes that held no real intelligence, only animal confusion and irritation. His hand, each finger as thick as Hagrid's arm, reached out and grabbed a small tree beside him. With a single pull, he ripped it from the earth, roots and all, then smashed it against the ground in a display of raw, frightening power. Now, Grop," Hagrid said in the softest, most soothing voice Elian had ever heard him use. It was the voice someone might use with a frightened child. "Don't make a fuss. Look, I've brought you visitors, just like I promised. Remember? I said I'd bring you some new friends, and sometimes they'll come and take care of you when I can't. Don't you think they're nice?" Hagrid positioned himself carefully between Grop and the students, his body a living shield to prevent the giant from suddenly rushing toward them. But when Grop heard Hagrid mention visitors, he let out a low, rumbling growl and took a step directly toward Elian and the others. "Oh, Hagrid, please!" Hermione moaned. Hagrid quickly swatted Grop's knee with the branch. It was like tapping a mountain with a twig. "Look down, you great oaf! Down! See? Down there!" Slowly, ponderously, Grop lowered his enormous head. His eyes, small and dull like dirty marbles, focused on the four figures standing before him. To Grop, they must have looked like toys. Like insects. "This here is Harry," Hagrid announced, gesturing proudly. "Harry Potter. See? Dark hair, green eyes. And this is Ron Ronald Weasley. Ron, smile at him, let him see you're friendly." Ron's attempt at a smile looked more like a grimace of pain. He even managed a tiny, trembling wave. "And this is Hermione," Hagrid continued. "Hermione Granger. She's very kind, Grop, so you be gentle with her, hear me? If I have to go away for a bit, these three will come visit you instead of me." "Hermione, do you mind if he just calls you Hermy? Hermione is a bit tricky for him." "I don't mind at all," Hermione squeaked, her voice an octave too high. Elian noticed that Hagrid didn't introduce him to Grop. It made sense, he supposed. Hagrid still believed Elian would be leaving for the giant colony soon, a journey Hagrid assumed would take weeks, if not longer. During that time, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would need to care for Grop in Hagrid's absence. There was no point introducing Elian to a giant he wouldn't be visiting. But what Hagrid didn't know, what he couldn't possibly guess, was that Elian was already thinking about Grop in an entirely different way. This time, going to the giant territory won't be smooth, Elian thought, his eyes studying Grop's hulking form with clinical interest. "I'll probably have to kill some of them. Make examples. If their chieftain refuses to submit, I won't keep such a threat alive." The thought was cold, practical. Elian had no illusions about what awaited him in the mountains. The giants served Voldemort now, and breaking that allegiance would require more than words. It would require blood. But once the giants lose their chieftain, they'll need a new one. Someone to lead them. Someone they'll follow. Elian's gaze shifted from Grop to Hagrid, and something almost playful flickered in his eyes. "Your half-brother, Hagrid," he thought with quiet amusement, "might very well become a giant chieftain." The idea had a certain elegant symmetry to it. Grop was young, simple-minded, and currently weak, but he was also Hagrid's blood. If Elian could install Grop as the leader of the giant colony, he would secure not just their submission to his cause, but also Hagrid's unwavering loyalty. The half-giant would do anything to protect his brother. And more importantly, a puppet chieftain controlled by Elian would be far more useful than a colony ruled by fear alone. "Elian!" Hermione's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She was looking up at him with concern, having noticed the distant expression on his face. "I'm fine," he said softly, giving her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Grop, meanwhile, had finished his inspection of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. He grunted a sound like rocks grinding together and turned his attention to the one person Hagrid hadn't introduced. The giant's dull eyes fixed on Elian. For a long moment, neither moved. Elian met Grop's gaze steadily, showing no fear, no hesitation. There was something in that stare, a silent communication that transcended words. Grop tilted his massive head, confused. The other small humans had smelled of fear. This one didn't. Hagrid noticed the exchange and stepped forward nervously. That's just Elian, Grop. He won't be visiting, so no need to." But Grop wasn't listening to Hagrid. He took a single, ground-shaking step toward Elian, close enough that the group could smell the sour stench of his breath. Hermione gasped and tried to pull Elian back, but he didn't move. "Elian," Harry hissed urgently. "Maybe we should." Grop lowered his face until it was level with Elian's, only a few feet separating them. His breath washed over the young wizard in hot, fetid waves. Then, slowly, Grop raised one massive hand. Ron let out a strangled noise of terror. But Grop didn't grab Elian. Instead, with surprising gentleness, he extended a single finger as thick as Elian's arm and poked him lightly in the chest. Once. Twice. Testing. Elian didn't flinch. He simply raised his own hand and placed it flat against Grop's finger, meeting the giant's curiosity with calm acceptance. "Hello, Grop," Elian said quietly. The giant blinked. Then, without warning, he let out a sound that might have been a laugh, a deep, rumbling noise that vibrated through the clearing. Hagrid's mouth fell open in shock. "Blimey," he whispered. I've never seen him do that before." Grop pulled his hand back and straightened up, seemingly satisfied. He gave Elian one last curious look, then turned and lumbered back to his nest, the ropes trailing behind him like leashes. Within moments, he had settled back down into his pile of moss and ferns, already half asleep again. Hermione let out a shaky breath. What just happened?" Elian shrugged. "I think he was just curious." "Curious?" Ron repeated incredulously. "He looked like he was deciding whether to eat you or keep you as a pet." Harry was staring at Elian with an expression caught between awe and exasperation, an expression that had become increasingly common over the past few months. "You're insane," he said flatly. "You know that, right?" Elian just smiled. Hagrid, meanwhile, was looking at Elian with something close to wonder. "I don't know what you did," he said slowly, "but Grop, he liked you. Really liked you." "He's not so bad," Elian said, glancing back at the sleeping giant. "Just scared and confused. Like anyone would be, torn from their home and left in a strange forest." Hagrid's eyes grew misty. "You really think so?" "I do." The half-giant sniffled and wiped his nose on his sleeve. Well, thank you, Elian. Really." As they began the long walk back to the castle, Hermione fell into step beside Elian. She was still pale, still shaken, but her hand found his beneath the cover of his cloak. "What are you planning?" she whispered, so quietly that only he could hear. Elian glanced at her. Hermione was brilliant, of course she'd noticed the calculating look in his eyes when he'd studied Grop. "I'm planning to make sure the giants don't fight for Voldemort," he said simply. "And Grop might be useful. We'll see." Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn between her usual moral objections and her trust in Elian's judgment. Finally, she squeezed his hand. "Just, be careful," she said. "With the giants." "With all of it." "I will." Behind them, Hagrid was explaining to Harry and Ron the finer points of giant care, what Grop liked to eat, how often he needed to be visited, how to avoid making him angry. Harry looked faintly ill. Ron looked like he was seriously reconsidering his life choices. But Elian's mind was already racing ahead, calculating possibilities, weighing strategies. The mission to the giant colony was no longer just about disrupting Voldemort's plans. It was about building something new. And if everything went according to plan, Hagrid's poor, simple-minded half-brother might just become the key to securing the first true vassals of a supreme mage. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 1 days left. Uchiha Itaki, the 10th Straw Hat, has won the Patreon poll. So please support it and add it to your collection. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Most Terrifying Creature. Chapter 123, The Most Terrifying Creature. Grop crouched down and peered at Hermione with undisguised curiosity. Despite his enormous size, there was something almost childlike in his face, a hint of innocence in those large, dim eyes. He tilted his head, studying her the way a toddler might examine a new toy, trying to determine if she was something to play with or perhaps something to eat. "This is Hermione, Grop," Hagrid said, keeping his voice as calm and soothing as possible. "She'll come to see you in the future. You need to listen to her, all right? Be a good lad." Grop's massive head suddenly rushed forward toward Hermione. She let out a piercing shriek and dove behind Elian, pressing herself against his back so hard she nearly knocked him over. Her fingers clutched his cloak in a death grip. For a moment, there was only the sound of Grop's heavy breathing and Hermione's terrified gasps. Then, slowly, Hermione peeked her head out from behind Elian's shoulder. Grop's face was right there, close enough that she could see the dirt caked in the creases of his skin, could smell his sour breath washing over her. "Bad boy," she whimpered, her voice breaking. You can't catch me. Elian, you absolute." What happened next seemed to occur in slow motion. As Grop reached out with one enormous hand, Elian suddenly grabbed Hermione's arm and pulled her out from behind him. Before she could process what was happening, he gave her a gentle but firm push directly into Grop's path. Hermione's eyes went wide with utter betrayal. "Elian!" Grop's hand closed around her, lifting her off the ground as easily as picking up a kitten. "Lin Xiao!" Hermione screamed, her voice cracking with fury and terror. "I will never forgive you. I hate you. I swear I'll never speak to you again. You bastard! You absolute!" Her cursing devolved into incoherent shrieks as Grop held her up to his face, examining his new prize with innocent fascination. Harry and Ron stared at Elian, utterly dumbfounded. Did he just feed Hermione to the giant? Now, Grop, Hagrid said nervously, wringing his hands. "We talked about this, remember? You can't grab people. This is your new friend, Hermione. Can you say Hermione?" "Hermione." Elian touched his nose, looking distinctly uncomfortable. He could feel Harry and Ron's shocked stares burning into the side of his head. Hermione dangled from Grop's fist like a doll, her face red with rage and terror. She looked at Elian with such betrayal that he almost flinched. "I know I'll pay for this later," Elian thought grimly. "But it's necessary." The truth was simple: if Grop was going to become the chieftain of the giant colony and Elian was increasingly certain that was the right move, then someone would need to manage him during Elian's absences. Someone trustworthy. Someone intelligent enough to handle a giant with the mind of a child. Hermione was the only real choice. But for that to work, she needed to establish a relationship with Grop now. A bond that went beyond fear. And sometimes, bonds formed fastest under pressure. Even if Hermione currently wanted to murder him. "Why would you do that?" Hermione shrieked at him from Grop's grip. "Do you have any idea how stupid that was? What if he..." "Grop," Hermione suddenly snapped, her voice cutting through her own panic like a whip. "Let me down. Now." Everyone froze. The change in Hermione was instantaneous and shocking. One moment she'd been a terrified, screaming girl. The next, she'd transformed into something else entirely, something fierce and commanding that seemed to fill the entire clearing despite her small size. Her eyes blazed. Her spine straightened even while dangling from a giant's fist. Every inch of her radiated absolute authority. Ron grabbed Elian's arm and whispered urgently, "You're dead. Mate, you are so dead." I've seen Hermione angry before, but this... Harry just gave Elian a look of profound sympathy, the kind you give someone who's about to walk to their execution. "I said now." Hermione commanded again, pointing one trembling finger at the ground. "Put me down this instant." The effect was immediate and miraculous. Grop, who moments ago had been contentedly examining his new toy, suddenly looked like a child who'd been caught doing something wrong. His face crumpled into an expression of pure guilt. He took 2 shuffling steps backward and slowly, carefully, lowered Hermione to the ground. Hagrid's mouth fell open. His eyes were the size of dinner plates. "How?" he whispered. "How in Merlin's name did she? He doesn't even listen to me half the time." The moment Hermione's feet touched solid earth, she whirled on Elian like an avenging fury. "You," she snarled, marching toward him with murder in her eyes. "How dare you? Do you have any idea what could have happened? That's a giant, Elian. A giant. If he'd squeezed too hard, if he'd decided I looked tasty, if..." Her voice cracked. Her eyes were suddenly shining with unshed tears, not just from fear, but from the sharp sting of betrayal. She reached him and started pounding her fists against his chest, each impact punctuated by words. "Damn you! Why would you do that?" Thunk! Something large and gentle bumped into Hermione's back, nearly knocking her over. She froze mid-punch. Slowly, she turned around. Grop had crept forward on his hands and knees. In one massive hand, he held something, a small bell, the kind that might have hung from a horse's harness once, now crusted with dirt and tarnished with age. He held it out to Hermione with extreme caution, his face anxious and hopeful. An apology? Or perhaps a peace offering? Hermione stared at the bell, then at Grop's expectant face. For a long moment, she didn't move. Then, with trembling hands, she reached out and took the bell. It was cold and heavy in her palm. She gave it an experimental shake. Ring, ring, ring. The clear, bright sound echoed through the clearing. Grop's entire face lit up. He clapped his hands together with a sound like 2 tree trunks colliding, then let out a delighted laugh, that same deep, rumbling sound from before, but somehow lighter. More innocent. He looked, Hermione realized with a start, genuinely happy. Oh, she thought, her anger deflating slightly. He's just a child. A very, very large child. She rang the bell again, and Grop bounced excitedly, making the ground shake. Despite herself, despite everything, Hermione felt the corners of her mouth twitch upward. Then she remembered Elian. Ow! Hermione, listen, I can explain, Elian yelped as she whirled back around and kicked him hard in the shin. Harry and Ron burst out laughing, unable to help themselves. Can't help you now, mate, Ron wheezed. You did this to yourself. Literally pushed her into the giant's hand, Harry added, grinning. That's really something. Hermione chased Elian around the clearing, the bell still clutched in one hand, landing kicks and swats whenever she could reach him. Her face was red, her hair was wild, and she was alternating between cursing and lecturing about trust and communication and proper risk assessment procedures. Grop watched the entire display with rapt attention, occasionally giggling in his rumbling way. Hagrid, meanwhile, looked profoundly relieved. Well, he said, wiping his eyes. I suppose that settles it. At least someone can manage Grop when I'm not around. During your absence? Ron asked suddenly, his laughter fading. Hagrid, did Professor Dumbledore give you a new assignment? Didn't you just get back? Hagrid patted Grop's arm affectionately. Well, I'm going to go to the giant mountains with Elian, over there, no, wait, what did I just say? I meant to say with Madame Maxime, of course. To the giant mountains with Madame Maxime. But the damage was done. Hermione stopped mid-chase. Harry and Ron both turned to stare at Elian, their faces blank with shock. Giant mountains? With Elian? What? Hagrid stroked his beard vigorously and coughed, trying to cover his slip. That is to say. You're what? Hermione's voice had gone very quiet. Very cold. Elian met her gaze steadily. Her face had gone pale, and her hands were shaking, but not from anger this time. From fear. Elian, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Tell me Hagrid didn't just say what I think he said. Tell me you're not planning to go to the giant mountains. He said nothing. That was answer enough. You can't, Hermione breathed. Elian, you can't. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? The giants they're huge, they're violent, they nearly killed Hagrid and Madame Maxime, and they're working with you-know-who now, and if you think you can just... I know what I'm doing, Elian said quietly. No, you don't. Hermione's voice cracked. You don't. Nobody knows what they're doing when it comes to giants. Even Dumbledore couldn't convince them. What makes you think? She stopped, pressing her hands to her face. Harry and Ron exchanged worried glances. Neither of them knew what to say. Hermione, Elian began, but she held up a hand. Don't, she said. Just, don't. Not right now. The clearing had gone very quiet. Even Grop seemed to sense the tension, shifting uncomfortably and making small whimpering sounds. Hagrid cleared his throat awkwardly. Perhaps we should head back to the castle? It's getting dark, and... Yes, Hermione said flatly. Let's go back. She turned on her heel and started walking, still clutching Grop's bell. As they followed her back through the forest, Elian felt the weight of 3 separate stares on his back. Harry's worried, Ron's confused, and Hagrid's guilty. But it was Hermione's silence that cut the deepest. She'll understand eventually, he told himself. Once she sees what I'm really planning. Once she realizes why this matters. Behind them, Grop watched them go with sad eyes, already lonely again. The bell's faint ringing echoed through the trees, growing fainter with each step. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 300 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. Ongoing discount on Patreon, 1 days left. Uchiha Itaki, the 10th Straw Hat, has won the Patreon poll. So please support it and add it to your collection. Smiling face with smiling eyes.